Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let's wait for 1 more minute because the team is joining. Let's wait for.
Amitabh ji, I've shared the YouTube link in the chat. I've sent a message. Yeah.
Just if you can confirm if I'm sharing the screen.
See,
No, not now. Just try one more time. Can you see the screen? Are you able to see my screen now?
Not yet.
no,
Not yet. Just share the make the PPT into a PowerPoint mode,
Yeah.
slide mode, and then
Yeah.
just share it. Select the right window. Yeah. You can see the PPT now, but not the presentation mode. Yeah. Perfect. Okay. Let me do the quick introduction today. So welcome to day 3 of supply chain, global supply chain excellence. So we had a fantastic days yesterday and day before yesterday. So we talk about around 12 to 13 or 16 lectures for last 2 days. Fantastic. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 3. So we are proud sponsor of the event, FUSI Supply Chain Excellence Suit. I thank you all Data Labs India team for doing the event. Thank you very much. So I take this as an opportunity to welcome our keynote speaker, Mr. Amitabh Saxena. Mr. Amitabh Saxena is going to speak today about achieving manufacturing excellence through Six Sigma methodology. Okay. So I think this is a topic near and dear to Amitabh. Okay, so we would like to hear from him. So let me give a quick round of introduction of Amitabh. So Mr. Amitabh Saxena is an expert helping individuals and organizations to achieve their goals through data analytics, machine learning, AI, Lean, Six Sigma, and data science, and also project management. With over 30 years of experience, he has led numerous projects through Annexus, assisting over 300 organizations, maybe more, maybe by the count get increased. And I think he has trained thousands, I don't count the number, the thousands of the executives in various domains, primarily in Lean and Six Sigma, and also in project management. Yeah. So thank you, Amitabhji, for joining the session today. I take this as an opportunity to welcome you, and then over to you, sir.
Yeah, so thanks, Sheikh. In fact, it's a pleasure to speak. I would say anything organized by you or hosted by you. It has been like a pleasure since a long time, as we have known each other for quite some time. And so thanks for that. Yeah, so let us talk about Lean and Six Sigma for manufacturing excellence. So Lean and Six Sigma is not only for manufacturing, it's for all the industries. But yeah, let us focus today on how it can help manufacturing industries. See, when yeah, so the agenda, what I'm going to run through this particular document is that first we'll talk about what is Lean Six Sigma and what are Lean Six Sigma benefits, and also I have also Sheikh, I had also sent you one the WhatsApp message from my Saudi mobile. So if you can just have a look at that. So yeah, so here, what is Lean Six Sigma? Lean Six Sigma benefits, introduction to Lean and Six Sigma. So we'll introduce. So I'm not sure how many of you are aware of Lean Six Sigma. You must have heard for sure. You must have heard about Lean Six Sigma, but maybe I'll introduce you to that. Then we will see if you claim that you know about Lean Six Sigma, because by the end of this particular session, if you are not aware of Lean Six Sigma, at least you can claim that you know a little bit of Lean Six Sigma. So the whole purpose is that to make you aware of what it is, and then not only that, I will show you one or two projects. Maybe I'm not sure how many projects I can show in this short duration. Maybe I'll take you through one project and tell you how Lean Six Sigma has impacted that particular organization and how you can do projects, multiple projects in any organization. So that's how the agenda would be today. If I am able to show more examples, why not? I'll try to have that. And also towards the end, we'll have a discussion. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer. So let me first introduce to the organization. We have helped lots of organizations, 300,000 professionals, and thousands of projects completed in almost all domains. So when we are talking about Lean and Six Sigma, it is to improve any project. Lean and Six Sigma. And sorry, just give me 1 minute.
Please adjust the mic.
Yeah. Am I clear now?
Yes, it's very clear.
Yeah. So, yeah, so we have done quite a bit, and I'll try to share our experiences as much as possible. Now, can you, I don't know if you are able to interact right now here, but try to guess. I'll just generally, if you look at these, these bullet points, what are the similarities you can find? If you see a manufacturing company improves production by 30%, a hospital reduces discharge time, recruitment time is reduced in a multinational company, engineering company by 64%. Hotel improves customer satisfaction. Bank reduces errors. Insurance, everything, so many things. So many things can be achieved using Lean and Six Sigma. All of them have one thing in common, and they are all Lean and Six Sigma projects. So someone asked me, suppose someone asked me, define Lean and Six Sigma in one sentence. So my answer would be that Lean and Six Sigma is an improvement methodology which converts any improvement opportunity into a project. Any improvement opportunity into project. And once you transform any improvement opportunity into a project, you complete the project. And once you complete the project, then after that you gain some benefits out of it. It could be customer satisfaction, it could be reduction in cycle time, it could be reduction in errors, defects, or enhanced profit. So ultimately, everything is about money. So you will get good money if you implement Lean Six Sigma. That's what Lean Six Sigma is capable of. And we have done this for SABIC, Aramco, Alpha, the MDP World, ADNOC, so many companies. Like I will not go on giving you the list of all these companies because it will take a long time. In short, Lean Six Sigma reduces your costs, reduces your defects, reduces your waste, rework, cycle time, and increases your quality, production efficiency, productivity, customer satisfaction, capacity, profitability, and resilience. So, in short, in short, it is something what it does what CEO wants. So, who would not love a person who can achieve all these things? So, every CEO would love such a person who is capable of achieving these all these outputs. So Lean and Six Sigma actually, the green belts and black belts are the people who are actually able to do that. Now, let us understand, from Lean Six Sigma, from where it is coming from, because if you understand the history a little bit, you will actually understand Lean Six Sigma more. So it all started in Motorola a long time ago. And Bob Gelvin, the CEO of Motorola, he wanted to improve his organization by 5 times in the next 5 years. And he invited suggestions. And one of the suggestions was that why don't we apply statistical tools and techniques? And this was given by Bill Smith and Michael Harry. And Bob Gelvin observed that Bill Smith and Michael Harry were using projects approach to improve a process. Say, for example, I'm just taking some example. Let's say machine downtime per week, if it is 8 hours, and if it is reduced from 8 hours to 2 hours, definitely the organization will improve its profitability and productivity. So what they would do is, Bill Smith and Michael Harry, they would choose a project around 6 months, typical 6 to 7 months project, and they would take up these improvement projects and complete them. And while they were doing it, was these projects, they were doing this project, these projects would be using lots of data, statistical analysis, and only after finding the root causes through a statistical analysis, then only you could suggest improvements. And that's what they were following. And the best part about this approach was that they were able to get the right causes based on the data, and whatever solutions they offered really worked. And they had a huge impact on the organization. So Motorola achieved lots of benefits out of it. And GE's Jack Welch also was pretty impressed with this particular Motorola embracing the Lean and Six Sigma methodology and winning a Malcolm Baldrige Award as well. A Malcolm Baldrige Award is the highest quality award in US, and it was instituted in 1988, and it was won by Motorola. So Motorola was the first recipient of Malcolm Baldrige Award, And Bob Gelvin said that it is because of Six Sigma. So GE's Jack Welch was so much impressed that he told all his employees that if you are not a green belt, I will not promote you. So if you need promotion, you should be a green belt. Now, let us understand who's a green belt or a black belt or a master black belt before we proceed. So I'll come to the organization, the structure of Six Sigma, how it is created. So typically, Lean Six Sigma infrastructure looks like they have got trained people, Lean Six Sigma trained people who would do projects. There are yellow belts, green belts, black belts, and master black belts. Yellow belts are the people who just know about Six Sigma. They can't do the project, but they can assist the green belts who can do the projects. Green belts are uh, green belts are the people. The green belts are the employees in the company who are trained in statistical tools and techniques, and they are also capable of doing a project. So when they undergo the training, they apply some of the tools and techniques to either a live project or using some example, they apply this, and then after within 3 to 6 months, they complete a project. And similarly, black belt also, they are able to apply some high-end statistical tools and techniques because they are trained in some high-end complicated, so-called complicated statistical tools and techniques. Now they are not complicated at all nowadays. All softwares are available, so it's very easy to undergo a black belt training. And so they are able to do bigger or better projects, which saves some millions of dollars. And the master black belts are able to pieces. Sorry. Sorry, actually, I'm on a holiday. I'm in Maldives right now. So, sorry for the disturbance. Yeah, so here, just to, I was talking about yellow belt, green belt, black belts, and master black belts. So, yellow belt, green belt, black belt, master black belts are the people who are actually, who can drive the Lean and Six Sigma organization towards success and also achieve the strategic business objectives of the organizations. That's the whole idea, whole idea of uh, uh, having a Lean Six Sigma in your team, a Lean Six Sigma green belts, black belts in your team. Also, just to add, who are master black belts? Master black belts are the people who can train the green belts and black belts. So they, of course, undergo some training. So typically 3 to 4 days of green belts training and 3 to 4 days of black belt training will make you respective belts, green belts or black belts. And around 4 to 5 days of master black belt training makes you a master black belt. Now, how would they make changes in the organization? So no, I can tell you the way we create, generally when we are doing Lean and Six Sigma implementation, and when we are uh, typically, you see, most of the times we are involved with the clients who tell us that they would like to implement Lean and Six Sigma organization wide. So in the whole organization they would like to do, and that's the right way to do. So there are various ways of implementing Lean and Six Sigma. One is a bottoms-up approach, and one is top-down approach. Top-down is something which I always prefer, and that's what I recommend also. But it is not always possible to have the senior most management convinced, the CEO convinced, and that doesn't mean that an organization should not experiment with Lean and Six Sigma. So sometimes we have seen that sometimes we train the people, the middle management and junior management also, or executive level employees. We train them as Lean and Six Sigma green belts and black belts, and they do some projects, and then the organization sees the benefits, and then they embrace it, organization wide. But the better approach, as I was telling, is that you get hold of the CEO, the senior most management, and expose them to the Lean and Six Sigma methodology, and also tell them about what Lean Six Sigma is and what Lean Six Sigma is capable of doing. Now, once the senior management is engaged, once they are engaged, in such situations, what happens is they are able to drive this initiative for a long term. And Lean Six Sigma gives benefits on a long term basis. You can't expect the changes immediately overnight. So if you ask me, how much time it takes to see the real changes through Six Sigma, I would say at least 2 years, at least minimum 2 years, and then it goes on and on. For example, I had implemented Lean and Six Sigma in one of the polyethylene terephthalate plant around, that was in 1995, yeah, 1995, 6, 7. Yeah, quite some time back, around, say, 25 years ago or so, 25 or 28 years ago. And they're still running the initiative. They're still, and they're still reaping the benefits out of that whole initiative. Then I was also involved in, just to give an example, in 2002 in AXA, an insurance company, and I initiated that. I was part of the team which initiated Lean Six Sigma in the whole company, whole organization worldwide, and that was launched in Paris. And they're still running it. They're still getting the benefits and they're running it. And then again, another example, Maersk. Maersk is the shipping company. It's an important, everyone knows, everyone in supply chain knows about Maersk. So Maersk also, they have implemented Lean Six Sigma. Again, I was lucky to be part of the team in 2008 in Copenhagen when we launched it, and they're still, in the process of doing projects. Lots of green belts, lots of black belts, lots of master black belts have been created. In first 3 years, actually, I was part of that whole initiative, and I had done, and many organizations. Just wanted to tell you. So when you are doing Lean Six Sigma, try to get the senior management, and then once the senior management is engaged, we tell them to choose the projects. We tell them to choose the right projects in different businesses, different departments. If not businesses, then different departments. Try to have organization-wide involvement of all the people in Lean and Six Sigma, because if you start it in one location or one initiative, the other location starts, competing, and they start feeling left out, and then they start some other initiatives under some different name. That we are starting Kaizen, we are starting some TQM, and everything is almost the same. The tools and techniques are same. But then instead of focusing on improvement projects and benefiting the company and contributing to the strategic business objectives of the organization, you end up competing against each other. So competition is good, but not if it is fragmented. It is going to fragment your whole improvement initiative. So that's what we recommend, that first we engage the senior management, and then after that we choose the projects in different departments, and these projects, once chosen, are given to the green belts and black belts. Now, if I were to show you this in the form of a slide, let us see, if I'm able to explain, although it's a very, usually I conduct a 1 to 2 hour session on how to engage and how to start or initiate Lean Six Sigma and how to create an infrastructure out of it. But very quickly, in the next 2 to 3 minutes, I'll try to tell you how we should create a Lean and Six Sigma infrastructure. So generally, we get a steering committee, the senior management, and if possible, the quality head in a steering committee, and they also choose the champions or the sponsors, who are the department heads, all the department heads. And then they nominate the black belts, the best performers in their team, and they are given improvement projects. So they are told to do Lean and Six Sigma improvement projects. So these black belts who are nominated, or who are the lucky ones, and also some green belts who also would be nominated simultaneously. So they together take up improvement projects. So say, for example, if I've chosen 25 people in a company, to be trained as green belt, and maybe, or let's say I'll give a recent example. One of the companies where we recently launched Lean and Six Sigma around 4 months ago. So they chose 50 people. 50 people as green belt, and then out of them, 25 were trained as black belt, and around 15 were trained as master black belts. So that's how you go around, go with that, and you generally choose the project right away. We prefer that the people who are coming to the training, green belts and black belts coming to the training, they should have projects. So we help the organization. I'm just telling about, sharing our experiences. We help the organization to choose the projects also. Sometimes the organizations do it themselves. So whichever way it is, and then you actually train the people. So then when you train the people, uh, we have a force-phased approach. Typically, you create an infrastructure, you conduct the training, you provide the project support over the next 3 to 4 months, and you present, you ask the people, the green belts and black belts, to present these projects. And once they present these projects to the senior management, so along with their approval and along with our uh, uh, approval, means both panels sit together from the organization as well as an access panel. They sit together and we certify you as a green belt or black belt. So that's how it works. So now a question would be in your mind that, uh, how many projects succeed? So I can tell you around uh, 30 to 40% of the projects are really successful, means they save some millions of dollars of savings for the organization. Around 20-30% of them are good, which can be categorized as like medium success, and around 20% are like okay, means they are also able to contribute. But as far as our experience goes, we have never seen any projects of failure unless it is withdrawn by the organization due to certain reasons. There could be many reasons, where the organization doesn't want to do any project, or they want to stop a particular project. But apart from that, it really succeeds. And the best part is it also changes the culture of the organization. So through this infrastructure, champions training, the senior management training, identifying the projects, green belt training, black belt training. Like for example, in one of the, sometimes we use different techniques, playing games, etc. So I have used certain techniques, a different type of, sometimes it's like fun, creating fun. Uh, uh, People come. So people are there who are attending the training, who are, not only, coming for the training, but also doing the project. So we have initiated the project, and once together they initiate the project, they also succeed as well towards the end. And then they, talk about, Alex with us. I'm not sure you are able to hear the video or not, but I'll just speak on whatever is spoken in the video. I'll just say that he's a black belt and he has completed a project, and this was done in UK. And he's saying, telling us some, you know, some projects has saved millions of pounds for his organization. So this is how typically, you know typically uh, any project is any lean and Six Sigma initiative works. And over the long period of time, like for example, if you take Nakel, it is one of the, again, one of the biggest logistics company in Middle East. And there also they achieved long-term success, and their CEO is also talking about the whole success. Now I'm not going to play the whole video for you, but uh, he is talking about overall in the last 10 years, how Lean Six Sigma totally transformed them. Then it made them a local company, from a local company, transformed them to a global company. So these are the things, kind of achievements you see when you implement Lean and Six Sigma. And we have seen it all for the last 30 years. I have been into Lean and Six Sigma, and I've seen these transformations many times. And this story is, again, it's like a deja vu for us. We keep seeing this when the people start to say, okay, will it work? will it be succeed? We just, smile, we know that it will succeed. So such a beautiful methodology it is. Now, DMAC, we are talking about DMAC. Let me tell you about how the projects are done. So what I will do, I'll choose one project, which is actually this I had also presented in one of the conferences in American Society of Quality. But let me briefly talk about this. So this was a project to reduce the rig move time. Now I'm choosing a project because it is related to a little bit of logistics also, a little bit of, because I wanted the whole example from manufacturing excellence, so manufacturing of oil to gel with the supply chain as well. So in supply chain, the time is very important. Every time you'd like to reduce, every time you want to reduce the time. So many of the projects which reduce the time result in millions of dollars of saving for any organization. So they wanted to reduce the rig move time. And now, though, if you don't know what is rig move, let me explain that to you. And after that, I will tell you how the project was completed. So this project, see, the rig move means when the oil well is drilled, after drilling the oil well, you shift that whole structure, dismantle the whole structure and take it to a new place. And then again, you assemble that whole structure and again drill an oil well. So moving from one place to another place, the whole process is known as a rig move. And they would like to reduce it because obviously they can drill more oil wells and they can also produce more oil. And that's what, because in existing oil, sometimes the existing oil wells, sometimes the oil is not there. So you have to keep moving, isn't it? Keep drilling new oil. So now this project was actually done for 3 different plants in 3 different countries. Once we did it for one country, the other country heard of it and they just invited us to do this. And this we did it for 2 more countries. So, I'm going to just, we can't name obviously the clients, but I've combined all the findings into one presentation, and so you can just treat this as a combined presentation of multiple implementations in different countries of the same industry. So problem statement was that they wanted to reduce the rig move time was 5 to 7 days, and they wanted to reduce it to 3 days. And we did a project. So whenever you are doing a project, and most of you know the definition of projects. If you don't know, let me tell you in one sentence. Definition of a project is that anything which is a starting point and an end point. The project doesn't exist after some time. So Lean and Six Sigma, we do projects in a process. Process is repetitive in nature. By the way, this project is very near to me, near and dear to me, because I'm a chemical engineer, but I had forgotten about chemical engineering after I jumped into Lean and Six Sigma, because then there are so many industries, hospitals, banks, manufacturing, obviously, it's definitely there. But not always I get to wear this suit of a chemical engineer, which I was happy to wear. So you can see we are training them, and then we train the people from different nationalities come together. There were language barriers, but everyone understood the statistics and Lean and Six Sigma language. And we created a project charter. So typically, whenever you are doing a project, you create a charter and you write the problem and goal statement, as I just described, that it was 5 to 7 days, like move aside 5 to 7 days, and you want to reduce it to less than 3 days. We created a charter. And then we created a Gantt chart also. And we identified by when we will complete our different phases. Now, typically, whenever you are doing a project, you follow 5 stages, five stages. Define, measure, analyze, improve, and control. These are the 5 phases in Lean and Six Sigma implementation. And this is for every project. So if you are doing 20 projects, all 20 projects will follow DMAC. Yeah. Every project has to go through these 5 phases: define, measure, analyze, improve, and control. So here, as I was telling, this is how we complete the define phase. Then we start measuring. We collect the data. We collect the data, display the data using different tools and techniques. We also calculate the sigma level. Sigma level is something when sigma level is higher. If sigma level is higher, you are having less defects or errors in your process. Anything which dissatisfies the customer is an error or defect. So here, any rig move taking more than 4 days is a defect. So we calculate how many defects are there, and using some calculations, we find that we are at around 1 sigma. Now, a process with 6 sigma doesn't have any defect. Almost, they don't have any defect at all. Theoretically, they have 3 defects in 1 million opportunities. So obviously, you can say there are 0 defects. And we were at 1 sigma. So obviously, we were far away from our goal, and we wanted to, the overall objective was to reduce the rig move time, and any rig move should, none of the rig moves should take place beyond 4 days. That will make a process a 6 sigma process. Not necessarily that you have to achieve 6 sigma within 5 to 6 months. You can move from 1 sigma to 3 sigma, 4 sigma, etc. So today, you are able to, your success rate is, let's say, 20%, move to 40% in the next 6 months. Again, take up another project and move from that level to next level. Keep on doing this. There's always a scope for improvement, as we believe. And even if you achieve 0 error, suppose you are able to move all rig moves take place within 4 days, then we can shift the target. Then our defect definition can again change. So what was 6 sigma process can again become 3 sigma. So whole idea is to improve. The whole mindset is to continuously improve the process. So now we start analyzing, and generally when we analyze, we have two ways to do. One is a process door, as they call, and one is data door. Process door, you map the process, you go to the field, see how the people are performing the job. For that, you have got one a specific name, a Japanese name, Gemba, go Gemba, go to the Gemba, and identify the waste. Identify the waste in your processes. So, so there are 7 or 8 kinds of waste. To identify the wastes, and try to reduce the waste as much as possible. And in that data door, you try to collect the data, analyze the data using different tools and techniques, and then you get your root causes, statistically validated root causes, and they get the solutions. So here we have got the Pareto 80-20 rule, which are the biggest issues, where are the biggest issues, you identify them. Gemba walk will give you lots of waste in the system, where you can identify some of the things which you can start doing right away, and they will make a huge impact. So you can reduce around 20 to 30% of the time was reduced just by doing Gemba walks and identifying the waste. But we wanted to reduce drastically, isn't it? So we get hold of all the team members, tell them to brainstorm, and they brainstorm all the possible causes. Then they filter them down using, again, further data, box plots, scatter plots, different types of statistical tools, regression analysis. Say, for example, here, you are investigating whether the distance between the 2 rigs, is it impacting your rig move time? So usually you will have a thought that, yeah, if you have to move for 100 kilometers, it will take more time. If you have to just move for 2 kilometers, it will take less time. But unfortunately, that was not true. You can see that there is no relationship between the distance and the rig move time. So lots of things, lots of insights like these, they happen as you do a data-oriented analysis rather than applying just your human brain, which is highly emotional. So it is not analytical, unfortunately, and I'm sure many of you know that most of our decisions are based on emotions, not on logic. And so you don't have to rely on human mind to generate, give you the root causes. Yeah, solutions, maybe your mind can deliver excellent solutions, but not the root causes. So first find the root causes using your analytical tools, and then of course apply your brain to generate creative ideas. Nowadays that is also outsourced to ChatGPT, but you can use that. Why not? So we use some high-end tools, etc. And then finally we came out with some causes, statistically validated root causes, and we did a brainstorming sessions, some great creative ideas. I'm not going to describe those ideas to you. Obviously, we had some great ideas, some very creative, innovative ideas, and finally we were able to, reduce the uh, time, uh, which was statistically validated using relevant statistical tools, that yes, there was a good difference, major difference between what was before and what was after. It actually saved a lot of money, and they were able to increase. They got almost 250 days of additional oil production. Whatever is the daily oil production that particular countries, they were able to produce almost 1 year, or not 1 year, but almost 2/3 of the year they were able to produce more. And just imagine the kinds of savings they get. So this is typically, every project is done. Any questions you have, please let me know. And I think now I would like the floor to open for questions. And in fact, I would like everyone to ask questions if you have any, and I'll be happy to answer. And yeah, so over to you.
Yeah. So thank you, Amitabh, for very nice session. So there are a few questions. I think we have live. We are also live in YouTube channel. So we get some answers questions from there. So let me take it one by one. So now Six Sigma being a very successful methodology for achieving operational excellence. That is great. That we are speaking to an expert. So now the question is, Six Sigma needs a lot of statistical know-how to understand it and to execute it properly. Okay. So how does AI, artificial intelligence, either it supports or either make the Six Sigma projects a little easier? So what is the way forward? What do you think? How does that AI impact Six Sigma projects going forward?
Yeah, so AI has impacted almost all aspects of the industries, and so obviously here again, AI, as always, is a servant, not a master, as uh, most of us now know by now. So AI becomes again a tool, one of the tools used in the whole Lean and Six Sigma methodology. So probably it can be used partly in analyze phase and partly in improve phase. So forming the team, etc. Obviously, AI will not help, and framing the charter, linking everything to strategy, etc. Engaging the senior management. Till now, AI has got limitations. So I'm talking about the current status of AI, and we are just for those who are going to see this video in the future. We are in 2024 end, and going by what AI is capable of doing today, as of now. So I'll talk about both present and maybe future also. So what AI is capable of doing today is doing predictive analysis, and also it can help you in root cause analysis. So but which X factors you need to choose, that has to be right now still, to be chosen by a human. So with a limited, uh, you know, application of AI in present to circumstances. Lean and Six Sigma, in fact, we ourselves have done it. We are doing it for right now. There are 4 clients where we are implementing Lean and Six Sigma, and almost in all 4, we have used predictive analysis to predict. In one case, we have predicted the in the warehouses, the stores, the availability. We have increased the availability of the SKUs uh, in one of the very, very big retail giants in Middle East. In fact, there are 2 of them in 2 different countries where we have used that. So that is one thing. And AI, if I just give a simple example, everyone understands ChatGPT. It can give you absolutely great solutions. And just first you get the root cause, and once you get the root cause, you ask ChatGPT, how others are, improving this particular this root cause, how other companies are taking care of that, and it gives you very specific solution rather than asking, how I can increase the sales, and it will give you 10 different ideas, and nothing will happen after that. But here, after doing a proper analysis, Lean and Six Sigma analysis, proper statistical analysis, you are asking ChatGPT especially a very, very focused question, and there you help. So two ways AI can help. In future, if you want me to, if you are fine, if I can add, in future, a lot of things can happen. Then Lean and Six Sigma whole DMAC can be automated. Everything can be automated. So you have the ongoing data process collection from the organizations. Uh, the DMAC can be applied directly. The processes can be analyzed automatically. And once they get analyzed automatically, it also knows which are the weaker areas, which are the issues. It also gets the solutions, and also recommends the solution, or if you want them to implement the solution, also make changes. If you are talking about manufacturing, the changes of reactor temperatures and pressures can be based on what happens in the strategic meeting in the board of directors when they're meeting. Once they come out with their direction, the temperature of the reactors and the flow rates of the in the pipelines can vary according to what strategy is this. So that is like a end-to-end integration. It may happen in the future. That's what we all dream of. It's far away, I think, not going to happen, at least for the next 10 years. But yeah, it is also likely to happen. So those who are youngsters, who are in their early 20s, they can think on those lines. So still Lean Six Sigma would be interesting to them as well that time also. Apart from that, AI has got a bigger use in innovation. So there is another aspect which I did not touch upon in our presentation, something called designing a new process, designing a new product. There are also lots of tools are there. Their AI can also help you. So that creativity for the innovation which is required, which human mind has got certain limitations. This is not there in AI, so there also AI can help.
Second. Hear me, Mita?
Yeah, yeah, yes.
Yeah.
Now I can hear.
Yeah, now there is some problem with the mic. Okay. So one use case or one application how to do the AI into Six Sigma is, if you have the data of whether it could be a production or whatever. Okay, so now earlier using Six Sigma, we used to find out Sigma, and then do all sort of statistical analysis, either using Minitab or any other statistical solution. It could be an Excel or whatever. So now what I see, Amitabh, is you have the data and you know what is required. Then you can ask ChatGPT to do that analysis for you. So if you give that Excel file and do it, so it will give the results. So it will help you in doing statistical analysis, provided you know what it is, what analysis, what is output and all. If you know it, ChatGPT can help. So, so this makes the whole Six Sigma project little easier to it. So, of course, it does not replace everything, but that analysis part would be a great help for the Six Sigma projects.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. And nowadays we are doing it. Like our speed of delivering projects has increased a lot. So we are simultaneously completed sometime. We are at this point of time, 150 projects are simultaneously being, done by our team of around 15 master black belts. So it's a good, you know, uh, earlier we could not even think of 15 master black belts could hardly do maybe 20 projects. Now we are able to handle 150 projects and more also. We are capable of handling more. Give me more, as they say. We are trying to get some more clients also.
Yeah. So from the operational excellence point of view, application of Six Sigma. So based on your experience, Amitabh, so what are the areas you can improve in generic manufacturing units? What are the areas it can be improved, like a 3-4 areas where you can improve uh, the processes? And also, what is advice for 2025 for the manufacturing executives who are not embedded into embarked into Six Sigma so far? So, what is your advice?
Yeah. So the first part is that uh, in manufacturing, you can easily increase the production by, see, 10% is definitely possible. Whatever is your production today, 10% can be easily achieved by Lean and Six Sigma within 6 months. So it's not a it's something which very easily achievable. Sometimes it could be 20, 25, depends on the situation. Then apart from that, it also, touches upon the supply chain, because see, raw materials also have to be um, uh, obtained at the right time, at the right pace. It's not too early, it should not be too late as well. So lean part actually really works very wonderfully well there. You can use that in supply chain also. Then in quality, towards the end, the inspection, checking, which we say inspection is a non-value-added activity, but sometimes required, because if you are sure that you are producing defects or defective products, you have to have quality. Their analysis really can be very helpful, and then taking corrective actions. Lean Six Sigma can help you. And also, Lean Six Sigma can help you to even implement your strategic objectives, whatever strategies you have created, whatever the company has the vision, and they would like to uh, implement those. They have framed some strategies, and they would like to implement those strategies. So whichever are the weak areas, you can always implement Lean and Six Sigma there. So in these four areas, as you asked, this very, very important. Lean Six Sigma can play a great role, apart from a lot of other areas in maintenance and uh, uh, routine interruptions, etc. It can really help well. Uh, uh, 2025, how we foresee 2025, uh, I would say, you know, now 2025, in the next 6 months, I don't think anything great or different is going to come. And what a second half is going to bring depends on what we see in the 2025. That's how the predictions are done nowadays. Earlier, we could predict the scenario 5 years, 10 years, 20 years down the line. These predictions are now like becoming more and more difficult. But at the risk of totally going wrong, you know, I can make these predictions. The first thing which we will see uh, in the 2025 is that the integration of the strategy. In fact, I know your organization is doing a great job there. That part actually has to be embraced by everyone. Lot of companies have embraced that. See, the integration of the whole system, as we call it, systems thinking of Edward Deming. Now, that is unfortunately missing, except for the big organizations and MNCs. I'm not talking about them at all. I'm talking about millions of companies who are out there, who are totally not aware what is a vision statement, mission statement, what is a strategy, and even if they know, maybe the CEO knows about it, but not definitely all the employees. So that whole integration of that vision within the organization and driving the organization with a proper direction is totally missing. That part I see 2025 onwards is something which is a big gap in the whole industry today. It's going to fill it, at least it will bridge that gap, the huge gap what we see today exists. It will be bridged. So that I think is something which we see. All other part, these projects and improvements will keep on happening. For the last 30 years, I have seen that happening, and it will keep on happening. But something new which we see, and it is also happening. We saw in some organizations where we are consulting, it's actually people are becoming aware of these things.
The only problem, Amitabh, is people are more silo thinking. Even with methodologies, also people still think silo, because I am adopting one methodology and they don't want to look into other things. Okay, so that is the reason, we, as we have had one session earlier. So how to align strategy with operational excellence. So how to define what to improve is one of the key area. Then once we identify what to improve, then how to improve, Six Sigma is there. Okay, Lean and Six Sigma can definitely help you. But how to improve, what to improve is something will bridge the gap. And our solution through strategy is we are trying to do that, helping organizations. So great. So thank you, Amitabh, for joining in your vacation. Have a great time there.
Yeah, I can even show you the sea as well. It's right away visible. But it's in fact this is what actually I enjoy. So my wife was asking, you are here to come to enjoy, or again do these training. I said, this is what I enjoy. And if I'm doing this on a beach, why not?
Okay. So have a good time, Amitabh. Thank you, and communicate my regards to your family. So have a great time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. So we had a wonderful session with Mr. Amitabh, very well known Six Sigma consultant across the globe, close friend of me. So we spent a lot of time together in Saudi Arabia, and yeah. So let us continue our show. The next topic we are talking about is 3PL and 4PL operations in India by Rajesh Selvam. So Rajesh ji, yeah, Rajesh ji is here. Yeah. Good morning, Rajesh ji. Yeah. So your mic is in mute. Please unmute.
Good morning, everyone, and best compliment of the season, first of all, to everyone.
Yeah. Okay. So we are talking about 3PL and 4PL operations.
Yeah.
In India by Mr. Rajesh Selvam. He is one of a very senior executive in supply chain, especially in 3PL, 4PL operations, and also in last mile delivery, whatnot. So it's everything related to the supply chain. So I would like to give a quick introduction to Rajesh ji. Yeah. So Rajesh is an expert in 3PL, contract logistics, operations, and supply chain management with extensive experience in optimizing logistics networks and streamlining operations. He has a proven ability to drive efficiency and deliver innovative supply chain solutions, helping organizations to achieve operational excellence. So this is wonderful session we will have, and I'm sure Rajesh, you are going to touch every nook and corner of 3PL, 4PL, and other emerging trends for the supply chain executives and companies in India.
Yeah.
So over to you, Rajesh ji. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Once again, good morning to everyone. And Sunday morning, and people are gathering here for this meeting is wonderful, first of all. That shows the enthusiasm of all the people and those who are very much involved into supply chain. And knowledge sharing is no boundaries, and there is no cutoff for that. Everyone is very, very clear because it is like an open mind where the knowledge sharing comes into place, first of all. Yeah, we'll come to the topic. The topic for the day given to me is 3PL and 4PL in India. First of all, let us go through what is 3PL and what is 4PL, so that once we know that, then only it is ease our work. 1 minute, let me share it out.
Something? Hello?
Hello?
You are sharing something, Rajeshji?
Yeah. Yeah, you the people are sharing from there?
No. You can share it from there. You put the presentation into a slide share and then share it. You select the right window. If you are able to hear me. Deep, you are able to hear me?
Yes, I'm able to hear you. I'm sharing it. Wait.
Yeah, you can see your screen.
One minute. Are you able to see the screen of mine?
You can see the screen perfectly.
Yeah.
Continue.
First of all, what is 3PL and 4PL? That is what is more important to us to know. Because these words are not new, but these words are a little bit complicated. What is 3PL and what is 4PL? There should be a huge differentiation, first of all. And to know that, we should know what is, that is 1PL or the first PL and the 2PL, second PL. So if we go through in detail, this is some descriptions of the things what I have given to you all to understand easily. A manufacturer or a producer delivers a mobile. Mobile is a product here, an example, to an electronic shop or to any shop for where he can make a sale. That is a 1PL or first PL. And 2PL, here a courier company involves.
You have a window that the stop sharing hide. Can you press hide so that yeah. Yes. Yeah. Perfect. Yeah, please.
So 2PL, here a courier comes into place inside, so that who can take over the material from a manufacturer or a producer to the respective shops for sale. So this is 2PL. A 3PL starts here from a fulfillment company. That means a company comes into place who owns through the fleet, who makes the transportation, who does the services for the manufacturer and delivers to the shop for further distribution. And 4PL, there a logistics company comes along with an integration of 3PL to the manufacturer to do all type of services till the deliveries. So if you go through, this is a breakup and bifurcation. So normally people doesn't know. They talk about 3PL, they talk about 4PL, but what they are, what the services actually they want to see, and what is the differentiators, that is all more important, which is the key area for me, what I want to tell you the people into this. See, in 3PL and 4PL operations, what happens basically, it is an outsourcing services of supply chain management to a third-party provider, basically. The service may be including lot, which I will discuss in the coming scenarios. See, the growth drivers we will see, first of all. What is the growth drivers for 3PL and 4PL in India, especially? The very good e-com boom. The buying power has started. The buying power is very good for our Indian people. So e-com has started blooming very, very highly. The e-com means, if you can understand very, very clearly, what is the rapid growth of e-com platforms like Flipkart, Amazon, and others have increased the need and the efficient for the logistics and last mile deliveries. If you go through in e-com, the e-coms, that means very, very clearly what you can say, it is directly going to the consumer. Consumer demands, this is what I required. There is a huge people are there who can sell through the platform. You can do it online, and it goes on very, very clearly. And this boost for the 3PL and 4PL in India. Amazon is there, Flipkart is there. What they do, they need a player to do the service for them and to deliver to the end user for them. This is the boost, which is very, very important. And the growth drivers for 3PL, the second one is the infrastructure development. Infrastructure developments, I will speak in detail. There are two elements. One is the government initiatives, and second one is the regular people's initiatives. The people's initiatives means the entrepreneurs, those who come for huge warehouses, implementation of the things according to government norms, and they have many infrastructure improvement. If you go through in India for the last 5 years, 6 years, there's a tremendous improvement. The improvement has come into such a place that means you can go through, whenever you are going through a car, you can see how the road developed very well. And there are so many warehouses started from a dry lands. There are so many connection hubs are there, and so many logistics parks have started. So that gives very good infrastructure development, which again gives a proper driver for 3PL and 4PL in India. That means there's a huge scope, and there are untouched areas are too much, and too much means very much things are there. And yes, of course, from the government, the GST implementation from 2017 has made a good change, very, very good change. That means it simplified the interstate movements, which clearly removed maximum our bottlenecks, and centralized warehouses started. And these centralized warehouses has reduced a lead time a lot. Earlier, if I want to tell you in example, there were number of warehouses were more because of internal sales tax and other elements. Once the GST has started, the centralized warehouses came into place. The hubs started. So now the distribution made very, very easily. Then the digital transformation, this plays a very, very vital role. We all know, each and everyone in every company, in every organization, and in every office, we always say we are into digital transformation. The digital transformation starts from each and every department. It doesn't mean that accounts will be doing a digital department, transformation, or a production team will be doing a digital transformation. No, each and everywhere the digital transformation is there, and especially supply chain took over this digital transformation in a great manner, because that gives a lot of transparency. First of all, from the costing till the delivery, where my product, where my vehicle, what service am I doing, and where all other things can be done. The transparency is very, very clear and thorough. If you go through in detail, this digital transformation in India given a different mode of 3PL and 4PL. And this 3PL and 4PL, I can say to you very, very clearly, made the manufacturers and other service providers to follow this digital transformation very thoroughly. Because nowadays, if any person wants to do a last mile deliveries, API is much more required. Through API, he can integrate, she can integrate, the company can integrate with each other in the platform. So from the order level, each and every events till the delivery and the delivery proof are given very, very clearly. So through this, we can understand how the digital transformation gives a mirror image of supply chain, how it transformed entirely a supply chain. That means you can understand from a book, from invoice, challan, from GPS. So now it's a platform. It's a clear-cut digital transformation which has made our India movement very, 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 very smooth. So because of this only, the e-com boom has come. These all are very, very interrelated. The e-com boom. E-com boom means whatever you purchase at your home, from your home desk, from your home mobile, whatever you do, select into Amazon, Flipkart, whatever, etc. you do. Why and how we do? Today we have a transparency. That transparency made us to believe, yes, I will get the product, even though I paid in advance. And then again, the facility comes through the digital transformations. You can pay on COD basis. You can pay on UPI basis. Digital modes have started coming into place. So the purchasing team, that means the consumers have increased a lot. People don't go nowadays from their home to outside to buy something, because they automatically can buy everything and anything from their home desk itself, wherever they are, not even at home, wherever they are, even at travel also they can do lot buying and the things. And that made the buying power also of the people. The global trade, see, all the things means now it's a huge global trade has started. That means that increased amounts of exports and imports. That transformed and that made a global supply chain get together. That is, that linked up the global supply chain from China, from Germany, from US, wherever you want to take it out. So this 3PL and 4PL across the globe interconnects with each other for ease of movements and quicker movements. And that made a very, very bigger differentiations in getting the material on time, according to our wish, according to our brand, whatever we want, we can get the things. And there is even one product can be chosen in different platforms. That is how that made a huge difference. We can understand now what are this 3PL and 4PL provides the services, what type of services they are providing. If you go through in detail what services they are providing, it is very, very easier, because what has been done in-house has been now outsourced. Outsourced means it's in different manner. The very first one is the transportation. The transportation from a manufacturing industry, the transportation for any other things, a transportation for exporter, a transportation for importer, a trade house, dealer, anybody, any work can be done. Example, inbound, that is all the inward of the material can be done through 3PL. And any inter-unit transfer, that means from one branch, one office to another office transfer, one manufacturer company, one same company to another company transfers, this everything can be done through them easily. Earlier, you need to seek lot of different type of players and different type of choosing players that you need to select. But today, this 3PL and 4PL are sorted out entirely the ball game into a small in-hand selectivity period. Now again, if you go through what are the other elements are there, then as Mr. Abdul said, the major thing is your e-com. The very boom is your e-com. And in e-com, the first mile delivery, the middle mile delivery, the last mile delivery, everything on the transportation is available in all the 3PL and 4PL companies. And all the 3PL and 4PL companies are upgrading themselves again and again with a very big learning process. Because earlier, the manufacturer and their logistics division, which is earlier called as transportation department or distribution department, they are only expert, but they are expert only onto their domain of product. But this 3PL and 4PL, which gives with the vast experience, a collective experience and bundle of experience, hands-on experience with all the products, which makes an uniqueness to each and every one to get the service in proper manner. So transportation, if you ask me, that's why people easily see, okay, Can we call the people? Can we give it to them? Can we give it to that person instead of going to a regular transporter? Then the second one is warehousing. In terms of warehousing, if you ask me, earlier, a person or a manufacturer or a dealer or anyone will seek a warehousing to a warehousing zone, and the zones were different earlier, and it is very selective. Now, in Pan India, there are so many warehousing zones has been started, and so many have been run by the 3PL companies. It is on lease, it is on undertaking basis, or sometimes it is from their own basis. But they do the warehousing, and this warehousing has a world-class equipments in place, the infrastructures were in place, a competitive infrastructures were there available, a global standards were there available, and as well as they have internal departments for accelerate the functions more and more. That means they go on product wise, they go on storage, how to do it for independent or individual materials, because all are unique, and how to handle it. Cold storage differently, dry storage differently, racking storage is differently, and individual storage, that is dedicated warehousing, is different. Common warehouses are different. Built to suit, BTS is separate, different things. Any warehousing, any model, 3PL and 4PL available in India are very, very open at the moment. So it is the work for the manufacturer, dealer, or the people, those who want to store. It has become easier now because it's easily approachable. The 3PL, 4PL providers are there, and you can reach to them, and you can get their best services to optimize from your side, which makes more and more differences, first of all, if you ask me. And what it makes, your inventory, first of all, the major problem is what? The major problem is my inventory. Your inventory is gone. Second one is space. The space, that means if it is given to a 3PL, from a manufacturer level, a central warehouse becomes an outer warehouse, then the 3PL can manage their space accordingly. So your space issues have gone down. Your storage management is entirely taken care. Your inventory controls are entirely taken care. Real-time tracking, dispatches, distributions, up to the delivery has been taken care by this warehousing team. So the first one is the transportation, which is an alignment with the warehousing. The warehousing and the transportation both have been given to a 3PL or a 4PL. Then automatically a complete set of supply chain, that is the distribution and the inventory, both the things goes out very, very clearly, and that makes ease of the work due to the transparency and due to a better platform available through 3PL and 4PL service provider. And next one is order fulfillment. We can understand what is order fulfillment. Order fulfillment you can consider as order fulfillment and distribution. Then order fulfillment and distribution means, here what happens, a person ordered a material to be moved from a warehouse. Then through an API, through an software, it reflects, person goes for picking. Then picking has improved a lot. It is physical picking is one, and traceability of material has been started through barcode, which eases the work very, very clearly. The system, the WMS identifies very, very clearly where the material is. So your picking time has reduced a lot, and through that, picking, packing, and shipping of the orders become very, very efficient at the moment if you go through. So this order fulfillment and distribution has made a different set of TAT reduction, a turnaround reduction has been happened. So how it is? See, if we do example, if a manufacturer does, and he starts from a dispatch advice to be given to a logistics or a distribution department from manufacturer, from a production department or a planning department, you can say, or a QC department. Then it goes to the transportation department. Transportation department or the stores management team takes the material, they pack, they call, they do. They should have equipment, that is MHE should be in place. But if you go to 3PL and 4PL, it is readily available with the world-class infrastructure as well as MIGs and the trained staffs with the software available in place. So the tact of order picking, order packing, shipping of the orders efficiently to a right person, to a right transporter nominated by either you or selected by them, makes very, very easily, because their warehouses are controlled and had a checks and controls very, very effective. Very, very effectively, because they have very learned people with an upgrading methodology. Each and every time there is a time, things happens, session happens, as we discussed in our last meeting, Six Sigma, Gemba, all the things, because they all are trained people, so that how we can manage. And Gemba around each and every time, if there is an issue comes into in the warehousing, in the stores, immediately people go for a Gemba round. Or what happened? What is the things are there? How we can do the needful? How we can arrest? How we can see the problems? Even it is applicable for everywhere in order fulfillment also. And this is a miracle, reverse logistics, which was a very, very pain point in India. If a material rejected, how it will be coming back to the origin in domestic? That was very, very pain area. Coming through 3PL and 4PL in India made this reverse logistics very easy. And the word reverse logistics was not there earlier, which has been started popularity, made popular by themselves because of this 3PL and 4PL, that reverse logistics. And you can understand very, very clearly, if you want to give a classical example, you take a e-com product, if you like it, don't like it, and it is not satisfied with you according to your requirement, immediately in the system, you are opening a page and you are making it, no, I don't need it, return back, which you can call as RTO. So immediately then another person comes into place according to the time and other things. Then he picks up the material from you and he moves back to the origin where the material came from, or to another area where the material has to be stored and sorted and re-qualified and repacked. If it is unused, then it can be given to further usage. So this reverse logistics has played a very, very vital role. If I ask you, if I tell you, earlier this was a very pain area, but the 3PL and 4PL, as they came inside, they have made the efficiency of reverse logistics in such a way, and today companies are ready to take back the material and people are ready to return the material. And due to this, a belief of buying power started very, very highly. So which made a huge differences in the trade. Lastly, very value-added services. In value-added services, there are a lot. There is no such a thing which starts from kitting, which starts from packaging. Then the labeling can be done. Any customized solution can be done. And apart from this, there are certain other things also started. Billing can be taken care of by 3PL companies. Any other services, anything you name it. Even control tower can be taken care of by 3PL. Even though the services are not provided, but they can do the needful for you. The billing, the control tower, anything you name it, that will come under value-added services for 3PL, because their learning fundamental is very, very open. They understand the feasibility study, how you do, then they brainstorm very well what we can do for you and how it add value in your things, so that that service provider of 3PL and 4PL can reduce, can make it efficiently, can make it differently. That's why it is called as VAS, that is value-added services. And this value-added services is very, very phenomena in the thing. So again, I'm telling you, again, I'm reiterating you, the transportation, warehousing, order fulfillment and distributions, reverse logistics, value-added services. These are the key services you can consider which has been provided by all 3PL and 4PL companies. You name it, whatever the companies are there, but all these people will be available into this forum. And their verticals may be different. They may be having a lot of verticals. They may be having e-com verticals separately. They may be having supply chain verticals separately. They may be having consumers and pharma separately. They may be having automobile separately. They may be having pharma separately. But all these key services are very, very important for them, and they excel and they provide the efficiency in the platform or to the consumers, manufacturers, are the people, those who want these services. So these key services are very, very important in 3PL service providers. Then again, see, if we do this, example, the 3PL service provider and the 4PL service provider are doing this, then what they are facing basically the challenges, even though, because each and every company and each and every organization and each and every sector face some challenges or the others. Simultaneously and same way, 3PL and 4PL in India also faces some challenges. See, infrastructure bottleneck. This is contra again. There's a huge infra development which made the growth movement to 3PL. Simultaneously, end-to-end area, if you consider for entire India, there are some infrastructure bottlenecks to reach village to village. To reach one place to another place, there are bottlenecks. Despite improvements, certain areas of lack insufficient infrastructures or some disturbances, or you can consider in different manner, even though there is an infrastructure is happening, but a road widening work will automatically have a small bottleneck, because it is going to disturb your regular period. I will give a classic example for this. The infrastructure development from Bhiwandi to Nasik, if you all go, those who are from Maharashtra, was the area. But the infrastructure is good. It is going to give a good thing for you tomorrow. But this current infrastructure development itself has made a transit time of 6 to 8 hours to reach 159 kilometers from Mumbai to Nasik. You can understand the differentiations. What the differentiations it made. The lead time is almost 2.5 to 3 times more. So there are different matters of things, even though despite of improvements and other things, yes, there are issues in the developing country like India. Regulatory hurdles. There is a huge change and frequent changes in the laws and compliances issues. There are local bodies compliances, there are central body compliances, there are central tax compliances. There's a change, there is an adoption, there is an interchange in increase in decrease in taxes, which makes us bottlenecks in 3PL and 4PL, which 3PL and 4PL always face all this type of challenges in their day-to-day growth of things. Very, very fragmented market. And India, it's very highly fragmented market. How it is? Because this is dominated by very, very small players. All the small players are there in India as a transporter, as a distribution person, as a courier person, as a parcel service person. And small manufacturers have multiple shops. So this is highly fragmented. Highly fragmented means because of these small players, there's a huge change or huge challenges you can consider that 3PL and 4PL is facing in India. Last is last mile delivery. You can consider last mile delivery. It's very easier to say. As I said, there's a huge traffic congestion, but there is a huge changes also. Earlier, if you order a TV or a refrigerator, it will reach to your house in 3 to 4 days after ordering. But today, you are reaching next day. But the expectation from the consumers are become very, very fast in the last mile delivery. It should reach very faster. It cannot be that later. Before I go to home, somebody has to knock at my door. That is what the expectation is. And the congestion, and even though the geo-fenced geographical things are there, longitude, latitudes are there, that have all been increased, there is a huge address issues in the rural areas, which again is a huge challenge in the last mile delivery. Short addresses and not able to find out. Person might be given the geofencing from his home. If you go through east and west, it gives some other area to reach. So a person for the last mile delivery carrying a material might be roaming for half an hour to reach that place itself, because you are given from the 12th floor, not from the ground. And your gate entry is on the west, and where you have given, your window is from the west. And east and west, there's a huge issue. And the delivery boy and the delivery guy and the delivery van will be roaming there itself for half an hour to 20 minutes. And he was supposed to deliver 40 packets or 40 AWB or the 40 LR in a day itself, but he has wasted around 40 to 45 minutes because of this type of issues. So this is a huge challenge, if you ask me. Then high cost of technology adoption due to global supply chain phase. There's a huge technology adoptions have come into India. And if you ask, one API integration is going to cost very, very high. Any changes according to the customer as well as according to the giver, that means Amazon, Flipkart, whoever maybe you are telling, or any manufacturer also, to make them adopt and make to change in the IT system, that is going to cost, that is costing very, very high, which all are certain 3PL and 4PL challenges, what I have told you. One is the infrastructure bottlenecks. Infrastructures are there, infrastructures are not there. There are two elements. If the infrastructures are happening, then also there is a bottleneck till it completes. And there are not there, due to that there is an issue. Regulatory hurdles are there due to tax elements and changes. Fragmented market because of small players. Last mile delivery, yes, there is a huge issue in last mile delivery. One is traffic congestion. Second one is improper addresses or whatever you can consider in the rural area to consider into longitude and latitude also. Then high cost of technology adoption, which is again one of the major issue and major things, if you ask me. And now you tell me one thing, how the future look, how it is going to look in the future, how your 4PL and 3PL is going to be there in future. There is a huge and better future for 3PL and 4PL. This is what I can say to you. Very, very huge potential if you go through the future outlook. Very huge rise in demand is there. How your e-com market is expected to grow further, more and more. And all the buying power has increased a lot. So that means the 3PL and the 4PL and the 5PL players and even the 6PL players which have came into place at the moment, these all the people are going to be there in the market with an upgraded facility, with the upgraded each and every time, because their upgradation is on each and every minute. If you consider each and every time they are upgrading by themselves to serve better and better to the consumers, to the end customer. So through this, there is a huge demand, very especially the e-com market, because e-com market, who is the consumers? Common normal people. And people means there is no restriction what to buy. That's why again and again I'm specifying e-com, because a car to be bought, a person need a parking, person need a money, person need to know the driving, and there should be a need of that. But for e-com, it makes a small products, all the consumable products, and we can buy anything. That means it is like a fashion, you can consider, and passion, number two, and is having the money is buying. Whether it is needed, not needed, comes to next. Then the demand supply makes more and more into this. So that's why I'm specifying e-com again and again. Then the next is the outlook, adoption of technology. Here I'm again and again I'm saying, see, one is the risk challenges also. I have told you the technology adoption is the issue. But this technology, who all are adopted, they are going to have a huge future. Those who are tech savvy, those who are having transformation in IT segment, their movements will be very proper and very good. The adoption, what it is, automation, majorly the automation is required. Robotics have started. AI is enhancing the efficiency and accuracy. So adoption is more important. There are so many adoptions that 3PL and 4PL are doing nowadays. If you ask me, then focus on sustainability. This is one of the major thing, as this 3PL and 4PL started in India growing by themselves. Now government is demanding for greener logistics. Greener logistics means what? Because they have to care for future, they have to care for the generation. So how they can reduce the carbon, how they can do the things, what are the alternate fuels can come into electric vehicles. Electric vehicles are going given a differences. If you ask me, it has given a differences, but not that to up to the carbon emissions. But now the alternate fuels are coming. Alternate fuels means LNG has started. LNG, that is liquid natural gas, they are giving to us. So there, it is a huge cost in trucks and other things, but this is going to play a very vital role in focusing on the sustainability. And even not only on trucks and buses and transportation, the sustainability the government is seeking. The government is seeking for the warehouses also. That means what? That how you can do a solar warehouse, especially, so that it can be greener one. How you can reduce internally also the diesels and MHEs cannot be run through diesel, it should be run through electric. So the energy can be more and more efficient and proper, and sustainability can be there in place. And integration of not only 3PL and 4PL, it is 5PL and 6PL is more important. Once this 5PL and 4PL and 5PL and 6PL is there in place, the supply chain become more complex, and many companies may outsource the entire supply chain to these team members, because now the supply chain transformation is going in different level in India, especially according to global. So India is also changing. So these changes are going to lead a lot in changes in the supply chain. And 3PL and 4PL in India poised for significant growth. How they can grow by themselves, the only one thing I can say, driven by increasing demand for efficiency, because there is a huge increasing in demand. But the differentiator should be efficiency, cost reduction, and innovation. Only these three levers are going to make a differentiators among the market of any 3PL or 4PL, 5PL or 6PL you can consider. So this is more and more important. Again, I will emphasize what are the three things, sir. The efficiency, the cost reductions, and innovation. These three levers are going to play very vital role. And I would like to touch upon all you the people. One thing, the government initiatives driving 3PL and 4PL growth in India, that is very tremendous and very high. Very high means I will say, because that made a huge differentiations. The number one is what? The NLP, the National Logistics Policy, which has come into place in 2022, with the consideration of they can reduce logistics cost by 14 to 15% and GDP to 8 to 10% by 2030. That is what has been decided, and that is the target has been taken. Through this, there is a huge drive in NLP. National Logistics Policy is going on very well. Enhancing logistics performances through integrated and technology-driven solution is their motto, which they are going to do it very clearly. And to do that, they are considering ULIP, which is called as Unified Logistics Interface Platforms, so that digitalization can be ecosystem and seamless coordination can happen among all the stakeholders, which is a major and more important one. And e-locks. There is a platform which is been there. There's a platform which is going to enhance more for resolving operational issues faced by logistics provider. So this is a platform, ease of logistics, that is e-lock, that is going to be there in proper. And these all are under NLP, which is coming into place, and MMLP, development of multimodal logistics parks. Multimodal logistics park, that is the MMLP. But this is been enhanced more and more and given more and more opportunity to the developers, which is going to make to reduce in transportation transit time and improve especially cargo handling efficiency. So if you ask me, this is going to play a very, very vital role. And again, from the government, these are the government initiatives for 3PL and 4PL, see, which is very, very salutable one, where the government is taking very, very keen into 3PL and 4PL, and the 3PL and 4PL has to leverage this thing so that they can take an advantage of this, all the policies, and they can benefit by themselves and they can do more and more. DFCs, development of, that is dedicated freight and freight corridors. What is it means to Dadri to Jawaharlal Nehru Port, and again then Ludhiana to Dankuni. These are the DFCs in eastern sector as well as in western sector are in progress. And these projects, once it is completed, and it is going to change hugely in transportation ways and means, and the transit time is going to reduce a lot in the system. If you ask me, this is going to be a huge differentiator in the thing. Then Bharatmala Pariyojana, that is again 34,800 kilometer national highways are going to improve. 34,800 kilometer of national highway is going to improve with the better road connectivity, which is going to lead a connectivity through industrial hubs, ports, and remote.
Can you repeat, sir? What is the last one after DFCs?
Bharatmala Pariyojana.
Mhm.
Bharatmala Pariyojana, that is what is called as 34,800 kilometer national highways improvement to connect the roads, making the roads first of all proper, connecting these roads to industrial hubs, ports, and to remote regions. Because this will happen, how it will impact the logistics. That means it is a good thing. Faster movement of goods, particularly the first mile and the last mile, is going to be more and more efficient. And the connectivity to 2-tier and 3-tier cities are going to be penetrated by 3PL and 4PL service providers. And next one is Sagarmala project. Sagarmala project, if you ask me, to modernize the Indian ports and integrate their logistics and industrial ecosystem is this. This is the Sagarmala project. To modernize the Indian ports and integrate them with the logistics and industrial ecosystems. The coastal, so to develop this, entire your coastal areas are going to get developed. Your entire, even the inland water for multimodal is going to come in a very, very bigger way. So these all are going to reduce your bulk cargo transportation is going to be reduced a lot. And it is going to boost more even for exports, and going to link the coastal manufacturers more and more through the zones and ports. This is more differentiator. And yes, I will not forgo to touch GST implementation of 2017. This is a bigger game changer. If you ask me, no, this made the goods and service tax is a bigger game changer. The benefits, yes, unified tax structure, removed first of all your border checkpoints, and your majorly the nakas of your taking payment of money for changing your one boundary to another boundary, even in in the states or internal states and one state to another states. And this reduced lot in your transit time also. And larger centralized warehouses came into place into 3PL and 4PL model. And you all know the PM Gati Shakti. This is a national master plan integrates transport and logistics infrastructure with the goal of multimodal connectivity. This improving road, rail, air and waterways integration of streamlining the supply chains. This is one Gati Shakti, is different. Then incentives for technology adoption, that is also given by the government. Example, if you are adopting electric vehicles and green logistics practices, your incentives are more from the government. Promotion of IoT, AI, blockchain technologies, that is going to make a huge change in the tracking and the transparency. And you all know support to startups under the program of Startup India. That is one of the major things. Startup India is going to change a lot, because these all are the government things where people don't aware, people don't know, because their government is fully on the support to transform the supply chain. And warehousing and cold chain developments, that is, there is a Pradhan Mantri Kishan Sambata Yojana, PMKSY. Cold chain networks can be developed and integrated through this PMKSY, Pradhan Mantri Kishan Sambata Yojana. So through this, what is that? All your 3PL things, food, agricultural, pharmaceutical, all our temperature controlled warehouses are going to boost through 3PL. Then FDI. You all know FDI, foreign direct investments. Foreign direct investments also started. Through that, there is an automatically things are increasing. There is a huge investment happening in warehousing, huge investment happening in transportation, huge technology driven solution has been started. Then next is NSDTC, North-South Transport Corridor, because we have seen West-South corridor. Now it is connecting to, it is totally different. It will be very, very different. International trade and logistics corridors, which our government is planning. NSDTC, North-South Transport Corridor, connecting India to Europe via Iran and Russia. And this is going to be a bigger game changer on road. Again, I'm emphasizing NSTC, North-South Transport Corridor, connecting India to Europe via Iran and Russia. Then there is a Central Asia and Afghanistan, there is a huge port developments are happening. Then increase in global trade capacity is going on. And see, if you go through, these all are going to leverage, and this is going to be a bigger game changer. And government is very, very clear. Supply chain has to transform a lot, and people need to adopt, people need to know this. And especially I want to emphasize again and again, what government is giving to you, what government, when giving the benefits to all the 3PL and 4PL, they need to adopt and they need to understand. And enhanced integration of 3PL and 4PL services into mainstream industries are going to reduce the logistics bottlenecks entirely. And that is going to be a bigger game changer. And that is going to differentiate a lot, means huge a lot. And thank you for the opportunity for this, because which I can share my knowledge, what I have and what I know about 3PL and 4PL, especially.
So this was a really an eye-opening session, Rajeshji. Especially you touched the initiatives and then the opportunity part, what you can do as a 3PL, 4PL aspirants in India. So what they're going to do, and what are the technologies, and what are the government of India supported initiatives. It's fantastic. It's a really eye opener. So you gave us a very nice introduction of 3PL operations, 4PL operations, and also an opportunity why this is a booming market, and how 3PL and 4PL adding value to Indian economy. I think this is the foundation of economical growth for India, and we are fortunate to be part of all in one way or other in this transformation. Okay, so that is something which is very satisfying for everyone who is involved in supply chain and manufacturing segment. So we have 10 more minutes. So I would like
Any
to,
questions, sir?
Rajeshji,
Any questions?
exploit.
Anything is there from the
I
people?
would like to exploit your knowledge a little more. So for 10 more minutes. So if you can see, as you said, in the supply chain, the first mile, middle mile, and last mile, right? So middle mile is something which I think many people talk about this, and the fleet operations and everything happens there. The first mile and the last mile is one of the key areas where there is a trouble. Okay, it's very fragmented. The size is smaller. Okay, so efficiency is efficiency expectations is very high.
Very high.
Inefficiency is very also is very high. Okay, so now the first mile and last mile. Okay, so what is the opportunity for the service providers to do this job, these two things, and what is it for the technology guys like us? Okay, so can you just give us? You have 10 more minutes.
Yes, sir.
I think you can just tell. You don't need a
Yes, sir.
presentation, but that would be very great for us.
Yeah, sure, Abdulji. The first mile. See, you all know where the first mile and why the first mile starts. The first mile starts and first mile demand happens because a single movement cannot conclude till the last mile delivery to the customer's hand. So that means there is a break is going to come. That means a service provider is going to collect from a warehouse or a manufacturer or a delivery center or a distribution center. From there, a 3PL company or any person is going to collect. For collection, for going there and picking up the material, that there the huge software plays a vital role. Unless otherwise there is a API connectivity or the software is not right, software is not in place, that going to make a mess in your first mile collection. How the collection happens? Through a barcode reader, which should match with your intent, what you are having. You are not going to generate any airway bill, not LR, anything. No manual things are there available at the moment. You are allocating a LR system or the airway bills to the DC member or the person who is going to give to you the first mile. Automatically it happens in your system, which is mapped what you are going to pick up through barcoded. Through barcoded, you are going to take all this material and you are going to bring to your warehouse or the hub, which is a sort center for you. So this is one customer material is coming.
Yeah, in this the barcode. So, for example, we are taking a material from one vendor. Okay, so what is his readiness? Like he has to apply the barcodes kind of thing, or is the first mile delivery guy have to do? How is that work? Yeah.
See, I'll tell you, there are three elements it works, not only two elements. Number one, the person who is giving the material to you, he will be putting his barcode with an integration of your AWB number. So that means his material to the customer, our AWB or the LR, these all are integrated together. And this is going to play a vital role when you are going to take care. When you do a barcode reader, your things are aligned, automatically checked in, and the event has been processed in the API stating that this service provider has accepted my material. That means it has moved from the DC to a person who is accepting the material as a 3PL. as a service provider. The event is captured. Number one. Number two, there is a barcode which you can do by yourself and affix and scan. Through this also you can accept. Number three, both the things are not there. There is a download format came into place in the Excel which you are upload and you do accept. Yes, these are the materials which is a manual checklist which I do. Then I accept, then I do the needful. This one is non-modernized. Second one is little upgraded. Third one is 100% foolproof. The first I said one. So this is how it happens. Then it goes to the sort center. 3PL or the service provider plays a very, very vital role here. Once the person is there available in his hub, then the sorting happens there according to the pin code wise. Then the last mile starts. So once it is sorted, it goes to their nearer hubs or the branches or the delivery centers of the service provider. From there, through biker, through small vehicles, through hand carry, the people deliver. Through that only that we get our Amazon products, Flipkart products, whatever the products we take on online, which comes into place. And there also you see two things. One is, earlier, we used to sign in a manual papers.
Correct.
Now that is reduced. A barcode comes into, that is, sorry, this passcode comes into, OTP comes into your place, which
The OTP
yes, which the service provider may not be knowing. Once the OTP is set to you, you confirm, then automatically it confirms against the delivery. The event is closed, it is delivered in the system. There is a mirror image goes automatically to a service provider as well as the giver, those who was given the material to you. Both the people are understood this is delivered. And through the passcode or through the OTP, person can reject also. I'm sorry, I don't want, I'm not available for 3 days. There is a facility comes into place. See, these all are the technology adoption which goes very high in level. And reduction of your paperless things. Paperless movements have started more and more. If you see, your e-com has made a different change on paperless things.
Correct.
That is a huge change. People see, if this is not adopted, what will be happened? How many papers will be used? We cannot imagine that. How many papers mean how many trees might have cut down.
Correct. And it's a painful thing. It's a even
yes. And it should be realized first of all. See, speaking is easy, but to be realized.
Even
what
it's a
am I giving?
To store Rajesh. So
yes.
now it's very difficult to keep the invoice,
and
the
if
physical
paper. You can go.
We have a digital, so you don't have to.
You don't have to. And even though for purposely, even the invoices also got reduced. If you go through the sizes of the invoices of Amazon, Flipkart, if you go through, it is like a chitty small chit.
Yeah. It is printed with a small piece just for the acknowledgement.
Yes.
For the user to
and
know.
People should realize. There are people murmur, what is this? It is not visible. See, this is going to get fed because you are already got your invoice details and everything in your backside of your software where you applied for.
Correct. And you can always log in and check it. You can download your invoice.
Correct.
Whatever format.
And that adoption from the people mindset is more required and to be done. That is more important.
And I think that I will take that as an opportunity to thank you. And Rajesh, if you can write the note on the government initiatives, whatever we just talk about, because it was not there in the presentation.
Okay, that is why, because see, I have not made it into presentation because that's why, because we have not spoken. I only took a permission.
I know.
Because can I explain to the people?
Yeah, can you include that in the presentation?
Yes. In the presentation, I'll include and send it to you tomorrow morning.
So that will be used for communicating.
Yes. You can keep that and you can send it out.
Yeah, I will do that. Okay. So thank you, Rajesh. It's really wonderful. You made my morning very, very happy, and because it is very much relevant for us also. Okay, as a technology providers, somebody talking to you with so much knowledge, it makes us very happy and very productive. So thank you very much for joining us session.
Yes, yes.
And it was really
Yeah. Thank you, everyone.
encouraging of
Thank you
us.
so much. Have a good day further. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So yeah, so I take this as an opportunity to give a big thank you to Rajesh ji. A wonderful explanation of logistics arena of Indian sector, and it's really, I enjoyed a lot personally. I'm sure other part of the other team members also enjoyed. So now we started today with manufacturing. Very interesting lecture from Amitabh. Then we went to 3PLs and 4PLs and warehousing, first mile, last mile from Rajesh ji. Now let us take a fresh breathe and jump into something, industry vertical. Let us talk something about the mining industry. So we are going to talk to now one of the senior mining expert. I know Chujai, brother Chujai is here. Okay, so he was with the Bisha Mining a while ago. Now he moved. He'll brief, by the way. So Chujai Akrama. So he's going to talk about innovation strategy in mining industry in a while. So let me give a quick round of introduction to Mr. Chujai. So Chujai Akrama, he's I think you can give a more introduction, Chujai, from your side.
Yes.
Okay, so you. Chujai Akrama, a mining professional with over 25 years in metal mining, has expertise in mine planning, drill and blast, geotechnics, and project management. Known for prioritizing safety and efficiency, his commitment to practical and efficient mine engineering has driven strong technical outcome across his career. So very successful mining engineer. Okay, I will be very happy to hear brother Chujai. So welcome to the show, and we are willing to hear from you. Please give us a quick introduction from where you are. You move every year. You go to new country. Okay, so I want to know now from where you are speaking. I don't know really, because you were there in Australia last time when I speak to you. You were in Indonesia. You were in Malaysia. Okay, Singapore. So please talk about yourself.
Yep. Okay. Thank you, Brother Abdul. It's nice can present here in the Global Supply Chain Excellence Summit. As you explained before, my name is Chuzai Akrama. By the way, Abdul, can you hear me clearly?
I can hear you. I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And also you can see my face as well.
Yeah, we can see you. Yeah.
Okay. That's good. I start my career in mining industry as a mining engineer in year 2000 after graduate from university in Indonesia. I work in Freeport, Indonesia for 6 years. Over there, I work as a geotech engineer and drill and blast section for 6 years. And during the boom of mining commodity, Australia require a lot of mining engineer. So I moved to Australia and work 10 years in Australia. Over there, I work in Glencore, have a chance work in Barrick Gold, and also one of our mines, CMAC Mining in South Australia. Basically, in Australia, I work more in drill and blast and mine planning and mine project. And for there, I gain a lot of technical experience and increase my my technical capability. I work from day-to-day planning, 3-month planning, long-term planning, and also running the pit optimization for the new project to see if the mine is viable and can be proceed to the next step of mining operation. And in 2015, I have a chance to leverage my career overseas to Africa, in Eritrea, and I work in Eritrea for 5 years. Over there, the last one, I work as a chief mine engineer and acting mine manager. And from Eritrea, I work in Guinea, a gold mine, junior gold mine, and over there I work as a technical service manager and acting mine manager. And now I am in ArcelorMittal Liberia, work as a mine manager. During my career, that very much the mine industry is like sometimes it's run smooth, sometimes not smooth like a plane. Sometimes smooth, the plane flying smooth, but sometimes turbulence. Turbulence due to like condition more about the fluctuation of commodity price, global economies, so that affect supply and demand. And many mining company is very high constraint with the cost. So now it's very important for the mining company to expand their capability about innovation strategy, because with the innovation strategy that mining company will get a competitive advantage, and if apply seriously and with a good strategy, it will achieve the competitive advantage in reducing the unit costs and increase the revenue. And also for the mining company itself, it will put them as more competitive than the peers. That's very much my introduction, Abdul. So
You can share the
what's next?
screen. Yeah.
Okay, I will share the screen. So, wait,
So put the presentation into presentation mode.
yep,
Share it.
yep. Okay, share screen.
I think it will work even if you open the presentation and
Yep, yep.
put it into presentation mode.
Wait. I will share screen now. Yep. Can you now my screen?
Yeah, I can see it.
Yep.
Yeah, we can see the screen. It is in the present normal
Yep.
mode. Okay, now you can just try to make it presentation.
Yep. Yep. Just okay.
I think
It works now.
wait.
See it.
Yeah, correct. It's
Yep.
it
So
is in the continue.
Yep. So this is a innovation strategy in my industry. In this case, I really want to emphasize on data man, green energy in mining industry, and the question is aim to create innovation strategies in the 5-year plan. With it will be one of solution for business things and improve operational efficiency and financial. In mining industry, some mining companies apply the traditional business strategy without implement substantial innovation technology and strategy. Any innovation strategy chosen is compulsory to align with vision and incorporate the company key risk factors. And the technology innovation will bring the improvement in revenue and cost saving. As you can see, these pictures are describing on how mining technology evolved from time to time until now. Start with the left pictures. The two left pictures are the mining operation in 1940s that earlier excavating and hauling technology developed. The middle pictures with the truck and excavator working in 1970s that mining technology was success to develop hydraulic technology, which one excavator bucket can load 30 ton until 40 ton in one pass. So to feed the truck, you need to have around 4 until 5 time bucket pass. And in early 1990s, that the trucks and excavator were installed with computerized system that can collect some data to measure the productivity component. Nowadays, mining technology have been further developing. In the picture, I show you the trucks with electric power, which has been trial and implemented in a mine in Australia. Also, in the picture, the drone technology for survey and stockpile management and calculate and augment survey tonnage and volume that has been applied in most mine now. This technology, the drone, will create a quicker data processing and data accuracy compared with previous one about more manual with a TBM pickup. Also, as you can see at the right bottom picture, the current technology in underground that some got old stop areas which is not safe to be accessed by people. That the company use robotic rock bolt to fix underground stability, then it can be accessed by people safely. And many more the innovation in technology in mining industry have been achieved now. And now I will go to other slide.
Yeah.
In industry, one of the key for innovation technology is applying a good strategy to be success. In applying it, there are three fundamental of a good strategy. Which strategy implement should be consistent, coherence, and a good alignment. Consistency that the activities made based on cumulative outcome series of the decision, action, and behavior over time with showing a consistent effort and measure. Coherence in a complex organization, many decisions are made should flow smoothly, shape competitive capabilities. Example, in the decision in hiring and promoting people, project funding, the common purchasing and partner selection, with all of these action must be coherent because it will affect the process of innovation technology. And then also, with a good alignment, organization will flourish since the strategy are aligned to the realities that the companies operates. Example, the alliance between R&D strategy with company broader business strategy. And now about innovation methodology. The trend is most mining companies innovate to improve overall financial and overall performance. It is the foundation and essential for the success of innovation. There are 4 strategic levels to be applied: architecture, process, people, and portfolio. Architecture refers to the set of decision around how R&D itself is structured, both geographically. This category includes decisions such as centralization vs decentralization of R&D, the size, location, and focus of R&D units, especially focused by market or focused by technology. Also, whether the R&D units report to business unit or are autonomous, whether research is organizationally separated from the development or operational, and the degree to which R&D utilize external resource and partnership. The other level is a process, the formal and informal ways that R&D is carried out. This category include choice about project management system, the governance project, the sequence and flow, critical project tasks, timing of reviews, indicators used to track levels, which obviously an enormously important aspect of the R&D. Despite the growing use of sophisticated instrumentation, computer simulation, and laboratory automation, R&D is still a labor-intensive process. The choice about human resource, such as the mix generalist vs specialist, technical background and the training, work style, career path, layoff policy, etc., have a significant impact on the R&D performance and output. Portfolio. Portfolio refers to the desire of resource allocation across different types of R&D projects and the criteria used to sort, priorities, and select projects. The R&D portfolio should refer to priorities and the R&D strategy itself. As you can see in the slide as well, at the graph of importance of innovation areas and perceived effectiveness based on Deloitte research in 2016 in mining industry. Basically, most of the mining companies propose to reduce cost to operate in doing the innovation technology innovation. The second one, improve assets productivity. And then the third one, reducing risk, both safety, and then the 5, reduce costs to develop assets. That's most 5 innovation driver in mining.
Yeah.
Okay, now innovation methodology continue with that as I explained before. For element of strategy, architecture, this is really important. The structure must foster collaboration across function within the organization without being obstructed by internal bureaucracy and politics. And then also innovation in the mining industry need to manage top down, not being unstructured effort from the middle management. And then the process should incorporate key element of company culture with formalized process around idea generation, review committee, in-house engineering capability need to check as well, and also project implementation team and feedback loops. Three key state of innovation process that every organization conduct should be contains discovery, development, and commercialization as part of the design thinking process. People things success innovation need people to be creative and innovative behavior, and then also people involved in that will combine their intelligence, individual creativity, and also the organizational intelligence. And then portfolio, the innovation should reflect the priority of innovation strategy, and then also look into trade-off between the impact of innovation benefit versus the money spent. This is really important because we need to make sure, like explained before, the cost effective of the innovation. Okay, now the next page, some of the ideas that innovation strategy design and implementation in mining industry. In the study case, the company innovation strategy to increase gold production and lower operating costs. The current company strategy doesn't apply innovation technology or very limited. Other critical things to set up the vision to achieve a competitive advantage in operational and financial measure with in the study that green energy and data management will generate significant value to the company. The people who leading this innovation should understand and conduct some mapping to de-risk some challenges in innovation. The challenges are such as a company culture, commodity price fluctuation with potential to affect the implementation innovation program itself. The technology innovation manager or chief technology officer must do the deep dive analysis on how the impact the innovation program to the etc. Especially while the location of the innovation technology trial is in the mine site. So sometimes there is a conflicting between operation and the program itself. Other crucial things to ensure the innovation strategy applied strictly follow the pillar concept, which is content, architecture, process, people, and portfolio, as I explained before. Bear in mind, most innovation strategy in mining industry basically to innovate within existing technical competency and current business model. There will not be the innovation technology beyond the existing technical competencies in most company, but now some company try to go beyond the existing technical competencies as well, but very limited because that one is for the company have achieved some milestone in the innovation technology. The strategy must focus to improve the company's operational and financial performance. In some gold mining company with a freight grade of gold or even marginal grade resource, that they are very sensitive of gold price fluctuation. However, technology innovation will eventually bring the company to sustain and to be competitive. Further, nowadays, the learning on big data have been proven to make company operates more productive and cost efficient. Even not for the company as well. They have used the big data to get a better resource found. The other major benefit for the company to apply technology innovation in the mining operation will increase company image that the company has a competitive advantage and compare with the innovation strategy and plan, the realization. The mining company itself, in this case, gold mining, in doing innovation strategy to the realization state that few things are critical to follow up. As explained earlier, that is pivotal and urgent to include company risk metric, critical environmental and social risks, benefit, and its financial capability analysis. All of this input will be enabler for the company to start innovation. Also, another instrument that company to apply is to mapping process to find the sweet spot. This is important to find the sweet spot that cover all aspects of feasibility, desirability, and viability of the project. Solution of the desirability example, increase productivity, increase efficiency, could be applied easily, improve brand image, improve safety and sustainable. And then for solution feasibility that have the capacity to make it happen, meet the company vision and goal, leverage current existing technology. And also is the technology innovation to ensure the project is viable, that increase revenue and profit, reduce costs, and increase value itself. Last but not least, the innovation technology project should see where's the position of them in the cost vs impact quadrant. As can be seen in the lab diagram, the ideal innovation technology project put its position on low cost, but a high impact. That's quick win. If every company try to get this one because we really need a short-term solution. And for longer term, that the project is a high cost, but provide very positive impact that is categorized as investment. The others will not beneficial to carry on because waste of money and waste of time. Is to support the setup of innovation. The left graph is the type of innovation that categorized into 4 types: routine innovation, radical innovation, architectural innovation, and disruptive innovation. That they are differentiated by where it's their innovation technology position in terms of leverage existing technical competence or apply new technical competence compared with existing business model or required to develop new business model. Most of mining innovation, especially gold mining technology innovation, is in the routine innovation. Leverage existing technical competence and still utilize same existing business model. About the right diagram is the illustration on how the design thinking workflow to assist the technology innovation process. It is divided into 4 stages, which is discover stage, define stage, develop, and deliver. In the discovery stage, we know the problem and put insight into the problem by various efforts such as background research, stakeholder mapping, interview, conceptual inquiry, concept map, experience mapping. In the defined state, that the area to focus on in this state that the problem is better understanding. We know the problem, and then we reframe it, and then the problem to be defined. From there, the process goes into develop potential solution that consists of conceptualize and ideate of potential solution. In this state, that some pre-solution effort are required via statement starters, creative metric creations, visualize the theme. Then that's we go to the deliver that start with a prototype and then do some tests. That's very much the design thinking methodology will assist in the innovation technology in mining industry. In this slide, discuss about focus and exploring the trend in innovation technology with its data management and intelligence. Any mining company which utilize data day-to-day mining operation will be well positioned for future success. The data contain highest value that bridge the relationship between mining technology and the increasing requirement of users and owner in large scale. The application of technology innovation in data management and intelligence, for example, explore to maximize the data learning system integration with the satellite and dispatch command center at the mine operation. The system will provide real-time information for safety, such as the fatigue management, real-time information for mining operation productivity, the utilization data, mining output quality from mine to mill, and maintenance planning, and many more. Further, the data collected is for information of haul trucks, excavator, drill machine, and ancillary equipment, as you can see in the picture. More importantly, the data from all mining equipment will be learning and integrated with satellite and mining dispatch center. Example, real-time data will be analyzed then to request truck operators to operate haul truck to specific mining location to create the highest haul tonnage for the day. The pictures show interaction between physical hierarchy, activity hierarchy, and resource hierarchy that every single equipment manpower resource correlates to create optimum output. Then, in this slide is a further discussion about the data management and intelligence optimize the relationship between satellite, dispatch room, and all equipment in mining location and mining activities. As mentioned before, operators fatigue monitoring, operators behavior in operating equipment. Also, the system assists in equipment breakdown prediction and avoid equipment unplanned maintenance problem. Passing this process, the next step for the company is to enter automation and driverless trucks operation with recently one of the big mining company has started with this project in Australia. In this slide, that's another example of the process on real-time data collection and analysis with satellite assistant. Explain about the picture, the slides that you can see. The system using the GPS solution, mobile communication, and equipment and satellite communication. From the satellite communication and data analysis, real time, we can see what's the performance of the equipment. Say in this case, the truck, how the engine speed and brake operate, if there is any machine idle that affect the utilization, and then the retarder usage, and then also it shows the data how many tons of material have been mined so far per each equipment, and then the fuel consumption, and then also the machine hours that affect the utilization, and that will be in second, in real time, sent to the data center in the dispatch room for further analysis. And if we want to take the decision or make any changing in the mining operation to optimize the day production, we can do it with this G.
So this is Engineer Sujay, this is very important slide. It has a very information, very strong, very dense information in this. Okay, so here you are talking about integrating all the equipment, whatever we are using. You are showing in this diagram your excavation equipment, your trucks. You are talking about drones. You are talking about the towers. Okay, so how is that? Like basically excavation equipment, like excavators and all whatever used, and all trucks. So to know these two for the equipment maintenance, predictive maintenance, and all the performance of the machines, and also the quantity you do the excavation. Okay, so for both, for quantity and all, it's a productivity, and for the equipment details, it will be for your maintenance and operations, operational effectiveness. Okay. So currently, how is that? Where are we? Where is the industry now? Yeah, where is the industry? How deep they are already in the middle of it, or all the mining companies are already doing it, or we are in the middle? Where is the status?
Right now, around 60% until 70% of the mining companies have applied this technology, because this technology is it used to expensive, but now many mining company data and research, they have a competition each other, so they make the company, the mining company, to adopt this technology cheaply now. So basically, nowadays it's not expensive technology anymore, because supply and demand in this technology, more supply, and the demand is still same. So that's good now. Yes.
Excellent.
And I will continue with
please
another slide. Yep. Another slide is the technology innovation project to work on the data and now implementation green technology. There are some reasons will be enabler for gold mining company to implement a green technology. One of the reasons is companies' sustainability vision and commitment on the impact of climate change and the transition to a low carbon economy. Other, the demand by consumers and stakeholders to reduce gas emission. This will put a mining company to adopt green energy technology for the mining operation, such as install solar panels, battery electric vehicle, the haul trucks. Based on preliminary calculation, this initiative will potential to reduce operating costs by approximately 15% or 18.5% and increasing revenue by 5%. And in this just want to make more detail about the four levels of the foundation in the technology innovation. In first with architecture level, the model controls, and then here's in the mining we choose a centralization is an effective way, and then the location in this study case in Kalgoorlie, WA, and it's essential for innovation team to access the relevant information and discuss with the field and communicate with the mine operators. And then this is innovation department direct report to the CEO to ensure the project will have intensive coordination and communication with the mine, and also have the mine to ensure the mine will buy in. About the process strategic levels, some questions come up. How will the innovation process be conducted? So we can do a few things. Incremental innovation will be conducted in-house and led by the CTO, Chief Technology Officer or Chief Innovation Officer, and also some collaboration with consultant to accelerate the project and increase knowledge sharing. And then another question: how is the innovation process in relation to product creation? This innovation tool applied is design thinking, as I explained before. And there are three stages: discovery, development, and commercialization. Other question is how is the project management system and governance? Through year-by-year project management details that consist of each stage, project details, roadmap, timeline, project costing, and procedure and risk assessment. It will improve the project management system, and governance. The further questions: what metric and indicators are there to track the project? So we need to provide a report about the current standing compared to the initial plan to track the measurement progress. This is a really important tool to make sure we track and measure the progress from time by time. Another things about people strategic levels. The human resource structure that will be questioned if it is employ full-time permanent employees that consist of various specialists in mining technology, data science, and renewable energy. A diverse team will create synergy of various talents and will better communicate for the project development. The question about the people also, how to build a strong and sharp innovation team. So the explanation here is that we can establish the clear innovation strategy and complete human resource procedure to build a solid team and provide guidance for the team to perform the tasks. The SOP and policy development are related job profile, benefit and remuneration, career and path, etc. Another question about the people: how to attract and retain the best talent, especially while mining locations is in a bit remote area. So the hiring process is critical to employing highly skilled people. And one of the CIO responsibility is to build a good company culture, positive working environment, and focus on the employees' careers and training plans in order to increase employee retention. Also, in many mining industry, to make a good employee retention, they apply fly in, fly out roster. The last strategic lever is a portfolio, that resource allocation between two strategies. The department will be divided into two groups in this project: the data management team and the grid energy team. Each project team will work exclusively and focus on their own KPI. And how will the data innovation project be successful? This innovation project is low cost, but will have a huge impact that will position the project as a quick win. And also, another question: how will the green energy innovation strategy will win? The answer: this innovation project is high cost but high impact. It should be considered as investment. So the big data innovation technology will be quick win, low cost, and then the green technology power, green power technology will be the high cost but high impact. As part of the technology innovation project, we need to conduct the risk assessment. As you can see here, the risk assessment, we will describe what is the risk, and then the likelihood and the impact and the risk rating. As you can see, if we have a difficulty to obtain support and commitment from the senior leadership, that's possible and significant, the impact, and risk rating is high. So we need to put some control measure. The CEO and even the chairman of the company fully support that project. And then also another risk is possibility of process failure and strong and wrong strategy. The rating is high, and we need to put control measures like apply design thinking tool, set up skillful team, strictly conduct economic benefit analysis, SOP in place, establish good teamwork environment, and the things. So from this, we have the new risk rating control that now the risk become lower, become medium. As I mentioned before, it is compulsory for any technology innovation project conduct the financial study and evaluation. So the capital we will put on the innovation technology project R&D will be put as the cost, and then we will calculate also the revenue will be generated, and then how it will impact the NPV of the project, and then the internal rate of return and the payback periods. And most mining company basically they have a few phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4 with mine life maybe 30 years or 25 years. And in this case, I try to put for first 9 years that we get the NPV 120 millions and payback periods around 2 years, and internal rate of return 37% with the capital around 97 million with all together with mining costs. So this is very much this project is positive. And then now we need to do the map and timeline. In this case, like we say, but in this project roadmap and timeline will ensure the first 2-year project going ahead, and then the third year, 4-5 years is a continuous improvement, and also the mine have a few other mines under same umbrella of the company, so the success of the project will be applied to other mine as well. So in 5 years, they will have all the mine will apply those technology, and also the year 5, the company need to explore the opportunity to move into architectural innovation for data management and green energy innovation. For examples, right now, one of the company has been success using the architectural innovation that they manage the data to get a quick and better result for exploration. That company utilize the data that the resource much deeper that can be found and can be progressed to the feasibility study. This the innovation and this innovation strategy must have solid support, and the team must maintain robust communication with senior management and trial mine. Of course, employing high qualified and experienced staff in big data management and green energy is a must, because research needs the best talent to innovate. The company concentrate on an incremental innovation strategy to explore and improve what already exists within its business model and mining technology capabilities, which is a big data and green energy. And also, excellent strategy come up with consistency, coherence, and alignment. To obtain it, the innovation team is advised to constantly using the side thinking tool, strong collaboration for all the innovation team and users. And then the success in this innovation will give the company a competitive advantage, creating most efficient mine operation and lowest cost. It will survive. It will make the company survive during economic crisis, because with that technology innovation, they can make sure they reduce the cost of operation and then increase the revenue. That's very much my presentation for today. Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Hello.
Mr. Sujay. It's very interesting. So now we have like 8 more minutes, so we can take up some
Yeah.
questions and some briefing. So based on your experience in mining industry, as far as the manufacturing part and the supply chain part, so how does that organizations? There are many mining companies across the globe, mid-size, smaller, larger. So how is the automation part is taking place? Because we are going to talk the ESG, environmental, social governance in next session. So how is this technology part playing a role? How is the companies are investing now? Okay.
I think, in my opinion, right now, the mining company start to adopt the future technology, which is automation and driverless truck. But it's still the beginning step, because there are many constraints to automation technology. The first, the technology is really high and need to be much further developed. And then also in mining industry, there are a lot of safety constraints. The mining company to implement the automation trucks, say for example, the dump truck without the driver, will need to ensure that the truck will not create safety incidents with other equipment that still operate by the people. And then also depend on the country itself. In some country that the manpower cost is high, say like in Australia, Canada, mines, operating cost, the manpower cost is high. So the company try to achieve it. If they can achieve that technology, they can significantly reduce the cost. So this will make so the company in the next position to make sure it can compete and reduce the unit cost. So during the fluctuation of the commodity price, the company is still afloat. But in the country like in other regions, that the cost of manpower is lower. So some company don't look into it yet. Also, there is some maybe a political that government still need to employ the company to employ more people to ensure that less or a good employment rate in that country. That's very much my opinion. So basically, yes, some company try, especially big company, try to explore and do the research of that in collaboration with the company that focus on the technology of automation. But for safety itself, like I explained in the photos, especially in underground, you can imagine underground mine is around 1.5 kilometers below the earth. So basically, it's very big pressure over there, and then lack of oxygen. So some mining activities will not sustain, will not be safe if operated by human 24 hours. And especially to access the stope location, the stope is where the gold ore sitting. That sometimes the ground is not stable. That they try to use automation loader to dig the stope ore without the operation, but by remote control. This has been implemented, but not in open cut yet. Just but in underground, yes. That's my answer. Hello.
Abdul, you're on mute.
So thank you, Deep. So thank you, Chujai, Engineer Chujai, for giving a wonderful lecture with insightful information on mining industry, how it works, how the automation takes place, what are the strategies in mining, okay, what are the trends, so how to plan and execute your mining operations. So thank you very much. It's very insightful.
Yep.
And if any questions our participant raise, so we'll write it to you, so you can directly answer it.
Yep.
Okay, so we keep so please feel free to write questions to us, so we connect Mr. Chujai to answer them. So thank you for the wonderful lecture, Chujai, and have a great time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Take care.
you.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
So join me hands to thank Engineer Chujai to give an excellent lecture on mining industry, because this is the industry where many people don't know what is going on there. So it's always great to hear from somebody who is from industry. Okay. So as part of that, we requested Chujai to join us to give a lecture, and he is happily came and delivered a lecture. Thank you very much, Chujai, once again. Okay. So with that, we invite our next, our guest speaker, Jitendra Aburi. So I hope Jitendra is on the call already. Okay. So we are going to talk about very important and very important session now. We are going to talk about, so let me, somebody is waiting. So we are going to talk about driving sustainability, ESG integration in supply chain and manufacturing industry. So this is a topic. I think when you talk about the latest trends or latest innovations or latest technologies, latest frameworks, methodology, whatever. So ESG is one of them. Okay, along with AI in technology, ESG is in the governance and in the management. So ESG is something which is very burning topic. Okay, so and this is the best time to hear from Jitendra Puri about this topic. So Jitendra, if you are in the call, you can join us.
Hi, Abdullah, I'm on the call. Just
Yeah.
let me know if you are able to hear me okay.
Yeah, I can see you now. So thank you, Jitendra, for joining the call. So let me give you a quick round of introduction for you, and then you can take it from there. Okay.
Yep.
So Jitendra, an alumnus of BITS Pilani, brings 16 plus years of expertise in financial derivatives, risk management, climate risk management, and sustainability. As a certified climate risk professional and PMP, he excels in managing complex risks and advancing sustainability initiatives. I think there will be a lot of interesting things Jitendra will speak about. So happy to hear you, Jitendra. So please feel free to introduce yourself, your company, and then proceed for the demonstration.
Sure, Mr. Abdullah. And first of all, thanks very much. With one brief meeting with you in one of the sessions, you invited me to be a part of this prestigious summit. Thanks to you. So Mr. Abdullah has given a kind of introduction to me of what I've been doing, what I'm currently doing. So I'll give a brief introduction of myself as well. So I'm Jitendra. I'm an alumnus from BITS Pilani, and so right from my start of the career, I've been working in financial, institutions like one of those big banks and all. So I've been a part of a lot of captives before, worked on a lot of financial derivatives, commodities, acted as a trader assistant. So that's more from operational risk. And the one thing which caught my eye when I was actually working in these firms is how the banks and other institutions are moving towards, the new. I won't term it as new, but something which has been in the world for so long, but again, which has gained traction over the years in the previous decade or so, is the climate risk. How people are actually approaching to mitigating the climate risk. What are the available technologies? What are the ways of mitigating or adapting to climate risk? And also the social and governance part of it, which obviously becomes the ESG part of it. So I'm going to share the presentation, and I would like to check with you if you're able to view it properly.
Appreciate.
Give me a second. So just let me know if you're able to view this.
You can see it. You see the nice sea view of a hilly location.
Are you able to see the text on it by any chance?
No, text is there. I think it says it's your screen.
Jitendra, that's your desktop that we are looking at. We don't have any icons on the desktop. So
Right. Give me a second then. Give me a working on Mac, so it's a little let me
Select right.
sort. Yes. I think I haven't started my presentation yet. So now,
nothing yet. So open the PPT file in presentation mode first, and then
I
go to share.
did. I'm a
Okay.
little.
Then when you click on share, you need to select the right window, the PPT which is in presentation mode, and hit share again.
Give me a sec. Okay, let me quickly log into my Windows, this one. It shouldn't take much time. Give me a minute. I'll be there. Yeah. I'm just heading out of this. Just give me a second.
Yeah.
So can you hear me okay now?
Yes. We can hear you.
Okay, apologies for that. I think there's some issue with my Mac, which worked fine a little while ago, which I did a recce kind of a thing.
Well, but it's a matter of time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now we can see your presentation.
Wonderful. Okay.
Yeah.
So, like Mr. Abdul was saying about driving sustainability and ESG integration in the supply chain and manufacturing industries, I'm novice, to be honest, to supply chain and manufacturing industries, as I've already almost spent 15 years of career on the financial services side of it. But what we have done in the last 1 year or so is we set up a firm called Educator, with the importance of the ESG integration, irrespective of the industry, be it manufacturing, which definitely will take the top tier, and also the rest of the industries where the ESG integration is required in terms of to drive sustainability in the future, and making sure that we're giving it back to the society, making sure the carbon emissions are mitigated or made minimum. So what we are into is basically more like a training organization, where we make sure the the corporates, irrespective of the industry, know about what ESG is and how to integrate it into the respective industries that being a part of. Now, I'll I'll talk about the agenda. So obviously, I mean, most of you are from the manufacturing industry and have heard of the word ESG before.
Just a slide.
Sorry.
Jitendra, we are in the first slide. Did you put it in the presentation mode?
It's in the presentation mode.
Now we are seeing agenda, but it is not in the presentation mode. It is in the PPT mode.
Okay.
There is a little trick here. Yeah. So can you just make it
Okay,
presentation from here? Let us see if it works. Can you click the presentation mode?
Presentation mode on the PPT. I just did that.
Yeah, click it. You clicked it?
Yeah, I did.
No, it is not. It's not visible. So maybe another window is there for presentation. So
Okay.
while sharing, you can share. Yeah. Just you can put the PPT into a presentation and then share the screen.
Okay, let me do that first,
That is a little
which
tricky
I
here.
did somehow. Yeah, I think it should be okay now. Is it?
Yep, perfect. Perfect.
Done. Okay, so the agenda of today will be explaining or maybe giving a brief about what ESG is. What are the sustainable development goals? What are one to three emissions? Obviously, the Paris Agreement, where the major thing happened in 2015, and what circular economy is. And we come to the point where why the ESG is relevant to the manufacturing and supply chain industries, and what are the challenges that industry is currently facing, or something which we can anticipate in the future as well, and why integration is vital. It's just not for manufacturing and supply chain industry, but it's for all the industries where ESG integration is why it is vital. What are the key strategies? Usually some of those strategies are already covered by Mr. Chuzai and Mr. Chris yesterday, and also a few by Mr. Rajesh a little while ago. So what are the green technologies which are in vogue for supply chain and manufacturing industries? And few case studies, I would talk about some positive ones where actually things worked for firms, and followed by the emerging trends, and how one measures ESG, in the form of a framework, why should one measure it, and how measures it. And there's a small example of one of these rating agencies that come up with a framework where they provide a table on which what the laggards, what the leaders, etc. And the main part is what are challenges in adopting ESG. So the industries are currently facing their own challenges in terms of it, and this cannot be another burden for them to actually adopt to certain things, which can be challenges in the initial phases of the adoption, but may or will probably result in terms of cost saving, in terms of having the industry going really well. And so how to address these is the most important part of it, which I'll be taking care of, and few pointers where we talk about ESG integration and what's happening in the global arena, and also what's happening from an Indian perspective in terms of in terms of numbers. And I would conclude again with what's happening and what one needs to do to have ESG integrated into their organization. And I'm happy to take questions once this is done. So Abdul sir, I want to check if you see me moving to the next slide.
Yes, very much. Yeah, please.
Thank you. Okay, so what's ESG? ESG, I mean, it's one of those buzzwords, one of the keywords which every one of us is hearing, whenever we attend any events, whenever we attend any summits, or listen to the management when they talk about it in their disclosures, annual statements, etc. Now, what ESG is? It's nothing but it's a framework used to assess an organizational business practices and its performance and various sustainability and ethical issues. Now, of what we have been hearing is to look into the financial statements about how well a particular company has performed over the years, or how well so basically a financial statement. But there are certain important non-financial statements which have gained traction in the last few decades, which also are a major what I say, a requirement for an investor to think about investing into a particular firm. So that's where ESG comes into picture, the ratings come into picture. It says it also provides a way to measure business risks and opportunities. Now, if there is a risk, it can either be mitigated or it cannot be adopted to, but then it also comes up with opportunities. Now, so once we get into this framework, which imbibes itself into the organizational structure, being a part of the enterprise risk management, it throws obviously risks. And along with it, if we manage the ESG part of it properly, we also are given right opportunities to mitigate those risks. And again, in capital markets, I would say some investors is not the right word here. Majority of the investors, they use ESG criteria to evaluate companies, and depending upon how well the particular firm is doing in terms of ESG, to determine the investment plans. Now, this practice is typically known as ESG investing. So in fact, the thing is, I visited one of these events like 2 weeks ago, and there were who from this particular sustainability field there. So the key word was there to please the investors in terms of providing them with the right and correct information, assured information from one of the biggies, saying whatever the information is being provided to the investors is right. It's very similar to how we talk about the auditing, right? The auditing where we have one of those big four companies to give assurance, do an audit, come up with a ratification saying yes, these companies are in line with whatever regulations are, be it a global regulator or a local regulator. So it's very similar to this, albeit on a non-financial front. Now, each of these letters, ESG, is called a pillar. Now, environmental, which knowingly or unknowingly, which we have been dealing with all these days, irrespective of the industry. Social, again, is something which is very, very important, which sometimes people tend to ignore or give a stepmotherly treatment. And governance as well. Governance, if not managed properly, may lead to some catastrophic issues, which might also lead to the downfall of the particular firm, thereby having a ripple effect, impacting the industry in a whole. Okay, so environmental, I would just go through it. So biodiversity and habitat, climate change, which people usually tend to get confused with what is climate change, what is sustainability, what is ESG. These three are three different topics altogether. Climate change is just a part of, or climate change risk management is a part of environmental pillar. And the rest of the topics being land contamination, how the energy is being consumed, the GHG, which is again, I'm sure most of the manufacturing companies are aware of how to reduce the carbon, or just not the carbon dioxide emissions or carbon emissions, but it can also be some other greenhouse gases which have to be curtailed to have a proper future for this planet. Now, it's just not the outdoor thing. You also have indoor environmental quality, which has to be maintained to have a better and a very good way of running a business or a firm. Now, location and transportation materials is where the supply chain industry, it fits in. So where does the warehouse is located? Where is the warehouse located? Where is the firm located? Where are the suppliers located? And because see, it all depends on the fact that if you have a supplier in the coastal region and there is a chance of having a hurricane or a tsunami or a typhoon there, then again we usually tend to move away from that supplier. So so even in location transportation, what kind of materials being used? Where are they getting mined from? Where are they getting sourced from? Are forests getting cut? Or is there an illegal mining or illegal way of getting things out of the ground? So that's one of the things which is also a concern, or which is also thing which requires some kind of attention. Pollution, resilience to catastrophe and disaster, and how one is prepared to tackle a kind of a catastrophe or a disaster. It's called basically how resilient are you to a particular natural disaster. Renewable energy, there are alternative forms of energy where we source power from. Procurement, how sustainable the procurement is. That's one of the important topics again. Waste management and water consumption. Waste management, it's where the circular economy comes into picture, where how you are dealing with your waste, where it is being, I wouldn't say dumped, or is it being used properly, logically, and sustainably. So that's waste management is also one of the factors of environmental pillar. And water consumption. The water, again, it's something which may or may not last, and it needs to be judiciously used. So water consumption also requires certain kind of measurement, how much it is being used, to check if there is any other ways of doing or running a machine without using water, etc. Coming to social, of course, social, which is closely related to the CSR activities that India has been doing over 2 or 3 decades. So how we deal with the community development, the area or the region that we are operating in. It's just not us, but the community should also be developed. Health and safety for our own employees, and also health and safety of the people getting affected by having a factory or or something which is manufacturing something. And human rights, of course, it's the labor law dates back to 1960s in India, and human rights are one of the paramount things that one should consider while running this framework. Labor standards and working conditions, typically where like Mr. Chuzai was saying about having driverless trucks. Working conditions, maybe there are certain regions, certain places of mining or a mine where humans cannot go, and even if they go, they are risking it. Social enterprise partnering. Now, there are certain NGOs whom we can talk to, understand how they can help us in having by partnering them, how we can elevate the social fabric. Stakeholder relations. So manufacturing supply chain will have the suppliers, the manufacturers, consumers. So how the relationships are being maintained with the stakeholders. Occupier amenities, controversial tenants. And controversial tenants, though it sounds a typical, which is unrelated to this topic, but again, if one is having, say, for example, a building which is rented out to a toxic tenant, then how do you deal with it? It's having an impact, definitely. So a social pillar, and again, these lists are not exhaustive. Things get added now and then. There could be some things which are already addressed to, and they can get off this list. Coming to the governance, yes, again, if I were to invest in, so I've recently invested in one of the firms, and first thing I did was to check who are the directors who are on board, their background, how they are, what are their skills, the key man risk that I'm talking about, if they are very well versed or very well equipped to run the show, and also if they are clean in terms of like with the money laundering thing, the bribery thing, So this is also again is meted out stepmotherly treatment, but again, governance is very, very important, because one little mistake on the governance front will spell doom to any of the firms. So cybersecurity, again, the second point here, if you do not have data protection properly, then yeah, it can lead to catastrophic effects. Protection and privacy, data protection, privacy, legal and regulatory fines. This is one of the most important things again, which can lead to reputational loss. Can also lead to the people will be ready to pounce on you if you are in news for some wrong reason. So and again, social enterprise partnering, again, it's very similar to what I've told about the social pillar. Stakeholder relations also is the same. Yes, controversial tenants. These have to be maintained properly, and they have to be. It's a very the line has to be, or the rope has to be threaded properly to make sure there is no reputational loss. So governance is a very important pillar, and this is one of my favorite. In fact, the favorite one among the three pillars. So yeah, that's about ESG and the three pillars. In yeah, so is sustainability development goals is a very important topic, which is also being discussed in schools now. So my kid, my elder one, is she can tell these goals by heart by closing her eyes. So yeah, I mean, so this is something where all your environmental, social, economic components that we just spoke about fall under. This is something which has come into picture, like maybe a decade ago, where so goals have to be set, they have to be met. So that's a key sentence for these things. So we have goals, so we have a plan to achieve those, and that's where the goals have come up. These three encompass all the parameters that we just spoke about, all the things that we which are required to run the show in terms of ESG compliant. So this is, I mean, self-explanatory, but I mean, this is something which is available everywhere. You can have a look whenever you have time. But if you insist me to take this through, I'll probably take it at the end of the session. Is that okay, Mr. Abel?
Yes, why not? Yeah, please.
Sure, thanks. Okay. So again, this is one of the things people. Before this, I've done a survey like 2 weeks ago with people who are into SMEs, right? These people who are either the CEOs or on top levels in SMEs. Now, I created a survey and asked them how well they do know about ESG, and the results was surprising, not shocking but surprising. So it was more like 50% of them they said heard of it. 50% of them said no. I mean, yeah, we it's more like something alien to us. Maybe we are doing it, but we don't know if this falls under the ESG framework. Now, one of the questions in this was if they know what's Paris Agreement all about. Then 90% of them said they heard it, they don't know what it's all about. So this is something which, though, I mean, there have been different COPs, the conferences of parties, where the industry biggies, the experts meet every year. So this time it was in Baku, Azerbaijan. So it's the conference of parties is where people meet, albeit they fly, which again is an irony because there's no other, there is hardly any alternative for the ATF, airline turbine fuel. But again, these people meet, decide, or think about what's happening currently. How do we tackle? They set up the goals in the form of a ratchet mechanism, saying they tighten every year. So this time, if say I'm emitting say 100 megatons of carbon equivalent, the next year it should be say 50. Then it should be 25 the next year. So it's basically tightening the screw. So Paris Agreement of 2015-16 is considered to be the most important one, where the main goal was to increase to hold the increase in the global average temperature to well below 2 degrees centigrade above the pre-industrial levels. And so this is basically to arrest the increase in the global average temperature. At the same time, we can put efforts to limit the temperature increase to 1.5 degrees. In Baku, the COP which happened a few months ago, so it's like if we were to consider how much progress we have made in terms of Paris Agreement, that whatever we was decided on 15-16, it was only 45% of the progress has been made, and at this moment, I think it's 43% here, which I mentioned. So there's still a lot of things to do, to achieve this goal.
And unfortunately, we are lagging in terms of reaching this goal. Now, it's one of the other things which was discussed. I mean, so we know that the administration has changed in the U.S. and we've had Trump coming out of the Paris Agreement when he was in power the last time. So people are waiting with fingers crossed how things will be in the next term. Once Trump comes into power, and that's on Jan 20th, if I'm not wrong. So there are certain things which swing either way, which can make or break things here, because US is definitely the developed one of the developed countries, and any effect there will have a ripple effect. So people are waiting with bated breath. And there have been a lot of international efforts, a lot of collaborations, a lot of alliances. Each country had made some advancements, but the current trajectory suggests the Paris Agreement goal definitely not within the reach. So these are something which are again. So if you're planning for something which which is being considered as a goal, one needs to make sure the plan is in place or decided about the plan to meet that goal. But what we're looking at is the last 9 years or 10 years, we were nowhere close to achieving this goal. So hopefully, this ratchet mechanism that I'm talking about, where screws get tightened in terms of just not climate, but also the social and the governance front, will lead to good results in the future. Okay, and there was one other point that I spoke about, the greenhouse gases. But again, most of you must have heard of scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 emissions. Now I just will give a brief of what 1, 2, and 3 scope emissions are. Okay, scope 1 is, and again, GHG protocol doesn't just cover carbon dioxide or carbon related, gases. The other nitrogen related ones, hydrofluorocarbons, related to nitrogen related fluorides. So the other things apart from carbon, the many greenhouse gases, albeit in a small thing in the atmosphere, but again they have to be made sure that the number will come down to meet the goals. Now, scope 1 is basically the company facilities and company vehicles. Now, so whatever facilities that as a company I'm running lead to certain gases which are emitted into the atmosphere, and the vehicles which are owned by the company and are being run also emit carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide. So those fit under the scope 1 emissions. Scope 2 are something which you purchase energy, or it can be any form of energy, so which is letting you emit gases or carbon dioxide or any of these GHGs. So again, anything that is purchased for heating or cooling the machines is again, which is the resultant emissions will come under scope 2. Purchase steam as well. Typically, it's purchased energy which is used to run your machines, which makes you run the operations smoothly on a daily basis, come under scope 2. Now, scope 3, the two parts of it, upstream and downstream activities. The supply chain part comes into these things. Now, scope 3, upstream. So basically, whatever is coming to the firm, the related emissions will come under scope 3. And the downstream activities where, so for example, I'm building cars, and cars are being sold. Cars emit carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide. So those come under downstream activities in terms of the scope 3. So this is GHG protocol. I mean, and the new thing has come up like scope 4 of late, which is basically avoidable emissions. Now, what is avoidable emission is, now if I am a manufacturer of, say, for example, an electric appliance, which is intended to reduce emissions. Now, I can account those emissions on my behalf and say, okay, so I'm emitting say 100 megatons or whatever. So 5 tons, I'm making sure that my product is reducing it on whoever buys it. So I can come up to 95 there. So that's scope 4 emissions, which is more like a positive way of thinking of it, saying I'm emitting on one side, but also making sure my product is lessening the result of it. So something which has come into picture, but it's not a part of GHG protocol, but something which has come into picture of late, where people are talking about it. So why can't we this be included when we are talking about net zero, when we are talking about carbon reduction, sequestration, where I'm emitting 100, I'm sequestering 10, so I'm net 90. So this is also one of the things that is being discussed. Okay. Circular economy, one of the other key points that is being talked about of late. So it's about how the linear economy works, where the input, process, output, waste being dumped. Now, circular economy is something is typically how do you remanufacture, refurbish a particular product. So obviously there's some waste leakage, definitely, but definitely not on par with what linear economy does for us. So it's a typical, the circle where you say recycle, reuse, and refurbish, produce it again, use the parts. Say, for example, a laptop, use the parts to prepare another refurbished laptop, come up with it. So this is again a key term which is very much valid to the manufacturing industry. Where again, it's one of the things who are already into the industry will definitely know about this and are already working towards it. So this is one of the key factors in the ESG. Now, coming to the relevance of ESG to the supply chain and manufacturing industries. I actually segregated it into 4 things, which have 3 pillars: ESG and also the economic impact of it. So why it is relevant to supply chain manufacturing industries, and all the more it in fact started with the manufacturing industries, where the climate part of it, the working conditions, the labor laws, how the social front of it. So the relevance has already been always been there, and it's gaining more importance now. We've had few sessions before where they spoke about the green, the sustainability part of it, the mining, the cement industry, the hard to abate industries. So the environmental relevance is basically how the sustainable resource is being managed. Right. So if I am manufacturing, say, for example, a toy, now I have to make sure whatever I'm using to make or the manufacture the toy, the resources that I'm using, I have to manage it. So again, there are certain things which are unavoidable, so we have to rely on certain things which have to be input for creating a toy or some kind of a something which has plastic or something which has more emissions to it. But again, how do we deal with managing this resources? Now we have to check for alternatives, if there is one, if there is anything that can be replaced, etc. So again, when it comes to energy efficiency relevance, of course, because manufacturing industries run on energy power, albeit it's a renewable one, or whatever that is currently being used in terms of so there are certain power or generations which are currently being talked about. It's definitely one of the relevant factors to manufacturing industry, because without energy and without having power, the industries cannot run at this moment. And then how efficiently the energy can be utilized. So this is again a relevant factor to it. Regulatory compliance. So coming to this, the developed countries have a very good compliance structure in place in terms of regulatory compliance. A small mistake here and there, failure to disclose something, will draw hefty penalties. Now, if I'm setting up a firm or a manufacturing industry in India, I have to take a lot of permissions. I have to make sure I'm complying with a lot of tribunals, etc. Now, it's again relevant, because if I don't consider them, if I bypass them, then I'm liable to paying hefty penalties. So regulatory compliance is also one of the important things for a manufacturing industry and a supply chain industry. Make sure we take, so for example, the water resources around us, the air, and the pollution board, the water board. We take a lot of permissions and a lot of things when we start a particular manufacturing industry somewhere or a factory somewhere. And circular economy integration, I just spoke about it, how how to reuse or reproduce from waste instead of dumping it. It's also relevant. Now, coming to the social relevance, yes, human rights protection. Now, so obviously an automation has taken place, but again, there is a majority of human intervention in whatever we are manufacturing or doing. So human rights, and the rights have to be protected. And they have to make sure they have their the working hours, the bonuses, the pace, the wages, the facilities that are getting within a particular factory or with a particular manufacturing industry. Social, that's from our perspective. If you're setting up a firm, that's from our perspective, how the human rights are being protected. Again, it also impacts the people who are living close to or in proximity to these factories and manufacturing industries. Their rights are also to be protected. We have to make sure they're also not getting affected adversely. Community impact is very close to this. So right and judicious utilization of water, and other resources around us to make sure the community around us, the society that is living around us, they are not getting affected adversely. Diversity and inclusion. You must have definitely heard of DEI, diversity, inclusion. So basically, the composition of the staff of a particular factory, the composition of a particular, say, management, executive committee. So this is one of the important, very, very important things which needs to be considered. And this is very relevant to just not manufacturing industry and just not the supply chain industry, but all industries where, so one of the banks that I worked before, the management committee had 59% of women running the show and 41% men, although that whole firm had 48, 46, 54% in terms of women to men ratio. But again, like I said, people are understanding how important it is to have the diversity and inclusion part of it while we are running the operations. Consumer trust. Now, so again, if I'm manufacturing something and the consumer is well informed of late and knows how the whole supply chain is running, how the initiation of the resources to the end product, if the consumer gets to know if in any of these phases we are doing something which is against the trust, which is against the ESG things, or we are doing something bad to the environment, then the trust will be broken, and then there's a high chance that the consumer will stop buying stuff from us. So definitely, this kind of relevance is present. And governance, yes, I think I spoke briefly about it while I was taking through the agenda items and the ESG pillars. Of course, the risk mitigation, how well the governance of board of directors or the people who are running the show are good at mitigating the risk. Supply chain transparency, how transparent we are in terms of, so it doesn't necessarily mean that someone who's actually overseeing what's happening in terms of getting the raw materials, how the things are running in the machine, how the end product is. So how the one who's actually governing, or the one who's actually managing, or who's running the show should also be aware of each of these things. He should be, or she should be, knowing how transparent the supply chain players are or participants are. Without which there's always a high chance that people tumble upon not knowing stuff and end up being, it's one of the suppliers is not good, or have or has a background which is not in good terms, then probably it will lead to catastrophic results. Stakeholder alignment, how well the stakeholder alignment is being done, how well or how good or how satisfied they are in terms of so be it someone who is actually consuming it, be it someone who's related to creating the raw materials for us, how satisfied they are, if they're doing it judiciously, if they're doing it righteously, if they're doing it properly in complying with things and regulations, then the alignment has to be in such a way that it should be governed properly. The whole alignment of stakeholders has to be governed properly. One mistake here and there will again cause disturbances. Innovation and competitiveness. Again, I have to say that I worked with one of the banks where still they're using Excel in terms of preparing reports and doing stuff. They are not into creating dashboards and all. So one cannot be laggard when you have a lot of technological advancements happening here and there. So manufacturing industry, again, which Mr. Tuzai has spoken about, how the satellites are used and how driverless trucks are being used. And I met one of these guys. It's one of the case studies I'm going to talk about in a few minutes. So again, how the EVs are being used, how hydrogen run vehicles are used to supply transport raw materials here from here and there. So if a particular firm is not innovative enough or not competitive enough, then again, yeah, it's very difficult to sustain and very challenging world. And the most important part is the economic impact. Cost savings, of course. Initially, it will be a cost. Cost will be high, definitely, to adopt to certain technologies and certain things which will, in a long term, help us in saving a lot of costs. But Mr. Chuzai said that it's more like an investment rather than spending money on it. So it's invest, reap the benefits in the long term. So cost savings is again a very good impact. It's a positive impact. Market differentiation, again, company A, company B, company A is into ESG, discloses its metrics properly to regulators, has a very good supply chain, has green supply chain, has good warehousing capability, and also uses electric vehicles, alternative fuels, etc. B does the opposite. Then obviously there is always a chance that investors go to company A rather than B. Investment opportunities, which is close to this, A will get more investment opportunities than B. Long-term resilience, initial hiccups, baby steps, create resilience. Tomorrow, A will be more resilient than B in terms of climate risk management, in terms of reputation management, in terms of you just name it, you have it. So the relevance is it's always there. Again, I just spoke about the things which are off late have become very important. So challenges, industry challenges, again, 3 pillars that I mentioned about it. High emissions. Manufacturing industries definitely are prone to high emissions with the way that they're using their machinery, etc. Resource inefficiency, be it just not just not the raw material resources I'm talking about, power, human resources, anything that is used to create a product is a resource. Inefficient thing will definitely cause issues, because if you don't have a plan B and you are emitting a lot and you don't have a renewable energy plan in place, the inefficiency will lead to again downfall. We have seen a lot before in terms of how companies have fallen in terms of having inefficient resources. Waste management, one needs to make sure the waste is managed properly, just not dumped somewhere, make sure it is being used. Of course, there will be a leakage. Again, it's minor, it has to be minor, and it has to be audited properly, it has to be supervised or overseen properly. Climate impact mitigation, again, a factory which thinks it's close to a riverbed and operating it because of the water that is available there, and suddenly a flood comes and it's get flooded, then again that's a problem. So it has to be resilient enough to mitigate the climate impact as well. So again, a good a firm or a factory which has been set up, or a warehouse which has been set up in a seismically active zone, again it attracts a lot of the climate related impacts. So again, so one needs to think about how to mitigate such risks. Social unsafe working conditions. Of course, I spoke about it 2 or 3 times already. Ethical concerns. So when we talk about having lithium batteries, for example, but one needs to understand where the lithium that we're talking about is being mined from. Is it being done properly, justly, and is it being done within the binding regulations of a particular regulator locally and also globally? So this is something which, the oil spills which are happening, and also there was a big accident in Bangladesh a few years ago where a lot of people were crammed in a particular warehouse or a factory. So a lot of things which are still persisting, which are challenges which have to be really talked about, and the challenges are to be addressed properly to have a very good ESG score for us to take it to an investor, ask them, I have this very good ESG score, why don't you invest in me? So there are certain things which are very important and have to be really taken care of. Lack of diversity, again, having a score on less on diversity again attracts a little so obviously it's not very good for someone who's actually looking for prospective investors. Stakeholder management, again, if it's not managed properly, will lead to certain issues where it's very difficult to come out of, very difficult to address such challenges. So, and again, governance one, it's again non-compliance with regulations, supplier ethics, how ethical the suppliers are. Just not if I'm ethical doesn't mean the suppliers are ethical. We have to make sure each step how the suppliers are, where they are sourcing the raw materials from, and where they are sourcing the power from, what types of vehicles are running. For example, if someone is using a Tempo which is more than 15 years old and doesn't have a certificate to run beyond 15, you are doing very well, but again, one of your suppliers is not doing good, then again, it's going to impact. Corruption, I mean, it's something which is difficult to weed out, but again, having very good committees to take care of anti-bribery things, how weeding out corruption. So I know a firm where they've set up a committee with people from outside, so who are the legal advisors to big firms and who are into NGOs. So they've set up this anti-bribery committee in one of the banks that I work for. So they made sure that they've actually tackled such things, the gift policy, whatever it is. So the corruption can be a small or big one, but yeah, it has to be weeded out completely. Unethical practices, it's very close to what I spoke about the supplier ethics. So one cannot have unethical practices in doing. So if I'm giving out batteries, lithium batteries, but again I'm sourcing it from someone who's getting the lithium mined out of some other, where the conditions are not good, where kits are being used. So again, so that's unethical practice. Though I'm not doing it, but again, it's more like it comes back to us saying, it's you're involved in it. So yeah, I mean the challenges are really there, and they have to be tackled properly, abiding by the regulations, abiding by the laws, making sure it leads to a very good ESG score, which helps in attracting investors, also contributing to the society. Why ESG integration is vital? Now, SDGs that I talked about, Sustainable Development Goals. So one will be aligning with those global SDGs. Reduction of environmental footprint. This is under the environmental pillar, where we make sure that we are reducing the carbon emissions, etc. Enhancement of brand reputation and trust. Of course, if we have a very good score, we have investors queuing up, investing in us. Definitely, it enhances our reputation, and also the consumers, the customers, the suppliers, the stakeholders will have trust in us. Well, it's a compounded effect. It snowballs into a very something which exponentially, which increases our reputation. Attracting investors, competitive advantage gets increased. Long-term cost savings and risk management. So initially, one might feel, okay, I'm putting say $1 billion in setting up technology, something which is helping me. At this moment, it looks a huge figure, but again, investing $1 billion, which makes or helps you gain a lot in the coming 10 years, then why wouldn't go? It's similar to investing in technology. Why not? I'll go for it. Lots of long-term cost savings is, again, for someone who thinks that this cannot be done, I don't have money to invest in such technologies. Again, think about it. One can actually think about it and think long-term, how it can impact you, and positively. Key strategies for ESG integration. Which is not totally different from what I've been talking in terms of, so for a manufacturing industry, adopting green manufacturing technologies is one of the important things. I'll speak about it in the next slide, where I have a list of green technologies that are being used. Sustainable procurement and ethical supply partnership, making sure each step of the supply chain, each player is ethical, each player is doing things in a just way, each player is abiding by the regulations, laws, and the procurement is happening, and so each of the steps. So it's not about just leaving them as is, making sure that each of the players is doing right. Workforce well-being and training programs. Okay, this is where we fit in. Like I said, we Educator is basically a training firm where we already have 2 or 3 clients in Mumbai where we, so like I said, I'm from financial industry, so we have few clients already there, and also we are guiding a startup here in Hyderabad who are into battery swapping technologies. So we will be really happy in case if anyone is interested, can always, be of help to you in terms of providing training programs. And so, okay, workforce well-being. So again, it's very important thing that if the workforce is good, the operations are good, the results are good. So the workforce has to be treated properly. We have to listen to the grievances, making sure they are in a right environment for working. Incorporating digital tools for traceability and risk management. I think I was a part of session yesterday or the day before. Mr. Abdul, so Chris talked about digital twin. I think it was yesterday, if I'm not wrong. So these AI, blockchain, digital twins, these topics, they sound to be very complex. I mean, they seem to be cost intensive. They seem to be complex. People think that an SME cannot afford this. And I know someone who's actually invested in electric vehicles, not going to the biggies, but to a small firm operating out of a small town in Tamil Nadu. They went there, they made sure they sourced enough thing at a very competitive cost. They're super happy about it. So I met this guy and he said why people think about investing a lot. It all requires a little research, making sure that there are a lot of players who can do things for you at a competitive price. Then obviously there are people talk about it, about quality and all, but again, so there should be some trade in between how much we are spending, and if you don't have enough budget, why don't we try the local skilled people and local knowledge people. So yeah, incorporating digital tools, there are a lot of things which are coming in the market. There are a lot of things, research a little bit and you'll find plethora of these, so these can be incorporated. I promise that these going to make things very, very easy for you. A lot of things can be automated. A lot of things can be tracked, traced. So incorporating digital tools is one of the very important strategies for ASD integration. Circular economy practices, again, it's reduce, reuse, and recycle. So this is something which is very important. Again, we have to make sure we have to understand if there are any ways of managing the waste. If a particular part of a particular product, which is the result, a byproduct of something, can be used somewhere. There are people who buy those things, they use for their own good. So certain things have to be thought about, certain things have to be, discussed about, and then come up with people who are actually in need of certain byproducts, which for you, for me, may be useless, right? I'll take a pause here. I just wanted to check what's the time, how much.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. I'll quickly finish it. Maybe I'll take questions in a few times. Abdul sir, so is it okay if I go 5 minutes into the time?
Yes. Please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Okay. So green tech, which I spoke about, the manufacturing industry, we have geothermal, solar, wind energy systems, high efficiency pumps. LED lighting is something which we actually see. A lot of things have been converted to LED. India is a very good example. Hyderabad is a very good example how we convert into LED lighting. 3D printing, making sure the typical metals are not being used. You can use 3D printing to come up with something which can be done at a fraction of the cost. AI, ML, digital twins, Internet of Things, which I just spoke about. Closed loop recycling systems, which again is related to the circular economy. Algae-based products and biopolymers. This is more from a textile perspective or from a petrochemical perspective. There are certain alternatives, just not relying on fossil fuels and something for making plastic and all. There are algae-based products as well. Zero liquid discharge systems. So we see a lot of things in the airports where there are a lot of things which do not actually result in water wastage and all. And also the machines may not sometimes discharge a lot of water, which can be stopped. So zero liquid discharge systems. Pyrolysis, so there won't be any combustion. So it's basically destroying something without releasing any gaseous substance into the air, no combustion. Lightweight materials use, there are definitely alternatives in it, like mobile phones, they're becoming lighter and lighter. What they're doing, they are looking for some other materials where they can actually use lightweight ones. Carbon usage, capture and usage. So this is basically a net zero concept where you actually release, say, 100 megatons. You try to capture 50 tons of it by digging pits or making sure. It is called sequestration. So this is also can be thought about. Advanced coatings, So, I mean, something which is used from a plastic or a petrol perspective, we can think of some advanced coatings which are coming into the market, which use less petroleum, which is use less oil-based products. Green hydrogen. I know a very enthusiastic guy whom I met like a month ago, who's into this business, green hydrogen. He's really unhappy about what's going on in India, except for one state where they have a hydrogen policy. I mean, India has a policy, but again, state governments aren't really too keen about going into it. So, green hydrogen as an energy source. I mean, I can connect any one of you with this guy who's brilliant. He's studied in Germany. He's come back to India to make sure that his Madhrubhumi or whatever say to have a very good use of whatever is learned there. BESS, again, it's more like a sequestration where so the biomedical or bio waste is sequestered, make sure it is made into a useful thing. Electrochemical processes, you must have heard of chemicals being used to remove rust, etc., in machinery and all. There can be some other electrochemical processes where people can actually use alternatives other than using the acids and all which are currently using biodegradable or recyclable packaging materials, which I think Mr. Rajesh has spoke about when he was talking about the supply chain thing. The supply chain, of course, renewable energy usage, e-vehicles, hydrogen-based, I just spoke about, circular supply chain technology, Internet of Things, blockchain, AI and ML, digital twins, smart packaging technology, warehouse automations, which again, I think Mr. Rajesh has spoke very well about how to automate warehouses. How, say, I think IKEA in Hyderabad has, or Amazon in the US has this warehouse automation techniques where the reverse logistics parts get back to the shelf where they're picked from. So it's basically an automation of reverse logistics. Green procurement platforms. There are a lot of suppliers who are into green way of doing things. Route optimization. Obviously, for supply chain, for someone who's taking A to B, it takes 10 kilometers. Find out a way it takes only 4 kilometers. So the route optimization technologies are also in vogue these days. Modular logistics designs. I'll give you an example. I think it's IKEA, where you have these flat ones instead of the bulky ones. You have this flat where you have to do a DIY, right? So modular logistics designs. It gives more space for the trucks that are being used to transport stuff. So this is one of the things that we can consider. Waste to energy solutions against circular economy. Cold storage with renewable energy. Cold storage, when you have a lot of freezers inside it, why don't we think about renewable energy powering them? Using carbon accounting tools, which is very helpful and useful in terms of how much emissions that we are making, we can reduce on it. Predictive analytical tools. So it's again, which is related to your AI and ML. We can use AI and ML to predict this one. And water efficient technology. Again, there is a firm called Watershed which helps you in using water efficiently and making sure the water is not wasted. So that's I'll definitely send this deck to each one of you. We can go through it and do some research affect positively your firms. Okay. Case studies. Again, I'll just go by. And this is one of the guys I met from JSW Cement, who spoke about how they have come up with a strategy and policies in terms of, because cement is one of those hard to abate industries, and they have to make sure that they comply, or they have to make sure they give something in return to the environment, which is good. Now they have come up with very good policies and some thing called co-create. It's called the 7 pillars of it, which are the drivers of change for them. They made sure they resorted to electric vehicles. They're also thinking of putting up hydrogen run vehicles, and also clinkers that they use to make cement. They're looking for alternative or alternate technologies, using some other materials. They're doing a lot of things in research and understanding if certain things, calcium carbonate and some other carbon related raw materials which are used to produce cement, can be replaced with the sustainable friendly materials. So this is one of the case studies. Unilever, again, the behemoth, the mammoth player, the retail and so on. So they were also very good in terms of, they have a very good policy in terms of how to improve the health of the planet, well-being of the people, and also how to have a more socially inclusive world. And they got a very good rating, 90 out of 100 by the S&P Dow Jones Index in 2020. And they have some 27 ESG metrics to deal with. Emerging trends, again, it's something very close to what I've spoken of what's happening in the current world. I wouldn't take you through this in the interest of time. Again, measuring ESG success. Why? I'll go through the headlines. So what it does basically. What happens when you measure ESG success? It demonstrates commitment and accountability. People will look upon you saying that, look up to you saying that they've done a very good job. They have a commitment towards environment, social and governance parts of it, also accountability to it. Strategic goals, the SDGs that I spoke about, it aligns, gives a good picture to the regulators and gives also good scores for us. Enhances operational efficiency, though not immediately, but in the long run, you will see the results in terms of adapting technology. Competitive advantage, investors queue up. They will be ready to pump money into it. Make sure maybe if the scores are good. Reputation and brand value, they're all interlinked. So once an investor comes, puts money, obviously reputation goes up, brand value goes up, future readiness. Now, if I adopt a technology now, I'm getting future ready and I'm making sure that in the future I'm happy and I will be really making tons of money out of it because I've invested something like a decade ago. And how ESG is measured. So energy efficiency, the industry stalwarts must be knowing energy consumption per unit of production, how the GHG gases are say calculated in terms of how much scope 1, 2, 3 emissions are being done. Reduction from the previous year, it's a good sign, obviously. Increase, it's a bad sign. Energy consumption also reduction is a good sign. Tracking water consumption, waste generation, raw material efficiency is a way of understanding how much water we're consuming, how much waste is being generated and reused. Raw material, how efficient the raw material is. Again, renewable energy, how among all the percent of energy that is used from renewable sources, what percentage is, from all the sources, what percentage is renewable? So this increase in this is a very good sign of that ESG is successfully implemented or integrated. Social, labor rights and standards, violations, fair labor practices, injury rates and fatalities, gender diversity, retention rates and employee satisfaction scores, local community programs, how much we are investing. It's typically the CSR part of it. So less accidents, higher diversity, lesser injury rates, lesser fatalities, lesser labor law violations, greater audits, higher fair labor practices. It's a good sign. Supply chain transparency, how many percent of suppliers modify ESG compliance, traceability of raw materials, where one can use blockchain technology in understanding how the traceability can be done for raw materials at each step. Ethical governance, again, how many bribery incidents happen, how many suppliers are adhering to code of conduct. Legal fines. So I know a company in Europe who's like getting fined every quarter. Now they were seeking, so we have a branch in the UK, and then some people are actually coming to us asking, how to deal with it and how to reduce the fines. They're not talking about avoiding altogether, they're talking about reducing the fines. Okay, risk management, again, ESG risk identified and mitigated. How one identifies the risks, be it climate related, social related, governance related, economy related. So how those risks are identified and mitigated. This is just an example of I would take the pillar front, but I'll show you how the letter rating leader and what is a leader, what is a laggard. It's very similar to how the credit rating is done for firms. So like you have a AAA, AA, A. What leaders, A, triple B, and B are average, and B and triple C are laggards. So it's basically top 2 or maybe top 3 will draw the attention of a lot of investors. So companies should strive to move up the ladder under this one. So getting in alliance with these companies, rating institutions will help a lot in the future, because that's where we get exposure. We get good exposure in terms of where we are, where do we stand. Challenges and addressing the challenges. See, this is, I think I've spoken about this particular thing, but I would like to talk about one important thing, which is highlighted in yellow here. Now, a lot of people think ESG is something which is handled by, say, someone who wears a tie, wears a blazer, sits, the AC cabins, and he takes the decisions. No, definitely no. ESG is something which has to be integrated deep into the firm, deep into the enterprise. It's very similar to enterprise risk management. someone who is at a janitor level, or someone who is at sitting on the top of the hierarchy, is an important part of making a ESG core part of the business strategy. Everyone has to come up with ideas, making sure ESG is just not a different department altogether, but is a business strategy which is imbibed in the blood of the organization. So once this is done, this will help you attain greater heights in terms of the success of the firm, in terms of what you're giving back to the society, in terms of how you're treating your employees, how the whole thing is being governed. So the rest of the things, again, I spoke about it in something which is covered already, but this one which I haven't, which I thought I would tell you, it's just not ESG, is not a separate department, but a core integral part of business strategy.
Perfect.
These are certain numbers here. So how manufacturing market is projected to reach 4.4 trillion. It's a global numbers at a compounded rate of 9.5%. 120 billion in annual investments are expected global by 2030 for supply chain management. So that's where, if people comply, people get investors. Firms comply, firms get investors. Non-compliance penalties for governance-related issues, 16 billion. If you see the right most star, whatever that banner is. 65% of Fortune 500 companies have dedicated these committees at the board level. 85% of investors, 85%, it's a big figure of investors consider ESG factors crucial in this investment decisions. So I picked all these numbers from the biggies, the PwCs, Deloitte's, McKinsey's, EY's. So they have an importance. These numbers definitely have an importance in terms of how important ESG is. Okay, India. Okay, India is something where it's more like a laggard, because 50% of large companies have successfully integrated ESG, but 29% of only 29% of SMEs did that. This is where we want to get in. We want to make sure the SMEs are well learned about what ESG is, how one can integrate into it. So, like I said, we are basically into training people understand how ESG works, how one can actually assist or how can contribute in integrating ESG in one's firm. So, okay, ESG integration in supply chain manufacturing is no longer an option. Definitely not an option. It's a necessity. It increases operational efficiency, definitely mitigates risks, builds stakeholder trusts. A lot of opportunities in the market. Just one good rating from one of these big rating agencies, there you're gonna get billions of dollars just getting pumped into you're kidding. There are definitely challenges which can be overcome by proper strategic planning, good technology adoption, cost-effective technology adoption, and having a collaborative efforts. By being a part of alliances, by being a part of consortiums, talking to people, understanding them, being part of, say banks has one consortium. Big financial institutions have one consortium. Technological companies have one consortium. So being a part of such consortiums, so such networking parts will definitely help in long term. Okay, and one last part of it, how we can help, and I just wantedly put it at the last, so just not to bore you with what we do. So so we are basically into training companies. Like I said, we have 3 or 4 clients, albeit not in manufacturing and supply chain industries, but in financial services and battery swapping industries. But we have very good team who are industry agnostic. They have very good research being done in their gamut of things, and then they're very much helpful in setting up ESG framework in someone who's not already into it. So we have good workshops in ESG fundamentals, sector specific ESG insights, double materiality assessment training, regulatory and reporting standards, which is very important. Regulatory and reporting standards. In the future, we have India tightening the screws a little, because 2070 is where we are going to reach. And then, but again, India come up with a lot of things. So this is something which is very important. Employee engagement programs. We have very good interactive sessions, workshops involving each one of them, making a part of how they come up with ideas. Data collection and analysis training. Data collection is something which is again a challenge, and we are making sure the data collected is good quality and helps integrating ESG. Workshops again, what are the innovative trends that are happening? We also help organizations build ESG teams. Tools, there are a lot of tools which are available. We have Sustainalytics and a few other tools which we have licenses to. So if someone wants to have it, we can train on their behalf by labeling those. and tailored ESG training modules, more like a learning management system where we can help create those learnings like courses where we give certifications and all, which is in pipeline, but we're going to come up with this very soon. I'm sorry I've taken enough time. I'm just checking the time. I've taken 15 minutes more, but if you have any questions, sir, maybe Abdul sir, you can ask on the participants' behalf. Otherwise, I'll just drop my email ID.
Yeah.
You can drop me mail anytime. I can also give my mobile number. You can always call me and ask
In the
me any
comments.
questions you have.
Yeah, put it in the comments. We will just
Hi,
communicate.
Jitendra, this is Deepika. Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, Deepika, tell me. Yeah.
So, Jitendra, how can ESG play a crucial role in FMCG industry, mainly in, to tackle the adulteration thing that is happening widely these days in the Indian foods industry?
Right. Yeah, that's a very good question, Deepika. So I spoke about one of the technologies, blockchain technology. So what happens is FMCG, say, I gave Unilever as one of the examples there. They use blockchain technology at each of the steps, right? Now, say even I prepared it properly, I made sure the product is good, but the consumer, the retail or the wholesale store which is selling it to it may adulterate it, may put some impurities in it and make sure, do something nasty in there. So when you have a blockchain technology, you have a control over what's happening at each of the steps, right from sourcing the raw material on one side to someone who's buying in a local kirana mart or a retail mart. You have a control over it. So again, India is definitely, I'm sorry to say, but laggard in this case, but adapting to such technologies will definitely help. Even a small or medium FMCG thing, a firm can think over putting some extra bucks in adapting to blockchain technology, making sure each of the steps, quality checks here and there, result will be super. I assure you. I mean, I've seen a lot of examples. I've been attending a lot of events where people spoke about how this particular thing can be controlled or curtailed. In fact, controlled is a wrong word. Curtailing is the right word, because raw materials can be impure. If they are not properly being cleansed or not properly being taken care of in removing impurities, it can also be a big thing. So curtailing at the right first step will help. Blockchain will help you in this regard.
It's a big topic. Okay, it's a big topic. I think it needs a separate discussion. But anyways, I think due to lack of time, so we have to manage the time. Okay, because Dr. Kalyan is already joined.
I'm so sorry about it.
No
Somehow
problem. One thing is, I want to tell that so far organizations are focusing on governance.
Right.
Since inception, maybe a couple of centuries. So they were more focusing on governance, which in turn to do bad practices environmentally and also socially. So this resulted in, yes, the companies have grown, they made money, and then there is a capitalism. So recently, we have realized that only governance is not going to help. So you have to have a sustainability, which is environmental friendly, to take care of everybody and everything. Environment includes everything, and then also you need to be socially responsible. So all these things together, so ESG is one of the very important initiatives any organization is doing. And now, especially the direct impact is coming to the investors. So now investors are looking at ESG as one of the key decision-making point. So that's how the ESG is now paying more attention, because every company is looking for the investments. Investors are definitely ESG conscious now. So that is one thing. Okay. The second thing, Jitendra Garu, is now each industry, if you want to do an assessment, so each industry has its own questionnaire or its own mechanism. Okay, and it differs from one industry to another industry. Right, so for manufacturing, there is a separate questionnaire to do the assessment. For logistics, there is another. So how can we get these questionnaires? I know these questionnaire questions or depends on the organization which they do the assessment, or it could be in a government. So government should have given some clear guidelines. So how can we access it? Okay, so how can we know that a particular industry, like assembly unit or a process manufacturing, what is the best way to do the ESG assessment? So that's from there we start the how to close the gap. So you do the assessment, you come up with the gap. So how you close the gap? So not necessary to answer now, but at least give us an idea where can we find these questionnaires.
Sure, sir. I mean, so like I said, like 3 weeks ago, maybe I've sent a questionnaire to, again, it was industry agnostic. It was all general questions and all. Now we come up with these questions by talking to someone who's a part of that industry, or maybe not a big player, but again, someone who's with the industry for some time, who knows the pain points, who knows what's happening in terms of, where they are spending more, where they are getting some beating from the regulators, where they are actually not able to take the next step, improving the efficiency or whatever. So these survey questions come up by talking, definitely, because someone who's into being an advisory, be it EY or be it PwCs or someone, they have separate departments where they select a particular industry, concentrate on it, make sure they talk to someone who's more like an old horse in that particular industry, get with some questions, and use certain methodologies and techniques in terms of understanding how to structure the questions that are being raised. Now, if I say, for example, if I go and talk to someone, if I give an example, one of the firms I worked with still using Excel. Now, if I go to them and ask them what are your problems, then they'll say my Excel is slow, it's not calculating things properly. That doesn't work. I have to go to someone who's actually is going with the wind and who's actually in who's relevant, who's actually in terms of who's taking care of things in the current world. So if we go and talk to him, we come up with those problems which are actually hitting them. Now, if someone who's saying using old technology, this is my problem, it doesn't work. So we need to talk to someone, industry experts, who's actually has been utilizing technology, who has been utilizing the advancements, who is and still are facing problems, Then we've come up with a questionnaire, we drill down, and maybe the questions with someone who's using Excel will be given least priority. Now, if I ask this question to this guy who's using, an AI or ML, then he'll laugh at me saying, because this is definitely not a problem for me, which I solved like 20 years ago. So, yeah, I mean, it's all about talking, networking, talking to people, understanding the pain points. This is one of the platforms, definitely one of the platforms. I would love to hear from you the issues that you're facing. And we are happy, and we'll be definitely happy to help you in any phases of the operations that you are part of.
Perfect, sir. So I take this as an opportunity to thank Jitendra for a wonderful presentation. I think it's very, very exhaustive. So I think the presentation will be shared as a part of the for the participants, and they can read it, they can ask questions, anything can directly contact.
Absolutely, sir. You can share my number and email ID.
I will do that.
To the
Our back office team will do that, all necessary things.
Sure, done, sir.
And with that, I take an opportunity to thank you, Jitendra. Thank you for
so
a wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
Have
and
a nice
apologies for I had to log on my wife's PC somehow, so my Mac didn't work.
Few more sessions to cover. Dr. Kalyan. So I will take this as an opportunity to introduce Dr. Kalyan Chejarla. Okay, so thank you, Dr. Kalyan Garu, Professor Garu Unara. You're there, right? Yeah,
I'm there, Sheikh. Yeah, pleasure being here.
For joining, and also apologies for little late. So we run out of we are running little late, like 10 minutes late. But now I think we took more time. But you will cover it up. Okay. So we are talking about supply chain skills and education by Dr. Kalyana Chejarla. He's a professor, and we talk more about Kalyan Garu. So let me give a quick introduction. Professor Kalyana Chejarla, with 18 plus years of experience in supply chain domain at Tata Motors, HCL, TCS, Dell International Services. His extensive experience in dealing with supply chain, all kind of supply chain initiatives. So he dealt extensively with global customers and authored a book, Lean Management for Small and Medium-Sized Enterprises, published by Springer. Yeah, so it is a very quick introduction. Kalyan Garu, please, you can introduce yourself because you are doing a lot of things, and each time I talk, you bring something new. Okay, so over to you, Dr. Garu. Yeah.
Thank you. Sure. I'll share my screen here.
You can share. You can put the PPT in a PowerPoint mode, slide.
Yeah.
Then you can share it. Yeah. That will be easy. Yeah. Yep. Perfect.
All right. Thank you, Abdul Garu, and very good afternoon to the participants here. First, let me thank the opportunity given to me to share my thoughts around this topic on supply chain skills and education. I also congratulate the Data Labs and Frucy team for having put together such a impressive lineup of speakers on a very wide and relevant range of topics. So before I proceed, Abdullah, could you please confirm if I'm audible and my
You are
screen is
audible,
visible?
and we can also see your screen. Yeah, please proceed.
All right. So let me just move on. Give me a second, please. Okay, so my topic today is supply chain skills and education. Broadly speaking, continuous learning is a must for whoever is the professional, and therefore no different requirement for a supply chain professional also, but perhaps maybe much more relevant for a supply chain professional, especially given the huge amount of dynamics that we see at play in the current times, right? So I thought it's very apt for us to recall a quote by Peter Drucker, the management guru, who says that we now accept the fact that learning is a lifelong process of keeping abreast of change. Yeah, change is all around us, and if we don't keep ourselves up to date, we will soon be irrelevant. But the challenge, I guess, is captured very well in the second half of this code, which is, and the most pressing task is to teach people how to learn, right? Most organizations somehow, while keep pressing folks that you must be continuously up to date, I believe there is some more yet to be done in terms of how to create that environment of learning. So with that, let me move on. What is the context of this talk today here, right? So particularly, I'm going to restrict myself to the supply chain skills and learnings. Thinking supply chain management is not as intuitive as thinking any functional business domain. So I will talk about why it is not so intuitive shortly. Normally, we all are managers in one or other particular department and then one or other company. So the actions that we take in our respective company, respective function, result in some kind of an action effect, right? The issue here is that the effect is separated in terms of time and space, and that is the essence of your supply chain management. We do not really get to know or spend enough time and effort in being able to understand where is the cause and what is the effect and how far are they separated from. That's what is being covered in a good amount of supply chain education these days. Because of this so-called separation in time and space effect, one requires to elevate oneself from the current local optimization thinking that can come only with some external help when there is a external coaching, and that's the reason why we are talking about this topic. Also, what makes things more complicated is newer business models are coming up, right? So gone are the days when we say supply chain, I dig iron ore and make steel out of it, and then from steel I'll make whatever, cars, and then sell, and then all that is done, right? So that is a kind of supply chain that we are all probably more used to. However, the newer models, such as platform models, sharing economy kind of models, are rewriting the very logic of supply chain on its head, right? So, all the more a reason why what kind of supply chain logic is relevant in what kind of business models somebody needs, all of us need to know. Finally, I mean, given the ever-evolving nature of SEM, people need to learn about what are the new SC models and keep going. So this is what I'm going to be talking today. So it's easy enough for us to state that supply chain consists of three flows, which is information, product, and funds. I think every supply chain talk will probably present this. I guess what gets missed out when we look at a slide like this is this. Each of the flows that we are talking about is the responsibility in a functional organization of different functions. And when we say that a true supply chain management is that integrates the flow, intertwines the flow of all these three flows nicely together, is a well-managed supply chain. So already we are talking of a cross-functional integration, which essentially imply that finance handling the funds flow, logistics handling the product flow, and IT and IS systems handling the information flow need to sort of come together, make sure that the supply chain is operating in a more seamless manner. So therefore, that itself implies that everybody, I mean, people working in different functions of an organization need to understand how their work depends on the other functions department. My previous talks in the global edition actually are neatly covered in these flows. So the immediately previous talk was on supply chain finance, in which I extensively discussed about the funds flow in supply chain, and the previous couple of talks focused on the new age supply chain models, information systems, and business models. So there I talked about product and information. So I guess therefore this talk is a logical next step for me to cover all of this and help elevate the mindset of the attending managers here. All right. So there are some forces that are at play here that have brought supply chain to the current levels of extraordinary performance as against what we have seen sometime around in 1980s. So if you see, there are 3 to 4 forces that are at play. Information systems, for instance, very early days we had IT packages called MRP1, MRP2, which got extended to ERP. And then you have integrated your suppliers and customers using EDI and other online technologies. And these days, e-commerce is practically a way of connecting with both my customers as well with my suppliers for any given, even a mid to small scale organization. That's on the information system side. Technology has a bigger umbrella. If you see, on the operating technology also, there have been huge amount of developments. So what all began with simple programmable logic controls that were there on standalone machines that you would see on the shop floor have become much more integrated in the form of computer-aided design, manufacturing, and computer integrated manufacturing also, which got automated in the early part of 2000s through your robotics, automated guiding vehicles, machine-to-machine communication, and IoT. Now we have in Industry 4.0 powered operating technology, machines are able to communicate with the product that is passing through them, right? So all the customization that is needed for individual products is embedded in the overall flow of communication between the machine and the product, right? On the communication front, huge developments. So from your 3G to current 5G, and people are already talking about 6G also. The biggest challenge that telecommunication advances has helped supply chain management is the ease of information flow, right? So the ability to transmit huge amounts of data from one corner of the globe to another corner of the globe has really improved the way supply chain transactions have occurred. And even some products that are digitized kind of products can actually be sold on telecommunication network, as we all know, like movies and other kind of stuff. And on the money front, simple cash transactions have already been left behind long time, left behind back. Now we have practically most of the B2B transactions are online payments, and we are also looking at digital currencies that are being introduced by a lot of countries, including India, right? So how is this going to affect the overall funds flow in supply chains? Is something that we need to watch for and make adjustments. And if this is a story that we are looking at only up to last decade, this decade is seeing even more huge changes in supply chains. Sense and respond, omni-channel fulfillment, new business models. These are all the newer horizons in front of supply chain managers. A common slide that most of you would probably know is how did the supply chain itself evolve, right? So early on, it were different functions, each of which was being handled in an isolated manner, which got consolidated, particularly for the material and the distribution side of it, came to be called as logistics. So this was the era of, I would say, around Second World War. That was when this term logistics also became popular. Then came the information technology revolution, so to speak. And that's when your information and funds flow got integrated with the materials flow that you see here to become what is called as supply chain, to be called as what is called as supply chain management. So what we are looking at is, overall, who is adding what kind of value in the overall product, and who is capturing how much of that particular value. So that is essentially the today's DNA of supply chain management. And the reason why I'm saying this is because once again, those the supply chain managers that are listening to this talk need to think from what is today's demand in terms of the customer's need, rather than what or how supply chains were designed for yesterday's customers. All right. So moving on, the traditional functional view, local optimization, we know, typically a given organization consists of, even today, right? These are some common departments that you will see, such as procurement, inventory control or materials management department, warehouse or logistics department, materials handling departments, order processing, usually your sales and distribution team, transportation team, customer service team, planning team, right? These are different departments and they're out there for different reasons. And the sub bullets that you see here are the decisions or areas that these departments are responsible for. What ends up happening is that each of these functions take a siloed view and then do a local optimization. And when they do that, what is the implication? I want to illustrate through an example here. Say you are an organization and we are looking at transportation as one of the departments, and in all its good intention, transportation department, if it wants to do a good job, what does it do, right? It would want to deliver at lowest total transportation cost, rightfully. And what is the variable? What is it that it can play around with so that such an objective can be fulfilled, right? So the thing that is in its hand is only very limited set of variables, that is, select a carrier, which kind of a carrier, who will be able to ship things at the lowest possible transportation to the customer, right? So then the so-called transportation team will have to live with few constraints that are imposed on them. For example, you could have a constraint that may say that from a customer standpoint, for example, I would like you to supply every item in your whatever catalog to me on everyday basis. So there has to be some quantities, and that has to be supplied on every day. And there are some specific time windows. That's when my warehouse, docking doors will be open for you, and you will need to be present. Your truck needs to be present in that particular window. So this is a type of a narrow problem statement if I was just looking at transportation as my responsibility. The moment I broaden my horizon, for example, I include, let's say, customer service and transportation, that is, the company's logistics team, the transportation team, and also the sales team, if they collectively sit together and have a discussion as to what's the best way of serving our customer, all right, I mean, this goal of delivering at lowest transportation cost holds good, but the variables that are in our hands will get expanded. For example, the sales team might have some amount of what do you call say with the customer in terms of negotiating a different time windows. And the moment I get a flexibility or that choice of delivery time window is in my hands, I can probably, I have a larger play in terms of choosing a right kind of a mode of transportation, right? So that's what we're talking about. And just to expand it further, if the whole organization, like for example, is considered as one single system, and that's the reason this is called as a supply chain as a system, right? So delivering at lowest total cost will still be the overall goal, no doubt, but the number of variables that are mm, that I can play around with will increase, right? And that improves my ability to do a better job at the organizational level. And this doesn't stop here, right? So it's not just the logistics team, but I can look at my manufacturing and product design team also, right? So the moment I include them, what am I doing here, right? I mean, I'm not just taking a product as a given and then shipping it, but I'm going ahead one step deeper into my supply chain to look at what my product design itself should be, right? So you will see that I am now talking of a different problem in the sense that at a much higher level than a transactional ship at the lowest transportation cost. Instead of that, I am now in the bigger, what do you call, problem statement area of customer. So read this objective, for example: design, build, and deliver at lowest total cost. So I can do lot many things differently, right from my material choice, right from my process choice, right from my packaging choice, and be able to give much more superior result to the end customer. Yes, the problem has become clearly much more complicated, but that's not really too much of a problem in today's context. In today's context, our computing power has shot through the roof. I mean, today's the cell phone that we have today has more power than probably 100 computers put together just about a couple of decades back, right? So the kind of computing that is available in the fingertips of organization is substantial. So solving these kind of problems, larger optimization problems, is not at all difficult. All right. I mean, why do we stop at functional integration alone? So you will see that on my what do you call left side, I was so far talking about functional integration. Now I have brought in the suppliers here and the retailers here. I mean, basically the customer here. So I am now integrating or talking about problem statement that consists of a larger, both my upstream supplier and downstream player, right? And how would my problem statement look like? I am maximizing my on-shelf availability, right? And this is when the entire supply chain gets benefited. Forget about the smaller, I'm not saying ignore, but the smaller, whether I should ship using this truck or that truck, or I should use that window or this delivery window. are all part of a bigger problem, which is how do we maximize collectively the entire supply chain's surplus. I will talk about what is the surplus in a couple of slides down the line. But you see, I mean, the power of working collaboratively with bigger, larger cross-functional teams will automatically improve our ability of create more choices for us in being able to solve the problem in a more holistic sense, rather than define a very narrow problem and within that try to find the better spot, right? So this is essentially, right, I mean, why are we talking about this in today's talk is essentially, when we say supply chain management, I mean, while textbooks say that integration, collaboration, coordination are all really the essential elements of supply chain, this doesn't come intuitively for a practicing supply chain manager. And that is where continuous education is needed to be provided for them to illustrate, I mean, through some kind of a simulation, some kind of a games, to show them the impact of if you operate in a local optimization mode, this is the kind of profit you are looking at the end of the year. And if you're operating at a slightly higher, broader kind of a collaboration level, this is the kind of profit you're looking at. I mean, the stochasticity, so to speak, the randomness is all out there, and based on that you need to take decisions. So given that, I mean, what's the best way of operating? This can come to people when they see the results and immediately. Unfortunately, as I said, few slides back, the effect of decisions that are taken today by a supply chain manager, the effect of it happens elsewhere, maybe not in this organization, but some other organization, maybe not today, but 3 months down the line, right? And by then the what do you call, the entire essence behind my decision making is sort of lost, right? So that's a point that I'm trying to make here. All right. So this is an example. So expand it and look at integrated supply chain, not just at one level, but add more. All right. So I talked about this term called supply chain surplus, right? Essentially, I mean, from a textbook definition standpoint, it is what the customer perceives in terms of the final product that she receives from the supply chain, and the cumulative total cost of the supply chain in being able to deliver that particular product. Now, this is clearly a departure from looking at things from an individual enterprise perspective, right? And it is not going to come automatically. It will require at least the leaders in specific supply chains to bring about the right distributors and suppliers and share this kind of a perspective, right? So, but I guess, I mean, the moment supply chain managers realize that the only true source of revenue that they can ever imagine is what they are making from the end customer, not what I am selling to my next guy in the line. I mean, I can force a huge lot to be sold to my distributor, but if it doesn't finally get sold to the end customer, all I really ended up doing is pushing my next month's sales to this month. That is all that I have really done, but I haven't really maximized my so-called revenue in the longer, in a truest kind of a sense, right? So I think if everyone, I mean, at least the leading players in the supply chain, if they understand this particular point, it will automatically become natural for them to increase the extent of collaboration and coordination. All right. And what does the cost come from? I mean, I said that, flow of information, product and funds, and each of it costs money, and that is what is going to cause the cost. All right. Having said this, I mean, let's also admit that while the extent of integration that is being talked about supply chain is limited only to the textbooks, and the real world hasn't seen it, that is not entirely true also. I mean, there have been huge number of developments. Granted that that needs to go to the lowest level. My previous speaker did talk about some challenges with respect to SMEs. The leaders perhaps are following good ESG practices, but when it comes to SMEs, the level of adoption is far low. If you refer to my previous talk on supply chain finance, there I talked about the challenges faced by SMEs in terms of having good access to right supply chain finance. So having said that, I mean, perhaps I'm deviating a bit here. All the good things that we see in terms of developments in supply chain, any of the flows, granted, always do occur at tier 1, OEM, tier 2 kind of players, but it takes quite a while for those kind of good practices systems to flow all the way to the tier N. That is usually in any given country, I mean, including the most developed countries, the last component level suppliers are usually small and medium guys, right? So those good practices, I mean, they need to be essentially integrated into the larger supply chains. All right. So this slide is giving a quick perspective in terms of how is the integration getting evolved in various supply chains. So essentially, the earliest view was structural view. That is, think of it like a skeleton, right? I mean, if supply chain was a person, then the structural view is like a skeleton, the backbone, the whatever ribs and whatever, etc. Right? So who are various players? That kind of a view, but that doesn't make a person, right? I mean, there need to be flow, there need to be some kind of a fitness, etc., etc. So how do individual pieces work with each other is talked about in cross-functional view. There have been huge amount of development on that front. All right, I mean, through this so-called person, through this supply chain, material has to flow, information has to flow. How do we make sure that these flows are enabled? Then the BPM view, the business process management view, right, has come into being, which is the so-called operation of any given supply chain is really a cumulative effect of thousands of individual transactions, individual cycles, right? Are the systems, are the people, are whatever that mechanisms that we have put in place, are they enabling smooth and synchronous transactions to occur between various players, right? So this is come to be a more modern kind of a view. So individual ERPs may enable transactions within an organization, but how do you expand it, right? And emerging views are up and coming newer business models, right? So some trade-offs may not be, I mean, trade-offs are not already obvious. So I'll just talk about one or two examples here. For instance, I want to increase my lot size, because if I increase my lot size, then my cost of transportation sort of goes down, right? But while on one side the cost is probably going down of transportation, but what is getting increased is the inventory carrying cost, right? While inventory carrying, if you just look at one single organization, the inventory just increasing still sounds like a minor problem, but hidden behind the inventory is a bigger issue of mismatch of supply and demand, and that will, I will show this in my next slide also, that will create a accumulated effect of amplified errors in your inventory levels across the supply chain, and that is called as a bullwhip effect, right? Likewise, I want to, for example, reduce my transportation cost. The logical thing to do is to instead of sending it by trucks, I'll send it by train. And if I have to send it by train, then the most economical size is probably one container full, and that is automatically going to increase my inventory cost. So all right, I mean, if this is a trade-off, is there no workaround for it? So the progressive companies, the ones that questioned this trade-off, are the ones that came up with solutions. And these solutions weren't automatically possible just about a couple of decades back, only with the advent of the information technology. one's ability to share, the demand and supply information across various supply chain players has resulted in a phenomena called cross-docking. And cross-docking is a instantaneous shift of inbound material to the outbound material in a given warehouse without ever needing to keep any inventory in the warehouse, right? So Walmart, world's leading physical retailer, is the pioneer at this, and obviously many other players have learned from them later on. So there are more trade-offs like this that do not very obviously become evident to various players. Another example, maybe if you want to see, a marketing team, right, would always be keen on introducing higher levels of variety, right? While on the face of it, the logic is that increased level of sales, but the flip side, I mean the flop side of it is that increased inventory. How does supply chain folks stand up to this kind of a challenge, right? So there is a newer modern so-called supply chain management technique called delayed differentiation. So all the customization that I can possibly do that is closer to the customer, I will try to push it down in my supply chain. So gone are the days when I do customization in the assembly line, but I will have my distributor handle a little bit of my customization so that I will send a common kind of a product as close as possible to the customer, right? So these are all some developments, and for all of us in the call here, these do not become automatically evident. So we need to learn this, we need to see this at play in different industries, we need to experiment this in our own organizations and see the results and then implement. And it is a continuous journey, right? So that is what I'm trying to drive at, which is essentially the need for us to develop a more broader and a holistic view of supply chain management. Now I have few more slides on the need part of it. I will sort of not spend too much of time on those slides, just give you a perspective and really sort of move quickly on that. So with the increase in order quantity, for instance, always it is beneficial for the seller. Seller is always wanting to supply larger quantities in each lot because economies of scale will come into an effect, but buyer's cost will increase. Buyer meaning the next guy in the supply chain, right? He needs to keep inventory, and sometimes that ends up being a wrong inventory also. So inventory carrying cost will increase for the buyer. So there is a tussle conflict. It appears, I mean, from this graph, it appears that one guy's gain is one guy's loss in a supply chain, right? If that is a takeaway that we have here, then there will never be any kind of a collaboration. But if seller understand that it is a buyer who is actually going to finally sell the item and get the revenue, then it is quite likely that both of these guys come together, figure out what is the best way of doing it, and continuously. So if this is the most optimal order quantity, seller will work in such a way that can he do something in terms of cost reduction to be able to pull his curve down further down, right? So if he's able to pull the curve down further, then the order quantity will get further reduced, and that gives a huge amount of leverage to the buyer in terms of keeping more varieties of item, thereby pushing larger throughput through the supply chain, right? This kind of one guy wins, one guy loses mindset, when it goes out of the window, newer solutions will start to come into play. All right, I said I will not spend too much time on this slide, but I did talk good extent. Let me move on. So these are some trade-offs. I mean, straight pick from textbooks. You could go through that yourself. Pretty, I think self-evident. Bullwhip effect. So I talked about it shortly, right? So a short, small, amplification in terms of demand variation that is seen at the customer end when it moves up the supply chain to the tier 1 supplier, tier 2 supplier, tier 3 supplier, and finally whoever it is. the amplification is pretty huge. So it is a well-studied phenomenon in supply chains, and it is called as bullwhip effect. And the reason it is called bullwhip effect is because it looks like a whip, right? So if you position yourself at this end, right, and if you have a whip on your hand, and you give with a minor flick of your wrist, if you flip a whip, then there'll be a minor variation here, but as it reaches the upstream, it is pretty high. And is it that they are having low inventory, and that is the reason why this bullwhip effect is causing? It is actually the other way around. I mean, as you move up the supply chain, it is usually that the upstream guys are sitting on large inventories, but for want of orders, right? So and the downstream guys are always stocking out, probably because they've done error in the forecasting, right? So they have wrong stock and unable to sell, and likewise that effect goes on. Okay, so is it that easy? I mean, if that is the case, then should we do collaboration with everybody? I mean, any given supply chain will have hundreds of suppliers. I mean, a mid-size supply chain, if not thousands, right? So is it even practically feasible to have a good extent of collaboration with everybody? I mean, clearly not. Therefore, Pareto rule, right? I mean, 80-20. I mean, who are the suppliers with whom 80% of the effects are seen, or 80% of the business is being done? Let's try to increase our level of collaboration with them, and then gradually increase, right? So if you see this 2 by 2 here, number of relations on the x-axis and the extent of collaboration, right? So you would have transactional collaboration with probably most of your suppliers, right? And as you move through this arrow in this direction, the extent of collaboration increases, starting from cooperative collaboration to coordinated to synchronized collaboration, right? So you will have the so-called synchronized collaboration only with a select set of suppliers with whom you have a lot of business, right? So by synchronization, what are we saying? Our information systems are in sync, systems infrastructure is in sync, decision support systems are in sync, planning is in sync, and so on and so forth, right? So that is basically what we are talking about. So we are not emphasizing that because by supply chain management we mean that it is coordination. We also realize that any given supply chain is a large network of suppliers. So therefore, smartly decide who are the ones with whom I want to have deeper levels of collaboration. There are so this is just one framework that I have presented here. There are a lot of other practical frameworks that are suggested by a lot of researchers and supply chain practitioners also. I would suggest you look at some of the books published by Association for Supply Chain Management website that I'm going to show to you shortly also. So there are some practical frameworks that I've seen in some of the books published by them also. All right. So we all have seen expansion of business models also. Earlier, what we are familiar with, the most common supply chain is a product company which makes a product. So each product is made and sold one, right? So that is a kind of service provider. They will hire one and sell one. Software company, take Microsoft for example, right? So they will make one version. I mean, whatever effort that it takes for them to come up with Windows 10, for example, that is one product. And once having made, they will just sell copies of it, right? So the kind of supply chain that is relevant for this kind of a company versus this kind of a company, you will clearly see that the phenomenal difference, right? So therefore, one size doesn't fit all. If that is complicated enough, then we today have a completely different kind of business model called a platform business model, where the capacity is fragmented, right? So you have big huge factory responsible for making products, big huge hotel that has a lot of properties, big huge education institute that has university that has a lot of classrooms, all are these are big companies having a lot of capacity, right? So that is broken down in terms of suppliers. The capacity is fragmented. That is seen on the supply side of the market, so to speak, and there is a demand side of the market that is also seen, right? So my next slide gives little more details on that. Essentially, if you see from make one and sell one model to a platform model, is many people make it and many people sell it, right? So this is called as a platform model. We see that all around us. These are some examples that you see here. Apart from what are listed here, Uber and Ola are pretty common examples. Oyo rooms, and so on and so forth. So essentially, the platform works like this. There is consumers, right? So there are demand side effects, as so to speak, and there are producers. There are, which is called as a supply side effect. So both of these are brought together on what is called as a platform, and this platform is probably provided by a third party guy. They create rules for engagement, and they create one size drives the other side drives the other. So the role of a platform guy, I mean, if you are the so-called supply chain of a platform business, then your role is more about creating those so-called network effects. So network effects is a word that is used. So one added customer will cause more suppliers to join, and one added supplier will cause more customers to join. So that kind of effect will self-propagate. These are some examples, right? So maker platforms. So maker platforms are characterized or typified by the people that are on the platform are the ones who create services or products, right? So YouTube, for example, I mean, content is created, right? Closed development platform are the places where programs are updated, or open development platforms. Similarly, you have exchange platforms where you have buyers and sellers come together. Your eBay, Tinder, and all of these are a few examples. All right, and how do you define the supply chain performance itself? Gartner has a perspective in terms of ranking them. So peer opinion is 25%, and return on physical assets is 15%, and ESG component, I mean, my previous speaker talked about it, is also increasing, right? So net, the way supply chains are managed few years back and the way they are being managed or expected to be managed is changing, and that is the reason why we all need to be continuously learning. All right, so I'll skip these few slides and jump into what are the various options that are available for one to get educated, right? So one could be an entry level person. Then there are graduation, post graduation, or even diploma level kind of programs that are available. That is at the bottom of the list here, operator level. And one may be already a graduate and maybe looking at some kind of a post graduation program. There are programs available, and or the professional has already joined the company, and then on an ongoing basis she would like to update his or her skills. So there are various programs depending on the intensity of it, right? So some examples are development programs, which are usually from 2 to 6 days. There are certificate programs, both online and as well in campuses, which range from 3 to 6 months. These could be weekends, these could be evenings, or even residential. Postgraduate diploma, you have 2 year programs, 1 year programs. You have models that are residential, online, and as well hybrid. And you can go deeper. I mean, if you want to really develop some kind of analytical mindset, one could look at doing doctorate programs also. There are universities specializing in the supply chain and logistics area, right? So these are some hierarchies that are available. I already talked about some need for continuously learning. This slide is more at the operational level. I mean, we see that logistics is more and more being driven by technology. So gone are the days where somebody needs to lift the item, put it in a box, pack it, and put it on a forklift and drive it. All those are probably gone. I think most modern warehouses and factories are technology driven. So therefore, if I'm going to be a supply chain operator or a logistics operator, I need to be very, very, very well versed with technology. And the ubiquitous AI, I'm sure it must have been a topic in today's this summit also. So AI is present and in SEM also. So some SCM programs that are there at the operator level, right? National Skill Development, NSDC, has come up with a lot of partnerships all around the country. There are, I believe, some 300 plus partners around the country who offer various logistics related programs. Similarly, Logistics Sector Skill Council is another quasi-government body that offers training program. At the managerial level, there is a university itself constituted under the Parliament Act with Ministry of Railways. He is a Gati Shakti University Vishwavidyalaya in Vadodara, Amity School of Logistics, Flipkart Academy of Supply Chain Excellence, Mahindra Logistics Training Programs. These are various programs that are available. Globally, Massachusetts Institute of Technology has a CTL that has campuses in US, Spain, Malaysia. I believe newly they have started one in England also. Kuhn-Nagel Logistics Institute, this is in Europe. DP World, I believe this is in Dubai, if I'm not wrong. So these are some global supply chain and logistics universities, and not to be left behind, even us and the college that I am part of, which is Institute of Management Technology. This year we have launched our 2-year MBA program called PGDM in Logistics and Supply Chain Management. And we did this in collaboration with CII, Institute of Logistics. So CII stands for Confederation of Indian Industries, which is a consortium of Indian industry, right? So that is, so this is our website. You could go there and try and find. All right. My last subtopic in today's this one is there are a lot of supply chain professional associations that are rich sources of knowledge, both on a standalone basis, resources that you can download, read, and keep yourself up to date. They publish books. You can buy those books on Amazon or their own website and go about it. Also, each of these bodies that I am presenting here also have different development and certification programs for different levels. So you could pursue, once again, the certificate program or development program that is relevant for you. So I just, took a snapshot or a screenshot of some of these professional associations. These are top 10, right? So, and we don't, in this, you don't see at least one Indian site, which I have elsewhere later in the slide, right? So ASCM is one. So if you go to their website, for example, you will see in their learning and development, there are so many, certificate programs that are available. You can register for, yes?
This is the APIX, the old name
Yeah.
of this.
Earlier it was APIX. APIX is now become ASCM. All right. Then Institute for Supply Management is another organization. This focuses on the inbound, upstream, that is purchasing side of the supply chain. Huge following. They have, their certification program is very well respected in the industry, particularly for procurement professionals. Then there's another institute called supplychaininstitute.org. They offer some of their certificate programs, and these are some popular programs from them. All right, I said that there is Indian set of resources also. Government of India has come up with this thing called SWAYAM NPTEL, which is once again consortium of I think 30 odd IITs and 20-25 IIMs and various other universities. The faculty from these well-respected universities have curated programs across very many engineering, technology, literature, arts, social sciences, and social sciences include things such as supply chain and logistics area. So you do a search, go to Swayam, search, keywords. I've just put supply chain here, and there are these two programs that are currently open, right? So they keep coming up, they always one or two programs that are always open. You can try other keywords and look at it. The registration fee is not a lot. I mean, very much affordable. And you could do online courses, and then if you're able to they pre-specify the exam date, and if you're able to go there, and all major cities have it, write the exam and clear the test, then you get a certification also. And these are not really any small university. These are from IIT Kharagpur, and erstwhile NITI Mumbai is now Indian Institute of Management Mumbai, right? So these are the faculty from these kind of this one. So this is another source, more Indian. So Abdul Garu, with this I come to the end of my presentation, and
This
if
is a
there are
fantastic.
questions.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Kalyan Garu. Thank you very much. As usual, I think you structured the presentation in such a way, so you covered the topics very nicely, and then you also gave the opportunity for the audience to know what it is, what from a technology point of view, business processes point of view, and then the conceptual point of view. And then I think you rush about the certifications and all, but we can always share the presentation and the details to individuals.
All the links are on the slides. Participants can click on those links and follow through that.
If any participants would like to clarify which course is better, what is the best suit for your particular needs, all those things we can share it with Dr. Kalyan for answering them and advising. And maybe in any of our next event or next webinar or so, we also can talk more about this topic, as it is very important at this point of time. Okay. So I take this as an opportunity, Dr. Kalyan Garu. Thank you very much for
Thank you for the opportunity.
lecture. Very insightful lecture, and really, it's very you covered everything in your lecture. Okay, it's a nice overview of supply chain. Okay, so thank you, sir. Thank you very much, and have a great time.
I wish you all the very best.
Thank you very much. Good. So with this, I take an opportunity on behalf of participants, organizers, to thank Dr. Kalyan. So for an excellent presentation and insights about the overview of supply chain, including how the learning of supply chain should take place. So that is really very encouraging for supply chain engineers. Okay,
thank you.
So now I would like to invite Mr. Alex Goma. Alexander Goma is joining from, I think you are in Nigeria still. Maybe you keep traveling, Alex. Okay, so
Yes,
each time when I talk to you, you keep traveling. So the topic we are talking is very important for supply chain, which is last mile delivery, redefining customer expectations in emerging markets. I think this is the topic what even myself I'm discussing with my team about this topic, Alex. So it happens to be that you are giving a lecture on this today. So it will be very encouraging for us to hear you and interact. Okay, so let me give a quick round of introduction to Alex. Alex is an accomplished expert with extensive experience in management, sales and trade marketing, and customer logistics within FMCG sector. Passionate about building sustainable, high-performance organizations, and he had led many teams to launch new brands, expand new markets, and increase market share, to boost sales, and drive profitability. So, with various capacities, Alex has really proved one time and again that how he can add value and he can transform organizations. So, this topic of last mile delivery is very, very important at this point of time. And it is very important for every organization in the supply chain. So I think this is an opportunity for all of us to hear directly from Alex Goma. So over to you, sir. So welcome, and please introduce yourself a little so that people are aware of it.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, and also
And can you see?
we can see.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay. It's still morning in Lagos, Nigeria. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon or good evening, wherever you may be. It's a pleasure to share on last mile delivery, how we can meet the expectations of the customer in emerging markets. And there's more of a perspective from Nigeria, but I think it is something that applies, especially in markets where there are similarities. So we're just going to look at understanding emerging markets. What are some of the challenges in last mile? Some suggestions for how to succeed, and then examples of certain companies that are beginning to add value in this space, and then what's the future of last mile. But just to summarize, I think everybody has been talking about supply chain. Last mile is the final stage of the supply chain process where everything starting from the producer ends up in the hands of the consumer. And it's been said in a lot of papers and lots of analysis done with different companies that this is the most critical and the most cost-intensive segment of the supply chain. Typically, I think it's common knowledge from one of my previous backgrounds that there are three main areas where every company in trying to win has to be very successful at. The first is the battle for the mind of the consumer, which is where your marketing and all the other things that you do to get people to actually have decided to vote for your product or service in their mind. The second is at the point where they will either experience your service or the product that you have to offer. And this is where the last mile comes in, because whatever investments you've made in the first point where you won the battle of the mind of the consumer, if you're not available for your product or service to be voted on, then your investment at the first stage has actually become a waste. And the last, of course, is based on the fact that once the consumer experiences the product or service, does it deliver on the promise? So that last mile is part of the focus on ensuring that the customer gets what he requires, either the service or the product delivered. And here you have to balance between cost and speed. And so there's always a challenge. I think previous speakers have spoken about different stages of the supply chain and some of the cost elements associated. If you don't have the right demand, you can always have a problem with inventory, can lead to cost if you don't have the right logistics to supply. So balancing all of this is something that is critical for profitability and customer service. So optimizing this stage directly impacts your service levels and profitability. But in emerging markets, there are quite a number of gaps. Some of the speakers have spoken about some of the technology that is being applied in different locations, robotics, automated sorting. Yes, you will find some elements of this in a few establishments, but most establishments are still very manual. They still have to rely on the human interpretation of certain pieces of data. And of course, there are certain challenges that are coming from the external environment that makes this tough. First one is infrastructure, especially if I look at Nigeria and maybe some parts of sub-Saharan Africa, where road infrastructure is a challenge, warehouse infrastructure is a challenge, the quality of the logistics equipment you will have is a challenge. It therefore becomes very expensive. You have large geographies where you're trying to manage how to access or reach customers in those places. There's also a simple, though very common issue with addressing. So where you don't have the right kind of addressing for customers' locations or consumer locations, it's very difficult for you to therefore become very effective, especially when you're using automated solutions to reach out to those customers. So the address or the postcode is rather a small expanse of geography rather than a specific location. Technology barriers driven by quality of internet, access to certain places, therefore, doesn't allow for the most efficient use. And then, of course, culture and behaviors. These are places where customers prefer to manage transactions based on cash and would rather pay on delivery. They want to see the product first before they're satisfied that, okay, this is something that I want to pay for. And of course, the distances and the population density challenges and the differences between urban and rural, and therefore the cost to serve. But despite these challenges, there are lots of organizations that have built structures, put in place things, and have actually been able to grow market share, drive operational efficiency and customer loyalty and leadership. So it's important to understand these challenges, but not to be constrained by them, because by looking at them separately, you can actually look at how you can tap these challenges into opportunities that help you drive share and gain leadership within the market. So what are some of the characteristics that you find in these markets? Again, like I said, I'm using Nigeria as more of a case study. Very high population. I think Nigeria is similar to India, but India, of course, is probably about 5 or 6 times more in terms of population. It's a highly fragmented retail structure. And then, of course, you have a huge disparity in terms of the urban and the rural centers. So therefore, the quality of service or options available at urban are very, very different from those that are available at rural. In terms of behaviors, because of the size of the population, the economic strata of the population, you have a lot more frequent purchases. There are lots of purchases that are smaller sizes because of the fact that a lot of people don't earn their money on a regular basis and therefore just have to keep on buying. So you have the pay as you go, small sachets, small sizes. Basically, people are replenishing or buying whatever they require on a daily basis. When you add up the cost that they pay per gram or per kg, they actually end up paying more. You would have thought that, okay, is it not smarter to buy larger quantities because you save more? It's not because they're not smart. It's simply the fact that they don't have the bulk money at once to buy everything that they need at once. So they have to make the purchases on a day-to-day basis. And people will start their day with 0 naira or dollar in their pocket, but by the first hour, 2 hours, they've earned enough money to be able to get breakfast, and under 3 hours, enough money for dinner. And then, of course, towards the end of the day, they have money to buy what they're going to require, especially if they have a family for the next day. So they're living by day. With the advent of technology, mobile, and things, we see an increasing digitization and also an adoption of mobile commerce, again, driven by the fact that, okay, mobile money is beginning to expand, easier for you to pay money across using your phones. And as a result of that, okay, it is creating opportunities for commerce, especially e-commerce, or a mixture of both e and the regular models where the transactions can happen, the payments can happen via digital, even though the service deliveries happen physically. Also, whilst people are looking at costs, there's increase in competition and varieties being offered across different product segments. Therefore, it is not just only affordability that is critical, but also service levels and reliability. So we see some shifts emerging where the focus is not just on how affordable, but is whether the service or the product is convenient and reliable. There's an emphasis on transparency and tracking, especially where trust is involved. So when people have ordered something, they're expecting to know how quickly, when it will come and where it is, and also just some assurance that everything has happened. And then increasingly, for certain categories, okay, there's a requirement for delivery direct to the consumers because people want the specialized or personalized service. So you have a mix of different kinds of retail outlets that are available and therefore are offering this kind of service and last mile delivery. Now, if I look at Nigeria population estimates, right? Nobody knows exactly how many we are, but if you extrapolate from the last census, we're circa around 220 million people within 1 million square kilometers, right? Huge number of outlets, over about 1.1 million outlets, highly fragmented, but with between wholesale, open markets, and neighborhood groceries accounting for more than 80% of all commodity volumes. So the focus for most organizations have been to partner through dealers and distributors. So they have a network of distributors across the country who then serve these various channels. However, one of the things that is becoming increasingly critical is the options for consumers and how quickly or how able is the system able to ensure that you can have your assortment of products or portfolio available across the channel. So you're likely to find across most categories, the market leader and maybe one or two more players in the market having widespread distribution, and then a lot of other small players just having limited distribution because the cost to serve is massive. For you to cover this range of outlets means that it's a huge cost to serve. So a lot of companies will rather rely on partners who ship direct to wholesale, and then wholesale has a way of finding it across the large number of retailers. But what this means is that the more well-known products are the ones that get better service through this channel. So launching a new brand or a new product makes it a lot more difficult, especially if you don't have access to the last mile or how you can enhance your product offering at that last stage. Again, what are some of the challenges that are involved? So this is a typical example of one of the roads. So a journey that is, yes?
Slide, if I can just, previous slide. Yeah.
Previous slide, okay.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Clear.
So there are various channels, under those special channels, they are, maybe I might just give a bit of a description, right?
Yeah,
there are
please.
some that are specialized, maybe kiosk, hawkers, food specific channels, Horeca, for example, or maybe pharmacies and things like that. Modern trade is largely, there are not very few chains, ShopRite from South Africa, Spar, but limited number of outlets, and then a lot of local chains that are coming with anywhere between 5 to 20 outlets, and a lot of standalone outlets. The open markets, just large, wide expanse of lands with lots of shops, typically situated around the city centers. So the access to consumers from across major cities is easy. It's just simply one drop of transportation to get you there. The cost to serve is very low because infrastructure is not necessarily good, little or no power. So basically operate within the daylight hours, but then you have virtually everything you want to buy within the open market. The way I summarize it, I say the open market is the Walmart of Nigeria, because you have virtually everything you want to buy within one roof. It's just that each shop is owned by a different owner. So you're having to deal with different people, but then you have a wide assortment or variety of products at your disposal. Until a few years ago, it used to be about 80% of the volume, but over the years, with the improvements and opening of neighborhood stores and modern trade, that number is whittling down to where it is somewhere between 40 and 50% of the commodity, depending on the category. So neighborhood stores are becoming increasingly important. Modern trade, yes, especially when you're looking at your AB, C1 consumers, but also giving you an access to sampling and trial and doing some kind of consumer activations in those particular channels. Wholesalers are widespread. Some I blend between sell retail and sell wholesale as well, but they're able to break bulk, so which is what allows smaller retailers to sell, and therefore they can move products across state lines with limited infrastructure and using any kind of not formal transport means, but it just means that the cost to serve wholesale is usually cheaper and easier for them. So some of the challenges, right, I've alluded to them earlier, but basically infrastructure, a 3-hour journey, a 240-kilometer trip, which theoretically you can say, okay, even if you're going at 80 kilometers per hour, should take you not more than 3 hours, can be one full day because of the challenges and of the infrastructure. The road network is not well built, and therefore it adds increased cost. So you find the more formal logistics partners are very few. They charge because the infrastructure, for them to maintain the infrastructure, is very costly. The people you find who are playing these logistics roles are more local partners, and with some trucks that are older than 30 years. But somehow these trucks will manage to navigate this kind of tough terrains. We'll get there in 3 or 4 days. So your cost to serve, your reliability, and all of that is affected. You get it at a cheaper cost, but then the odds are you can have the truck break down for a couple of days before it gets there. So if you don't have inventory at the location, and therefore looking at the lead times actually become longer when you're looking at this cheaper sources of transportation. The picture on the right is just showing a particular area that has just one postcode. So the point is that the address is not one house, right? The postcode is one particular area. So if you're going to deliver using postcodes, not going to be very efficient. Yes, there's improvements, especially with advent of Google, which is helping drive street addressing and therefore becoming much better, but it's still a challenge. Sometimes we say if you follow Google Map, you can end up at a river where there's no bridge because it doesn't really understand that there's no connection between that and the next location. So it's something that is a bit of a challenge. There's still a heavy reliance on cash, right? Face-to-face transactions. Yes, there's a challenge with digital and e-commerce because there's a common saying, what I ordered versus what I got. So the pictures look good on Instagram, the pictures look good on the website, but when you get what you're ordering, is it exactly what I want? Therefore, the preference is generally for payment on delivery. So as the logistics providers or the people who have built up systems to ensure that when the delivery is made is when they can get the payment, then both the customer or the consumer is assured, and also the logistics partner makes sure he gets his money. But this calls for payment systems, so e-commerce payment system, POS terminals. But then you have a challenge of technology. The internet is not working at that time, or you have a network failure, so you have issues and instances of payment reversals, payment not made, and therefore it becomes a huge challenge holding a delivery person because the payment has not gone through, or the transaction has not gone through, and therefore either the logistic partner has to return with the goods, which means that it will cost twice to deliver the same service. And then, of course, population density, especially in semi-urban and rural, where you have huge territories to cover in between small towns and cities and villages, therefore means that the cost to serve is often higher than normal. So what is critical for you to succeed? There are quite a number of companies that have done that. A lot of the large FMCG companies have succeeded in putting the kind of infrastructure that allows them to serve. The first thing is your own investment in infrastructure. So distribution centers at either the regional or macro level. Some of these distribution centers are owned by them. Some are owned by people who are currently investing in warehousing and logistics. Therefore, they're logistics partners who offer this service. And so you just pay for either the volume that you pass through or you pay for particular square meters that you use. But there are also company-owned resources. But over the past 20 years, more companies have been moving away from having lots of regional warehouses to where they have a few regional demand centers, and then they're building the capacity of their partners to have the capability to be able to serve them. So that's where the second point in terms of strong collaboration with local partners, where distributors put in the infrastructure, warehousing, acquiring vans with support from the companies that they're dealing with, hiring their own people to make sure that they can then do that final mile delivery. There are also certain partners that have come up that are able to deliver anything from small packages, from 0.5 to 5 kilogram packages. So companies are using a mixture of their distribution partners and some of these last mile partners to drive these deliveries. And then, of course, we see an emergence where neighborhood stores and groceries are now beginning to start to serve as collection centers. So people who have a bit more of bulk orders can actually get them delivered to a store close to them or to a logistics hub near to them, and therefore they can go and pick this. I think it's critical to also find the balance in driving efficiency and looking at the operational costs. So most models today have to be fixed because you're trying to get widespread availability for your products, and there's always a challenge between what is the lost sales I'm missing by not having my product available versus what is the cost of going to that extra outlet. There's a cost to serve higher. Rule of thumb has been to focus on roughly about 20%, 30% of the retail universe. Typically, across a number of categories, they tend to give you about 70 to 80% volume coverage of the market. And then the balance is through strategic wholesalers located across, which therefore help to cover the smaller outlets and give you that coverage. Optimizing routes, partnering with other people, so sharing resources, as well as looking at how you scale your operations strategically. So starting from a few centers and a few key cities where there's scale and volume, and then using that and expanding, and also looking at how by partnering with other companies that also have similar challenges, you can reduce the cost to serve because you're taking a broader portfolio across. There's also investment in technology and automation in terms of route marking, tracking, and ensuring reliability of delivery, pricing models that allow you to price depending on the route and therefore how expensive the route. There are certain providers of delivery services that compare prices based on surge and therefore charge higher when deliveries are being made within particular periods. Payment systems that are fast and reliable. So there are certain organizations that have come up where their payment systems are fast, reliable. By SMS, you can get confirmation of the payments almost real time. So it makes it easier for payments, especially when it comes to payments on delivery and confirmation have been done. And then, of course, adoption of mobile apps that will help drive the transactions but also ensure tracking, payments, as well as driving consumer engagement as we try to ensure that this happens. So a balance of a mixture of this can guarantee you success, which is what a lot of companies have applied in Nigeria. There are quite a number of businesses in the last couple of years that have emerged. These are just some examples, but they are providing opportunities for direct to retail and also for consumer. Jumia is one, and that has opened up across a certain number of places in Africa. Key question is whether they are profitable and whether, okay, this model is going to be sustainable. I think we all know how many years it took Amazon to get to profitability. However, for items that have some value, easier to pass through this channel, things like mobile phones, appliances, anything that costs upwards of $20, equivalent of $20, easier to subsume the delivery costs from here. So these guys have actually helped certain sectors to start to expand and grow, and you can actually rely on them to give access direct to consumer. GIG Logistics used to be a transport company that used to move people across cities, and then moved to include moving goods and services, and therefore it's now easy for people to move packages from 0.5 kg to as much as you want. So you can deliver to partners across different parts of the company. They have Bond Digital have an app that is efficient in tracking, in following payment, booking systems, and all of that. So it's helped a lot of small businesses that want to ensure they can do last mile delivery to actually do. I think alongside with them are firms like GoCada, Glovo, but Glovo specializes more in food and grocery delivery. The other examples there, Kobo 360, Alezo, Omnibus, are companies that are now distributing across retail largely, but they are collating, they have a large number of retail outlets right now, maybe anywhere ranging between 30 to 60, 70,000 outlets that they cover. And basically you can come on their platform and their platform will give access to retailers that they have, and therefore you can distribute your products to those particular customers. The key challenge is that they're still largely located within urban, maybe to some extent, some semi-urban and rural areas in some parts of the country, but they do not have widespread coverage yet, especially in places around the far north and the southeast of the company. But what a number of firms are doing are using a mixture of their own resources, their distribution partners, and these particular new emerging partners to move their business. I think people are watching to see how will they evolve and develop, and will they get the kind of coverage that gives you close to 60, 70% market coverage of the business. So still a bit expensive compared to the other models, but at least these are opportunities for businesses that do not have their own infrastructure. You can actually tag in to these particular businesses and then just simply put your products within their network of outlets that they cover, and therefore you can have the access to serve. So what is the future like for this? I think it will still be hybrid. You still have a mixture of delivery via retail, but what will happen is that you will find a number of neighborhood stores actually serving as collection centers. So for consumers who order direct, they can actually collect within some of these neighborhood stores. Autonomous delivery systems, right? In certain parts of Nigeria, I think there's a company, Zipline, that has started doing certain deliveries for medical supplies in rural areas. Now, how well using drones, how well this will grow, and whether the scale to serve a huge business. It's something that will emerge in the near future, but it's something to watch out. I think also what has been practiced in other parts of the world, community-based last mile delivery, where people can extra income if they pick products from around where they work, for example, in the morning and on their way back home, they can do these deliveries. However, this is dependent on trust. So until you have improvements in identity systems and security, I think this still remains an area that will not develop rapidly, because you want to ensure that the person who is delivering the product will deliver the product. Imagine somebody having to deliver a product that costs more than his 3 months salary. What are the odds that the person will stick and make that delivery or will not divert the product away? So these are things that I see that will come up in the near future, but we will still largely remain traditional. Technology will play a real role in routing, in payment systems. We can see that already working in ensuring that you can make orders, payments, and deliveries, but it will still largely remain a hybrid systems in the near future. Maybe in the larger modern cities, we will start to see a bit of automated systems in use, but this is still a long time from being what will be the mainstay of last mile service and delivery in places like Nigeria and sub-Saharan Africa. So in concluding, the last mile remains the most critical link that connects businesses to their customers in emerging markets like Nigeria. There are challenges, but these challenges offers opportunities. The companies that build expertise at this are the ones that will grow share and ensure that they can always have the right service levels. The focus for the business when thinking of the last mile is think of what problem are we trying to solve for the consumer, right? So in the product design and the product delivery, and then how the channel that we use, we've got to do that. So it's critical to focus on the customer, is to think about collaboration, right? Rather than competing, you can actually work with your competitors to find some opportunities and let the competition be out at the consumer face. But however, from a service level, there are opportunities for collaboration and of course, a focus on efficiency to drive cost. Winning at the point where the consumer accesses products and service will always be a critical lever for growth. And focusing on the last mile makes a critical impact on the bottom line for every business. So I think you want to win in emerging markets. This is one of the key areas of focus, right? That's why you find a lot of companies will focus on this, because once they get this critical, it is easier for them to actually, whatever investments they make in speaking to the consumer starts to play for them. Thank you for attention. If there are any comments, thoughts, questions, willing to take them.
I have some questions,
Yes.
Alex. Now, let us say it's very interesting. Insert very nicely about the key ingredients of last mile delivery from the customer point of view. Okay, so that is something which is very important. Now, if any organization would like to embark into the last mile delivery solution as part of their process, for example, a manufacturer need a last mile delivery work for him as part of the process, or maybe you want a last mile delivery partner. So somebody wants to do a last mile delivery business. Okay, so what should he do? Okay, so how can he establish a business of last mile delivery? Okay, and also what is the if you want to do any implementation of this, what is the step-by-step process? So how the last mile delivery is designed from a manufacturer point of view or something? What about the last mile delivery partner? Can they do themselves or you need to find a partner? And how the technology or process will help to establish the process. So can you show some light on that, Alex?
So I think the first thing will be to understand the market and how you access the consumer, because you've got to think of, okay, how do I access? So depending on what the purpose for which you're setting up the organization is for, are you building it for your own product? So you've got to understand the customer we are targeting. Who are they, where are they, and where do they access whatever service or product that they get today? Now, like some of the data I shared, okay, there are people who own retail data and say, okay, look, these are the number of outlets in Nigeria, this is where they are. Based on that, and also consumer data that says this is where they shop or where they buy or this is what they have. You can have a straw map to say, okay, if I want to set a business to target this particular set of people, then I need to have the infrastructure to cover X number of outlets. I usually will say do this looking at a key cities approach. So if you look at the consumers and then you look at the spread of the population across Nigeria, where are the key cities that are economically viable, and the key cities where you have the infrastructure that can support what you want to do. So I think for me, that's the first step, understanding the consumer, the retail universe, and where they are based on the key cities. And therefore, it gives you an idea of what's the kind and the level of coverage that you need to have for you to be able to access this. Now, then the question is, do I want to own my own infrastructure if I'm going to set up infrastructure? So how do I approach this market, right? The access to Nigeria, if you're coming in from outside, assuming you're importing, means that, okay, access is through the ports. The one with the most efficient, maybe access or service is the ports in Lagos. So do I have a central warehouse in Lagos, and then do I have distribution centers? At least that gives me coverage in the east and the north. So Lagos can cover the southwest for me, the north, and then in Abuja, and then somewhere in the east. It's a choice of whether I want to be in Port Harcourt or Enugu, one of the key cities in the east. Now, do I need to own this? Can I partner? There are distribution companies that exist who do warehousing. They have warehouses across the nation. So you can also decide to depend on them. Initially, it might be more expensive until you then set up your own structure. So for me, it would be prove the concept, set up my own, go with these partners whilst you're trying to build your own network, or find other partners that you can work with. Now, of course, you need systems. You can model some of these things on Excel, but if you have an ERP system, or you have systems that help you model your transportation, logistics, your inventory, the requirements, space management, and things like that, I think that's something that is critical. It's you need an ERP system. You need a system that can allow you manage your payments as well, in terms of cash collections, payments direct into bank accounts, payments from accounts into your accounts, and how this is upgraded and automated. So you need a system that allows you to manage from payments to ordering to how you plan your routes, you optimize your routes, and then the logistics, managing the logistics capability. So, of course, you need to register the business if you're coming in stretch. Are you registering as a logistics business? Registration in Nigeria, business registration is not so difficult. The process has been streamlined. This is something I believe now you can do within 7 days, right? You can actually get a business registered, and then you can start all the processes of putting everything in place. So it's register your business, understand the customer, consumer, the outlets you want to cover, have a map of what is required. Where do I put my logistics footprints? Think about, are there partners that exist today that I can leverage on? So rather than do it myself, can I leverage on somebody's infrastructure and then do that? Then do I have the technology to support me? Critical will be people. So all of these things will fail, and that's where I think the biggest challenge will be to find the right kind of people. There are quite a number of people, okay? largely within maybe most of the multinational businesses because they tend to pay more and therefore hire the best people. And so for you to get the best people, you probably will need to pay an arm and a leg, except if you're bringing expatriates from outside. But there are certain local rules about expatriate quota. Therefore, the number of expatriates or the quantity you can bring locally. So I don't know if that answers gives an idea.
It answered the question. There is one more. So in the last mile delivery, especially when we talk about the e-commerce, okay, so there is a classical delivery and proof of delivery concept. Okay,
Yeah.
so that is one part. And there is some kind of value added service, like if you are buying a furniture, okay, so somebody has to come and do to fix it in the place or configure it based on your needs. Or if you are buying something like air condition, somebody has to come and fix it. Okay, so is it something like how this works? Like the last mile delivery operation and the value added service, both are done by two different people. So how is that work, Alex?
Depends on the category. So if you talk about furniture, most of the furniture manufacturers, especially the big ones, will actually do the installation themselves. Similar for the things like an air conditioner or an appliance that requires delivery. Most of the outlets that deal with this equipment will offer that as a service. Now, but aside from offering it as a service within the outlets themselves, sometimes when you order or purchase, they will also give you a list of other service providers, because if you want to take that service and pay for it, or if you want to get it because you have somebody who can do the same thing for you at a lower cost. So for me personally, if I want to do any of those things, because I have somebody who does that for me in my own house, all I just want is for them to deliver the equipment, because after it's done, that's the person who does the maintenance. Now, there are few providers who add that as a competitive edge. So they will tell you that, okay, the delivery and installation is a competitive edge versus somebody else who just sells you the product. Therefore, when you look at the price, you can say, okay, yes, they're selling me the product, but they're adding free delivery and installation as part of it. Some even add the installation parts as part of the service that they're offering.
Yep, I think that makes it complete. So for supply chain professionals and organizations who want to try the last mile delivery part, so what is your advice for next 2025? So just give some final thoughts, takeaways, Alex.
I think one, costs, because if you look at costs of energy, right, we've seen some massive costs increases in Nigeria. I think more than 2 or 3-fold. The question is whether it will stabilize or not. So that's something. So question of looking at energy saving ways of movement. Okay. The government has been trying to encourage things like CNG utilization. So it's their shift from using petrol to compressed natural gas. One, from an environmental perspective, but secondly, from a cost perspective. I think that's one area that is critical. I think there needs to be consolidation. A lot of the small partners that are coming in, offering the same service within the same area, so you end up fragmenting or fighting yourself. So I think there has to be some kind of collaboration or mapping in such a way that you are having different areas where you offer the service and together you can work. So I think, yes, a number of them are coming up, a number are raising funds for venture capital. However, I think there's a point at which this cash will burn out. So the question is, how quickly do you get to profitability? That I've mentioned some of those examples. The question is, are they profitable today, and what's the pathway to profitability? So I think there's something around that collaboration. And then I think the last thing will just be around innovation. Try new ideas small, yes, because sometimes it seems as if things are not changing, but you can always, I think, have a pilot mindset. Try something small in a small area, see that how it works, see some of the challenges, and on the back of that, start to move to implement. I've seen people try to bring new to world ideas here, and sometimes they fail, not because they're bad ideas, it's just the fact that there's some of the challenges that you need to understand and deal with, which is not on the surface. So until you're in that environment or applying that, will you see that, oh, this does seem like it was minor, but it's a major thing that impacts. Simple example would be people, for example. It's a critical part, so it's something that you have to think deep there. So for me, it would be innovation pilot, right, and then expand strategically.
Perfect. I think that's very insightful lecture, Alex. So thank you very much. So if the participants have any questions, I will pass it to you. Okay, at the moment, okay, we don't have questions, guys. If you have questions, please post it. Let me check it. If you have any questions posted deep, you can post it on YouTube kind of thing. So let us pass it to Alex for answering them. Okay. So I take this as an opportunity, Alex. Thank you very much for joining and giving a very insightful lecture on last mile delivery. Especially, what I like is the customer point of view of the last mile delivery. So thank you very much. And I take this as an opportunity to thank you and also invite our next guest speaker, Alejandro. So good morning, Alejandro. So if you are there in the call.
Yes, good morning, Abdul. Can you see me?
Yeah, I can see you. So maybe we woke up, we call you early morning. What time is it there?
Yeah, it's 5 a.m. here. So last time I was here at a conference with you, I was in the Netherlands, so it was a bit different time. So yes, it's a bit early here, but it's I hope I'm awake
Yeah,
enough to to give a good presentation.
please join the session. Yeah, okay. So let me give a quick briefing. So we are going to talk about strategy analysis for supply chain organizations in Central America, and of course the rest of the other part of the world, by Freddy Alejandro Villagran. Okay, I hope I pronounced correctly. Okay.
Yeah.
Alejandro, just to give you an idea, so Alejandro is an accomplished executive over 20 plus years of experience in strategy consulting, business development, and project management. So he drove sustainable profitability across global companies in energy, industrial, and consumer sector through analytical insights and also a keen business acumen. So I think Alejandro is helping many organizations in Central America and also some part of Europe. So I take this as an opportunity to invite Alejandro to give a lecture on this topic, strategy analysis for supply chain organizations. So this is very important because all the supply chain guys always they think about operations and they think about more onto the accounting and then the operations kind of thing. So they they will not spend much time on the strategy part of business. So I think it can be it will be very nice for every supply chain managers to hear from Alejandro about how this whole strategy analysis can be done from the supply chain point of view, and then how you guys can get the benefit of a strategy knowledge or whatever. Okay, so Alejandro, you can introduce about your organization quickly, and then you have all your time to brief.
Okay, thank you, Abdul. Can everybody see me?
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
not
we
sure
can see.
that. Okay, so I'll try to make sure my presentation is there.
Yeah, so we can see your screen.
So I'll move here.
Yeah. Now you have it. Yes. Yep. Perfect. Yeah. Okay. We can see you. We can see your presentation. Alejandro, can you hear us? Alejandro, we cannot hear you. Maybe. Hello.
You can you hear me now?
And now is better. Yeah, please feel free.
Okay,
Yeah,
but let me put the presentation back. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah. Yeah, we can see your presentation. Hello.
Can you see the presentation?
Yeah, we can see your presentation and also we can hear you.
Can you still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can hear you. Ale, can you hear us?
Abdul, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly. I'm not sure
you.
when I turn the presentation on if the
Your
voice
presentation
goes down.
Yes, no, we can see your presentation with your picture on it.
And can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
When I put present.
Okay. Yeah, can you put the presentation back to the presentation mode? Let us see. Did you put it? Yeah, now it is in the presentation mode. Are you speaking? No, we cannot hear you.
But can you hear me now?
Yeah, yes.
When I put the presentation on, for some reason the microphone goes off. So maybe I'll try to do it this way.
Yeah, why not? Just make sure that you maximize the size as much as you can.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. Let me see if I can do that a little bit. Okay, so I'll have to do it this way. Anyway, so thank you for the introduction, Abdul. And well, this is me. As Abdul already told you, I'm a strategy consultant. I've been working mainly in Central America and Mexico and the Caribbean. I did work a little bit in Europe, but what I'm gonna try to do today is, since you guys are mainly focused in the supply chain management area, so try to link those two areas together. So, and I'm gonna give you a little bit of my background and my experience with these two areas, how they come together. So I'm not just going to specifically talk about Central America. I'm going to use that as an example, but maybe I can show you how we do this link together with how important these two areas are when we work together for one. So I'm not going to go waste that much time on myself. So you can read it, and Abdul already did a great job. But what I'm going to try to do today is show you how we apply strategy management to develop the supply chain competencies in companies. I'm going to give you the perspective from the Central American region, although this applies basically to all the companies along all the world. And why do we want to do this? As we know, and as Clover and Pierce said once, and maybe you already are familiar to that, but the ultimate goal of a successful business strategy is to obtain a long-term, sustainable, superior corporate performance. So at the end, that's what everybody wants to do. We want successful companies to thrive in our markets, and as you all know, many of these are based on the supply chain management performance. So we'll try to link that up together. And for that, we just make this main question is that can a strategy focus on developing supply chain competencies drive corporate performance? And as many you already know, the answer is yes. And how do we support this? And you can research many studies that have been done. And I specifically like this one. By Green. This was done in 2008 and showed the link between supply chain management strategy to firm performance. And what they found is that they had a positive link and significant performance between financial performance and supply chain management strategy. So you can see here how the hypotheses of how the different studies went and the results were done. And you can see how strategy, supply chain management strategy impacted positively, not only logistics performance, but also market performance. At the end, we saw a strong correlation between all these performances with the financial performance of a company. And of course, this is a beautiful graph I took from Green, but you can see it in many studies that have been done along the world and how this is really linked up. So this, my first approach to you guys is try to show you that they're both positively linked together. And once you do a good work with the supply chain management, you're also doing a great work with your financial performance for your company. So we move a little bit further, and we can see how, and we can ask each other, how can supply chain and logistics competencies benefit from strategy management practices to significantly enhance their financial performance? So while I'm moving a little bit further here, and I'm going to give you a few examples. I'm going to focus on Central America, but what I'm going to try to do is try to link these together, and you can see how these practices actually do enhance financial performance of a company. So right now I'm giving you a little bit of the theory, and what I'm going to try to move to the practice a little bit later from my own personal experience and what some of the works I've done previously. So what we do here in our company, and of course Abdul already told you a little bit about our background, and we focus on strategy management. And as you all know, the strategy management does not only focus on one functional area. So yes, supply chain and logistics is one of the areas, but all of these benefit from our practice. We can see that strategic management provides a framework of aligning all these activities, not only, of course, supply chain, but all the activities that a company passes through with a broader business objectives. And we enable firms to adapt to changing market conditions and customer demands effectively. What we're not going to do today is like going through a complete strategy presentation here. And mainly what we're going to do here today is like focus mainly how the strategy formulation, which is part of the work we do, and how does this link up together to at the end of the performance of the company. So as you can see from the three main areas we focus on when we do the 3 stages of strategy consulting, we're gonna just focus on the one in the middle, which is strategy formulation today. So what does this encompass? Many of you have done maybe strategy management, and there's many frameworks we use and for strategy management, and I listed 5 of them. There's plenty of more, and depending on the company we are servicing, we try to adapt and tailor our services to each company. But as you can see, many of these are things that you do every day. And sometimes we start with the SWOT analysis, the pestle analysis, which is a very broad framework. But today, where I'm going to try to link up is the final three that I'm listing here, which is the Porter's competitive strategy framework, the value chain analysis, and how we link the key success factors and developing the core competencies. Because here, what we see a lot is, while we develop the core competencies which are linked mainly to the supply chain area, it's like they do have such a big impact in companies today. So I'm going to try to walk you along what we do, and please feel free to ask any questions. Anyways, moving to Porter's competitive strategy framework, which many of you already know, focuses on three main primary elements or generic strategies that many talk about that businesses can employ to achieve a competitive advantage in the industry. And these are the main ones, which we all know, which is being focusing on the cost leadership, differentiation, and focus. And what we saw is, like in many studies, and as Havlaka and Spillins showed in their studies as well, is that the cost leadership and differentiation and focus do have been applied to supply chain management and logistics industry to gain a consistent competitive advantage. So the studies have also shown that this does actually work, and you can see all the papers. And at the end of the presentation, I'm going to list many of the works I've consulted, but this is just to support the actual work we've done, and you can see it in many academic investigations that we have been done investigating. The first one, we talked about, is cost leadership. So cost leadership in logistics involves mainly on optimizing operational efficiency and minimizing costs across logistics and activities such as transport, warehouse, and inventory management. And this also shows many of the works that Green did and showed you before. And we've seen, like, in many companies and along the world, which is many of you already know, good examples include, for example, Walmart and IKEA, and of course, these companies are worldwide, but we've seen also in Central America many of these, how these can also link up with supply chain management. Moving to the differentiation strategy, we also see successful companies that have done this, and many of you know Apple and Nike. And what these companies have done is providing a unique and superior logistics services that are valued by their customers. And what customers mainly value in these cases is fast delivery, higher reliability, or more customized solutions. And interesting studies also done by Mogaka and Rani also support this. And you can, as I told you, I've linked these studies as well, so you can see the relationship between these two areas. But as I'm trying to explain here, is like strategy links up with supply chain management in many forms, and it doesn't matter what kind of strategy you're following, it does have a strong correlation between both of them. And the final one is the focus strategy, which in logistics involves targeting a specific customer segment or geographical market, tailoring its supply chain offering to their unique needs. And this could be also shown positively by companies like Tesla and Whole Foods in the US, which has been very successful. And what they do is that they just focus on specific things, either in narrow cost focus or in differentiation focus. And as I show you, and Havlaka also show this positive correlation between these two frameworks. Then we move a little bit further, and it's important because you all know that supply chain management shows up in the value chain analysis we do with Porter. So one of the main elements of this theory and strategy advantage is to include analyzing the company's value chain. As you all know, the value chain is the company's main activities where value is added and costs are incurred. So if you work in supply chain management, you know many of this starts from the inbound logistics, ends up in the service. And when you apply this framework, it just gives you a strong framework where you also have a structured way to analyze many of the company's internal supply chain management activities. So as you can see, what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to link up the broader strategy from Porter and try to link it to the things you do every day, what supply chain management professionals do every day. So you can see there's a very strong link here. And then you move and try to develop your competencies. We're very linked to what you do every day. So core competencies, what they refer to are the skills and abilities that give a company's a competitive edge. These competencies should be integrated into company structure and operations and are challenging for competitors to replicate and require years of development. So once you start developing these competencies, mainly supply chain one, actually do give you a competitive advantage over your main competitors. So what this do is it provides you advantage over competitors. These are competencies that are hard to replicate or imitate, and it's a big source of value for customers and shareholders. And at the end, it's a complex and diffused through the company. So once you develop them, what it's trying to give you is it gives you a very strong way to compete in your competitive landscape. And at the end, how do these link up? When you define your key success factors in companies, they should be developed and maintained in support to one or more of the key success factors. And these key success factors are are the essential resources, activities, and capabilities that significantly impact a company's performance in its industry. So what you're trying to do here is once you know where your company really thrives or what needs to thrive, you try to see what are these competencies that you need to develop and make you actually be the market leader. So once you start linking these competencies to your key success factors, is what actually drives and makes a company a real leader in its market. So what I'm gonna try to do now is give you a little bit of the theory and give you a case study, which I actually worked with this company for several years, a long time ago. And this is what I can tell you. This is a company that actually is thriving here in Central America. It's one of the leading companies, which is called Mixtolisto. And Mixtolisto is the leading provider of ready-mix concrete solutions here in Guatemala. It's been in the market for more than 70 years, and it's very well known for its commitment to quality, reliability, and innovation. So Mixtolisto serves a diverse range of construction projects. As you know, it sells concrete, and it serves residential to large-scale commercial developments. So what we did is we try to see what were our core values that were driving us first. And here I list them, and you can see them, and you can, if you are familiar to ready-mix concrete companies, you might understand why this is very important. So the core values here were quality. So you have to ensure that superior product standards and customer satisfaction of your products reach your final destination. You need that the buildings or the roads you're constructing can rely very strongly on their product, which is the concrete. And that's why reliability is very important also. We used to say with Mixtolisto that the most expensive concrete you could sell the customers were the ones that were not there, because you have to schedule the constructions, you have to schedule the machinery and the workers to be there every single day. So if the concrete is not there, you're not reliable, it could be the most costly concrete you have. So sometimes I remember discussing with our potential customers, they were saying, "Oh, but your price is a little bit higher than the competition." And we would try to remind them of our reliability and say, okay, but what's more expensive for you? Spending a few more dollars on each cubic meter of concrete and hiring us, or just hiring someone else that cannot deliver or they're not reliable, and you have to incur many costs. For example, having the machinery there and everything. So, and that's why the reliability was very important for us. Also, of course, we had to adapt to the customer needs. The innovation was very important, and also at the end, safety was very, very important, because you cannot have accidents at the company or have health issues or safety issue with their employees or the clients. And of course, we have a zero tolerance of unsafe acts in our company. So that was mainly our values of the company. But then we have to see, okay, this is our talking points with the customers. So how does this link up to the actual work we're doing through the supply chain competencies that I've been talking to you about? So of course, when I told you how we faced our customers, you can rapidly tell we were doing a differentiation strategy. And why this, I already talked to you about. Our core values were there. So we actually saw our differentiation strategy here was reliant on superior quality and reliability, innovation and technology, having these customized solutions for our customers, because we knew that every company that was hiring us, every project that we were working with had its different needs. So our customized solutions were very, very important as well. At the end, also, the exceptional customer service was very key with this, because as I told you, every project, every construction project is very unique in its way. So we had to really talk together with what were their needs of the customer. So if they needed to have the trucks deliver the product at a certain time, at a certain way, we had to really tailor our offerings that and really communicate and give this exceptional customer service to them. And at the end, number 5, for example, they had to know that, because if they wanted to hire us, and of course we weren't the cheapest, we weren't competing with cost through a cost leadership strategy. We were competing with a differentiation strategy. So our brand was very important. So as you can see, everything had to link up together. So not only we were delivering our service, but the brand had to also communicate that with our customers. So this was our basic strategy with Mixto Listo. And for that, we knew that we have to really deliver on that. So we sat together constantly with the company, and we defined what were key success factors. And as I showed you before, and the part of the theory, we have to link this together with how the company operates afterwards. So we defined that we have 3 key success factors for us to be the market leader in Guatemala. And that was number 1 was product excellence. As I told you, we needed to have really high quality standards of our product, because they rely on that. You cannot have, as you know, Central America is a very prone region to have earthquakes and everything. So you cannot have a building fall or have really trouble with that. So our high quality standards were very, very important. Or in the product excellence was key to that. We knew we cannot fail in this. So that's why we had number 1, the product excellence part. And of course that involved innovation, customization, and also of course quality control. The second one was, I told you, is like order fulfillment. As I can repeat, this is a very an industry where you have to really link up together with your customer. You have this, you're just one of the operations that are working every single day to construct either a road or a building. So the order fulfillment was very, very important as well. If we fail to have our truck there, not only, as you know, concrete goes hard and you cannot use it if it's not there at the perfect timing. And we have very possibly in India you also have this as well, but we have traffic constrictions and road. So we had to really monitor this very efficiently. So we had to have very efficient logistics, responsive customer service. If something was going on, we had to delay maybe 15 minutes the truck deliveries. We had to be very keen to be communicated proactively with our customers. So that's why we have this responsive customer service there in charge. And of course, we had to have this precision and reliability to our customers. We had to be there at the exact time where the people needed the concrete to be there. And at the end, it didn't really matter if we had the best product or the best order fulfillment, but if the customers didn't know this, they probably wouldn't hire us. So that was very important for us to also build upon the brand reputation. That's why we put it in number 3. So we had to link this up very together to communicate practically with the customers, and that the brand, once people knew they were hiring us, they would know that the brand reputation would withstand the other 2 key success factors, which is product excellence and order fulfillment. So this brand had to build up on the consistency and trust we were trying to give our customers, the positive client relationships we had, and of course, they should know that our company was the industry leader within the ready mix concrete solutions. So as I told you, these were our 3 key success factors. But how we would move a little bit together, and as I showed you in the framework before from Porter, we had to link it up with the core competencies. So we already knew what our key success factors were. So how we would link this up? So we said, okay, if we need these competencies to, we need these success factors to be the leader in the company, we need to build certain core competencies, and so we try to define them. The ones we came up with were to be strong in supply management, strong in supply design, strong in quality control systems, very strong in distribution capacity, programming efficiency, marketing, technical analysis, assistance, and post-sales support. So after we worked through this, we saw that these were our core competencies that we needed to build up. Of course, the company had been in service for many years, but then when you really define which are the core competencies you need to develop upon, it starts giving you a straight up strategy of where you should focus on. So then what you do is you try to do this matrix where you link these core competencies with key success factors, and you try to come up with which are the most robust core competencies you have to work on. So as I told you, we defined that the key success factors were product excellence, order fulfillment, and brand reputation. And we defined the core competencies as well. So once you see which are the core competencies that go in all the 3 key success factors, we defined and we came up to the conclusion that these were from the core competencies we had, these are the 2 main ones that we had to work together to become the market leader at that time. So at the end, we knew that we had to develop even more our distribution capacity and our programming efficiency. So then, okay, of course, our strategy implementation, which is the 3rd part of strategy management, is to actually execute what you're supposed to do. So then we move to really develop these core competencies. So we developed our strategic intent was to enhance Mixtolisto's market leadership by significantly expanding its distribution capacity and optimizing programming efficiency, ensuring that superior service delivery and operational excellence across all the service projects. So as you can see, we continue to move on, and then we start actually seeing where we have to work and where we have to actually execute our strategy. And these are the things now that it's been several years after we implemented this, I can assure you it's been a successful strategy, and Mixolisto right now it's one of the it is the leading company in ready-mix concrete in Guatemala. And so our strategic intent was came down to certain things, and our two strategy was, first one, to expand distribution network. What we did after that, we have of course we had to increase our fleet size. So that was our first approach. For this, we had to analyze what was the optimal number of trucks we required to service the demand that we were having in the market. Also, we had to procure new and upgrade existing ones. We already had a fleet, but we probably needed a larger fleet. For this was also very important to standardize and accelerate maintenance, minimize downtime, because sometimes maybe we came up with having maybe 200 trucks for a certain area. But if the services was down, or one of the trucks was in maintenance, we also had to start in developing all these competencies to standardize and accelerate maintenance and minimize downtime to be able to service our services. Also, we needed to grow in geographical reach. So we identified key growth regions. We knew we were servicing the whole country, but of course you had to be very keen to know what part of the geography was working a little bit better. So we had to identify the key growth regions and invest in new areas that were growing, and maybe we have very little existence in one of them. And the third one was optimized locations. Of course, you know that this is a very dynamic market, and you have buildings and projects working all over the country. So sometimes you cannot grow as fast as you can, or you have to optimize. You cannot just hire a truck for tomorrow. So we also had to optimize the locations. So we started to implement a hub and spoke strategy, so we could implement and locate our plants in certain regions where it was easier for us to service all the new projects. Also, when we had a very new project, we also partnered with our clients so we can maybe build and relocate one of our plants to one of their sites. And that was a very successful thing we also did. So we were also minimizing the costs of renting areas, because we would sometimes locate our plants at our customers' sites. And of course, as I told you, they minimize our costs. But also, if we had our plants located in their sites, that means the product would arrive immediately to their locations. That was also very important. And also we implemented portable production plants. So for maybe medium-sized projects, we could also even move our plants from one side to the other. So we would geographically move from one region to another. So we invested in portable plants. So that was very important, because we would minimize the transport costs, the downtime, and also, of course, the customer would be very happy as we reduce our costs, and maybe we can translate to even lower prices of our concrete that we were delivering to our customers. And the second one was to focus on robust core competencies of optimizing program efficiency. So what we did here was we invested a lot in automated scheduling software, and that's where people like our Data Labs comes in. Data Labs comes in because we hired a very robust software that helped us through all of our supply chain management processes. Of course, in this case, it was an automated scheduling software. So this was we actually deployed scheduling systems that used real-time data to efficiently locate our trucks where they were traveling, and our scheduling delivering. So we use GPS and all these new technologies we were implementing to our trucks. And what we did is we reduced the downtime and maximized our productivity, delivering our concrete to our projects. For this was also very important to have our data analytics team up to date. so we can have predictive analysis. We can know where the geographies will be requiring or demanding more product. We could have very exact forecasts of our demand, and of course adapt our schedules proactively to really meet our customers' demands. And for this, of course, we have for one side our scheduling team, but we also had the trucks. So we had to really link this technology, the GPSs we had in the trucks, and the scheduling software to all work seamlessly to really optimize our fleet management systems. We have the optimized routes that would actually service our companies, our customers. And so this is what we actually did, and what were the outcomes? As I told you, once we implemented our strategy to develop our core competencies, were mainly based on supply chain management. Was this actually effective? And as I showed you, the studies that have been done worldwide, and that you can actually link up together are these supply chain management competencies with expected outcomes. This from real work that I did and real experience that I worked with this company, we could actually see that expected outcomes were actually consistent. And the end, after a few years that we implemented this strategy, we could see that we have improved delivery reliability. So we enhanced the distribution capacity, as I told you. So we increased our fleet size to the right capacity. We optimized the scheduling, having timely and accurate deliveries. And of course, that ended up being a great thing for our customers. And of course, they were happy. So they gave us trust. And of course, that let us increase our market share. We also had a greater operational efficiency. So we streamlined our processes using our software that I told you about, and all these other technologies, GPS, et cetera, et cetera. So they reduce operational cost and improve the resource utilization. Since at this time, you know that many of the higher costs for the company to implement was having the plant set up in different areas, and of course the trucks that are they're very expensive as well. So we improved the resource utilization, and that drove our costs down. Also, as I told you, that allowed us to have a market expansion as we better utilize our trucks and our fleet management. That gave us the capacity to move our trucks to the different locations we had. So we have a greater geographical reach with the same number of trucks. And of course, that increased our market penetration and share. And at the end, what this translated into is, so we had an enhanced competitiveness. We had the lower costs from the industry and greater programming efficiency, and that translated on better prices overall. Although I told you we weren't competing through price or costs, but that at the end, what that gave us is a greater margin, and that allowed us to continually invest in more trucks and greater geographic reach. So at the end, we ended up being number one. So I can tell this was a very successful strategy implementation through supply chain management, developing our competencies in the logistics and supply chain management area. So yeah, so I can tell you this is a very successful implementation, but that's not the only one that we've seen in Central America. Of course, the one I told you about is the one I worked together with and was hands-on working with, but we've seen other very interesting results that we have here in Central America. And for example, we have Sigma Alimentos, which is located in Mexico and Central America, where they developed competencies based on wide products, a wide range of products in the frozen foods area, efficient cold chain logistics, and very strong market adaptability. We also have Walmart Central America, which is located in Mexico and Central America. And they developed their extensive retail supply chain. They had cost leadership through economies of scale and a very strong vendor relationship. Also, we have Grupo Lala, which is mainly based on dairy, and they developed their supply chain management competencies to thrive in the Central American region. Also in Honduras, we have a very successful example of a case study from the brewery. So they developed their core competencies based on their distribution network, having efficient production processes and market-leading beverage brands. So that was also a very successful case that you can look up. We also have FEMSA, which is based in Mexico and Central America also. And what they do is they market Coca-Cola products. So what their core competencies that they developed to become the leaders in the Central American region was mainly based on developing these comprehensive logistics and distribution solutions, their technology-driven operations and transport network. And some other 5 examples I have here, are very strong here. We have Grupo Bimbo, which is food production facilities that they're originally started in Mexico and they expanded in Central America, that they developed an efficient supply chain management. They developed also in their economies of scale, and they invested a lot of money in their extensive distribution network so they can actually reach every corner of the Central America region. We also have a very interesting product in Café Brit, which is from Costa Rica. They produce one of the best coffees in the world, but they developed their high quality product differentiation. Having one of the, if anybody travels to Costa Rica, it's very interesting to see them. They usually buy the little bags of coffee and they take back from Costa Rica to their country because it's very well known. But as you can see, they became leaders through working through the core competencies of being a high quality product producer in the Central American region. Also in the food industry, we have Grupo Toledo in Guatemala, which focuses on quality products in the poultry production. So they have chickens being delivered all over the countries, and it's a very efficient operations they have. Also DHL, which of course DHL is all over the world, but they've become market leaders in the last few years here in Central America, and they outperformed the other companies that work here. So usually, if you work here in Central America, you're not hiring FedEx or UPS. You usually hire DHL because they become the leaders in this area. And how they did it is they really invested in having advanced logistics solutions, a global reach with a very local expertise here in Central America. And the last one I'm giving you is Alimentos Pro Salud, which is it's a very interesting company that works from Costa Rica, and they have very efficient production processes and a very strong distribution network. So what I'm trying here to do is I started from the theory, and I linked up some academic papers to link this relationship. I walk you through a very interesting example that I have hands-on experience working with, so I can give you from my background to tell you this actually works. And now I'm giving you other interesting examples that just prove a little bit more of our theory and our theorem that we started at the beginning of the presentation, that there's a strong linkage between strategy management and supply chain management to make companies outperform their competitors and really gain a competitive advantage in the market. And at the end, I've given you the theory, the example, and some other examples that come from the region, but there's also research all over the world that support this vision. And for example, as Stank said in 2005, he says, by viewing supply chain management as a strategic level concept, organizations can improve long-term performance and create a value across the entire supply chain. We also have Duchesne and Smith in 2008. Their academic papers prove that strategic management promotes the adoption of advanced technologies such as vendor management inventory systems, which facilitate real-time data sharing and decision-making. And for example, Subic et al. In 2012, they also proved that strategic management can guide organizations in developing sustainable supply chain practices that not only meet regulatory requirements, but also enhance brand reputation and customer loyalty. So at the end, if I want to close up with something from my presentation, and this is something that I've heard many times, and as I understand, Jack Welch said it sometime. I don't know if it comes from its book From Winning, but I've heard this so many times. And what I'm trying to tell you here is like trying and prove that there's not only there's a big linkage between strategy and supply chain, but as Jack Welch said, supply chains are not just part of the strategy. According to him, they are the strategy. So with this, I finish up my presentation. I'm linking up all the references I consulted and try to link up with my personal experience to try to prove you that if you do this properly, you can see that I can prove what Jack Welch said, and that supply chains are not just part of the strategy, but they are the strategy. So thank you, Abdul. I hope I hope I could give you a strong case of how this works together, and I'm open for any questions that you may have.
Yeah. I'm just trying to get that Jack Welch quote. I have a book, Winning, here. I'm just looking at it. Okay. So basically, yeah, I read it long back. So this is
You do have it there, yeah. So I'm not sure if it was in his book. Like that was the only quote I could not actually.
Actually, you know,
reference
if I look at the date, it was 2006. Okay, so I really like this. I really liked it. So that was a fantastic book. Maybe I read it. So 2006 means it's 18 years back. So I really liked it and still keep it close to my deck. Yeah.
Yes, Abdul. So yes, then that's I really like that quote because I think it kind of just tells you that supply chains in this era of the world and competitive outlook, it's supply chain becomes everything, you know. So it's like yes, as I told you, differentiation is very important, and that's why I focus on a company that focuses on differentiation, because sometimes we think supplying is just about costs and being efficient, but also if we translate that in excellent products and we link that with brand management and a successful strategy, we can actually outperform the competition.
Perfect. I think you have really summarized the value of supply chain for the organizations, and very nice overview of strategy formulation, especially strategy analysis. I think that's a refresher for many of supply strategy professionals, and it's a new thing for supply chain guys. Okay, so I'm sure this is a very interesting topic for them, and if they would like to know more on this topic, definitely we can have another session on this topic, or maybe we can have an interactive call or whatever to clarify those things. Okay.
Yeah, Abdul, and you can share my presentation as well. And I usually like to include in my presentations always my references and a lot of either studies that have been done that people can consult, because as you know, I'm a consultant and I use my experience, but also frameworks from others and academic research to do my work. And but that's it's not always is my knowledge, but I also use other people's knowledge. So what we try to do as consultants is try to use the best practices and available knowledge there's available in the world to optimize the companies, but that's available and people can consult it, can reach it, and can read it, and I can help you either with my experience, but also guide you where you can find the right information that might help you to solve your problems.
Fantastic. That's great. That's great. Thank you, Ale. Thank you very much. And
Thank you, Abdul.
sincere thanks to you for joining all the way in the morning, 5 o'clock, and giving such a nice lecture. It must be coming into your dream. Otherwise, you will not speak so fluently, about this topic. Okay.
Thank you, Abdul.
Thank you very much, and I really enjoyed. So have a great
Thank you,
time,
Abdul.
great day. And the team, if any questions for Alejandro, please write to us. We just either you connect directly to Alejandro or we share his email and contact details. You can reach him and then clarify all your questions. The lecture video and also the presentation will be posted into the website, and the link will be shared in the public domain very soon, in a couple of days. Kuldeep is here, so whenever he finishes it, so we'll do that. Okay, once the videos are edited and made each presentation is made a single video. Okay, so then we will do that. Okay, so thank you, Ale. Thank you very much, and have a great time. I already got one question that somebody asked you to share your presentation. So it's already, somebody requested me already that they want your presentation. We'll do that. We'll do that, hopefully. Yeah. So I take this as an opportunity to thank Alejandro. Thank you, Alejandro, again on behalf of True Strategy, FruC team, and also participants, and also have a great time. So next speaker is Yub Rahmi Ayuddin. Okay, so I hope you already there, I believe. Yub is from Novo Consulting from Turkey. So we are going to talk about one of the most important topic in supply chain, which is sales and operations planning and retail practices. Okay, so this is something, sales and operations planning is the linking pin between the business planning, budgeting, and also to the operations. That is one of the most important process an organization have. So this is the linking pin. So we are going to hear from Yub today about this topic. Yub, you are there already, right? Able to hear you?
Abdul Karim.
Yeah. Great. So nice to see you. So
thank you very much.
Let me give a quick introduction. Yub is an experienced industrial engineer with 20 plus years of experience in multinational companies specialized in supply chain management, project management, and quality management across various industries, including construction, FMCG, consumer goods, pharma, and other industries. Skilled in change management, process improvements, and business development. Strong management capability. So welcome, you. So thank you for joining session today. It will be a wonderful session, and I personally would like to hear you because you are doing a PhD, I think, right? Yeah. So let us hear from you and learn a lot. Okay. So
thank you.
Yeah, over to you, and you can brief what you do it in Turkey.
Thank you very much for introducing me. Firstly, hello to everyone, and I follow the webinar series for 3 days. So I would like to say good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone, and greetings from Turkey. Yeah, I'm truly excited to be here with you today. And I would like to share my screen to start my presentation.
Yeah.
Just give me a second. You see my screen?
Yeah, yes, we can see. We can see your
That's
screen.
perfect. Okay.
Perfect.
In the last session of the event and the last session of today, I hope to get best attention.
No, we have another one. The closing. We have another. So yours.
Yeah, you have. Okay, that's perfect. So in this event, it's very valuable participants. I'd like to take this opportunity to give special thanks to Data Labs and also you, Mr. Abdul Karim and Mr. Kuldep. Many issues are ultimately based on optimizing the supply chain strategy. I will try to talk about the impact of the S&OP processes on this. I am Ibrahim Aydın, and let me tell you, I have been around the block a few times when it comes to supply chain management and S&OP process. Today, I'm looking forward to sharing some insights about sales and operations planning and real practices that I have picked up along the way. As you know, in today's fast-paced business world, S&OP is becoming more important than ever. Instead of getting drawing in the theory, I will share the finer details of the challenges we faced in the field and practical solutions we have developed. We will explore how S&OP processes have evolved in the digital age and how companies are dealing with challenges to that. Throughout this session, I will share stories from my own experiences, wins, lessons learned, and key principles that make S&OP work in the real world. And I can say, trust me, you will walk away with some practical knowledge that you can actually use in your real life. Before we dive into the details of S&OP and real practices, let me give you a quick overview of what we will cover today. First, I will share a bit of my background, as Mr. Abdul Karim said, and experience in my supply chain management. Then we will explore practical S&OP implementation and discuss how they are shaping modern business operations. Let's get started with who I am and what brings me here today. With my industrial engineering education and my degree is PhD is also continuing, and almost 20 years of work experience. I had the opportunity to work in a wide range of areas, from supply chain management to project management, strategic planning to innovation management. Now I'm a co-founder and managing partner of Nuvo Consulting in Turkey and based on Paraguay branch. My experiences in international companies in the FMCG, white goods, and pharmaceutical sectors form the basis of S&OP practices I will share with you today. Especially in my corporate studies, my experiences in strategic planning and family companies in Turkey will enable me to convey the difficulties and solutions you may encounter with practical examples. And to explain the theoretical aspects of the field, I work in academically more easily. As you can see, the Nuvo the company of us offers a wide range of services from strategy to operations, from process management to information technologies. This holistic approach is especially important in processes to bring together different departments of companies such as S&OP. The examples I will share with you today will reflect the results of this holistic approach. Now that I have introduced myself and Nuvo, let's begin our exploration of S&OP together. Today's session has three fundamental goals that I would like to share with you. First, by presenting and discussing S&OP concept with you, I to reinforce and validate my own understanding. This interaction helps ensure that what I know is current, practical, and valuable. The second, I want to share my knowledge and experiences in implementing S&OP across various industries. This isn't just about theoretical knowledge. It's about real-world applications and lessons learned. Finally, and most importantly, my goal is to provide you with insights and practical knowledge that you can apply not just today, but in your future business challenges. The concepts and practices we will discuss should serve as valuable to us and encounter new situations in your S&OP journey. Let's begin by understanding what sales and operations planning, or S&OP, truly is. At its simplest, S&OP is a process that aligns an organization's sales plans with its operational capabilities. But beyond that simplicity lies its real power, connecting strategic goals to everyday execution, bridging the gap between planning and action. Sales and operations planning is a strategic business process that aligns sales and operations functions to create a unified plan for meeting customer demand. Sales and operations planning is a critical process that harmonizes the sales, marketing, operations, and finance units of an organization to achieve its business objectives. This process enables the company to make decisions and allocate resources effectively by balancing supply and demand. It's also part of this process to review demand forecasting according to the changing market conditions and to organize regular meetings between departments. At its core, S&OP is a continuous iterative process where cross-functional teams collaborate to balance demand and supply. It is not just about creating a forecast or setting production schedules. Instead, it's about creating a unified plan that works best by generating alternative scenarios that align every part of the organization, from marketing to production, from purchasing to finance. Why is this alignment so critical? Because in today's fast-changing business environment, silos and fragmented decision-making are no longer sustainable. Businesses need agility, coordination, and shared insights to compete effectively. And this is where S&OP becomes indispensable. Now let me share some compelling data from a recent supply chain research that perfectly illustrates why S&OP is so crucial in today's business environment. The fundamental challenge organizations face today is being trapped in functional silos, each driven by their own metrics. While individual departments may excel in their specific areas, this functional excellence actually works against supply chain resilience and agility. Looking at this graph, we can see a striking pattern. The three most critical alignments identified are in the red line: manufacturing and procurement, sales and operations, and sales and finance. However, and this is particularly telling, the actual alignment levels in organizations are significantly lower. This substantial gap between importance and actual alignment is exactly why SNOP has become indispensable. What's even more interesting is that similar gaps exist across all functional areas from operations and IT to marketing and finance. This data clearly shows that while organizations understand the importance of cross-functional alignment, achieving it remains a significant challenge, one that effective SNOP processes are designed to address. Supply chain leaders that find themselves constantly navigating conflicting metrics and prioritized. The situation becomes even more challenging as supply reliability increases, further widening these alignment gaps. This analysis reinforces why SNOP is not just about planning. It's about breaking down the silos and creating unified metrics that drive collective success rather than departmental excellence. The key is to move from functional optimization to true cross-functional alignment. SNOP offers a number of advantages to companies. First and foremost, it increases cohesion and cooperation between departments by ensuring that all employees work towards a common goal. At the same time, SNOP contributes to risk management by providing a stable and predictable planning environment. In addition, SNOP helps to optimize inventory levels, reduce waste, identify bottlenecks in the supply chain, thereby improving overall efficiency. Finally, SNOP allows the company to quickly adapt to changing market conditions in a dynamic business environment, which is so critical. However, implementing SNOP is not an easy task. Achieving operational excellence is essential in the modern business world to support inclusive and sustainable industrialization and foster innovation. SNOP is so critical in this context. However, company size, industry and market dynamics can influence SNOP practice. Now, let's talk about the key benefits of implementing SNOP. At its core, SNOP is about achieving alignment. Alignment between demand and supply, the strategy and execution, and across functional teams. But what does this alignment actually deliver? Let's break it down. First, implementing SNOP significantly improves forecast accuracy. By integrating input from sales, marketing, operations, and finance, businesses can develop a more reliable view of future demand. This collaborative approach reduces guesswork and minimizes the risk of overproduction of stockouts. Second, better forecasts lead directly to improved inventory management. With a clear understanding of what's needed, when and where, companies can optimize inventory levels, avoiding excess stock that ties up capital while ensuring sufficient supply to meet customer needs. Another critical benefit is enhanced collaboration. SNOP brings together cross-functional teams who often operate in silos. This process creates a shared language and a unified goal, fostering transparency and trust. Over time, this collaboration leads to more agile and effective decision-making, even in times of uncertainty or crisis. Finally, all these improvements ultimately contribute to one overarching outcome: increased profitability. Accurate forecast reduces waste. Efficient inventory management lowers carrying costs, and better teamwork leads to decisions that align with the company's financial and strategic objectives. In short, SNOP isn't just a planning tool, it's a business transformation tool. It ensures that every part of the organization is working towards The same goes creating value at every step of the supply chain. So whether you are dealing with routine operations or managing through a crisis, SNOP provides the structure and insights to navigate complexity effectively and profitably. As we dive deeper today, we will explore not just how SNOP works, but also the immense value it brings to modern supply chain. Let me share a significant SNOP transformation story from a leading global pharmaceutical company's facility in Turkey, where I personally participated in the application. We launched a comprehensive supply chain standardization and excellence initiative with 3 core principles. First, we established reliable data systems by implementing a 24-month rolling forecast and standardizing our planning process. For example, we created detailed capacity demand balance sheets that helped us identify and address bottlenecks before they occur. In the cultural transformation phase, we conducted daily operational meetings where teams from production, planning, and quality would review KPIs together. These meetings help us identify issues like material shortages or capacity constraints early, allowing for proactive problem solving. Also implemented a structured training program that reached from shop floor operators to senior management, ensuring everyone understood their role in the SNOP process. The results exceeded expectations. Through systematic improvements, we reduced our production cycle time from 190 days to 100 days within 3 years. This was achieved by eliminating non-value-adding waiting times between process and optimizing our batch size based on demand patterns. This 3-year period may seem excessive, but we can think of it as the sum of the process design, analysis, and conclusion phases. This period can be estimated to be approximately 12 months as a best practice for complex organizations nowadays. By increasing reliability and flexibility in the supply chain through the SNOP process, we had created an exemplary model, not only in the pharmaceutical industry, but also on a global scale. Success was achieved through a combination of strategic alignment, script line execution, and cultural transformation. The experience I have shared with you is just one of many different situations we may encounter. Now let's look in more detail at common challenges faced in similar processes, applications in different sectors, and how AI and data analytics are used. We will also reinforce the topic by giving examples from other success stories. Let us first look at the core principle of successful SNOP implementation. As you can see, an SNOP implementation process is built on 3 main pillars: product family management, process, and data visualization with the right data. Product family configuration constitutes the strategic design phase of the SNOP process. 3 critical steps are followed in this phase. First, product families are defined and segmented. This segmentation is vital for correct resource allocation and prioritization. In the second step, points of differentiation are identified for each product family. This strengthens market positioning and provides a competitive advantage. Finally, maximizing operational efficiency by matching identified product families with process module. The process flow proceeds in a cyclical structure consisting of 5 main stages that complement each other, including monthly reviews. The process starts with collecting data on the value realized in the previous month and continues with demand tracking. At this stage, market dynamics and consumer customer demands are analyzed in detail. Then a supply review is conducted by assessing capacity constraints and supply chain capabilities. Internal and external source risks are assessed at this stage. In the pre-SNOP meeting, scenarios taking into account the financial projections are evaluated with the participation of all stakeholders and finally presented to the management. And it is decided which tactical and operational plan to proceed within the next periods. The data and visualization dimensions forms the backbone of this whole process. This is the stage where the process, which is visualized to 5 basic categories, enables the management team to make evaluations with traceable tools at monthly review meetings and during the month. Let's now turn our attention to one of the most critical aspects of SNOP, its challenges and solutions. SNOP, when implemented effectively, can transform how businesses operate. But the journey toward effective SNOP is rarely. It's a process that requires overcoming several common hurdles. The most common problems I have experienced so far are the following. First and foremost is the lack of cross-functional communication. In many organizations, departments such as sales, HR, often work in silos. We saw this in a survey conducted at the beginning of the presentation. Sometimes departments claim they don't work this way, but the lack of alignment between them results in fragmented plans that fail to meet business objectives. Let me share a short example that highlights the challenges of silos in organizations. A global consumer goods company implemented SNOP to improve demand-supply alignment. On paper, the sales, operations, and finance teams claim to be working collaboratively. However, it didn't take me long to observe that each department was optimizing for its own metrics in my role as a strategic planning manager. Sales teams prioritized aggressive revenue targets and often inflated forecasts. Operations teams were doing rigid capacity planning with a focus on minimizing production costs. Meanwhile, finance was constantly pressing for inventory reduction. This lack of true cooperation led to overstock warehouses for some products and out of stocks for others, creating a ripple effect of dissatisfied customers and missed opportunities. SNOP meetings took up to 1 working day or even more each week, and there was hardly a day without overtime. The company overcame by first standardizing processes and organizing joint planning workshops so that the process was understood by all departments. After implementing shared KPIs across departments, the silos gradually gave way to true cross-functional collaboration and transformed their supply chain performance. Another significant challenge is data accuracy. SNOP relies heavily on forecasts and other data inputs. If the data is outdated, inconsistent, or unreliable, it can derail the entire process, leading to poor decision making. The quality of the SNOP process is only as good as the data that feeds into it. Many organizations struggle with data accuracy for several reasons. Firstly, there is often inconsistency in data definitions across departments. example, what sales consider as committed orders might be interpreted differently by operations. Secondly, manual data entry and multiple spreadsheets create opportunities for errors and version control issues. Let me share another real-world example. A manufacturing company I consulted which was experiencing significant forecast errors despite having sophisticated planning tools. Upon investigation, discovered that their data was being maintained over 20 different Excel spreadsheets, each managed by different teams. There was no single source of truth, and by the time data reached the SNOP meetings, it was often outdated or incorrect. The impact was severe. Inventory levels were consistently off target. Customer service levels were declining, and the leadership team had lost confidence in the planning process. The solution required implementing a centralized data management system, establishing clear data governance policies, and creating automated data validation checks. The key lesson here is that successful SNOP requires not just collecting data, but ensuring its accuracy, consistency, and timelines. Investment in proper data management systems and processes is not an option. It's a fundamental requirement for SNOP business. Finally, there is a leadership and cultural gap. Without strong leadership buy-in and culture that prioritize collaborations, SNOP becomes just another task rather than a strategic enabler. Resistance to change and lack of accountability further exacerbate this issue. This is perhaps the most complex hurdle because it deals with human behavior and organizational mindset. Many organizations approach SNOP as merely a technical or process implementation, but it's fundamentally a change management initiative. Without strong leadership support and cultural alignment, even the best designed SNOP process will fail to deliver results. I witnessed this firsthand at a large industrial manufacturer. The company had invested heavily in SNOP software and training, but senior leaders were consistently attending planning meetings, often sending delegates instead. This sent a clear message throughout the organization that SNOP wasn't a priority. Middle managers began treating it as just another administrative task rather than a strategic decision-making process. The cultural gap was equally challenging. The organization had a long-standing culture of departmental autonomy and resistance to change. Managers were comfortable with the traditional ways of planning and were skeptical about sharing information across departments. The result was a superficial adoption of SNOP processes without real commitment to collaboration and integrated planning. The turning point came when a new CEO made SNOP a strategic priority, personally attending meetings and holding leaders accountable for their participation and also results. The company also invested in change management programs to address cultural resistance, celebrate early wins, and recognize collaborative behaviors. This leadership commitment and cultural transformation eventually led to a successful SNOP implementation, as did many successful process innovations. The good news is that these obstacles can be addressed with targeted solutions. Let me briefly outline the 5 critical pillars that drive successful SNOP implementation in today's business environment. Process standardization comes first. It provides the foundation, ensuring all departments follow consistent steps and timelines. This creates a reliable framework for efficient decision making. Digitalization, leveraging AI-driven forecasting and integrated systems for accurate, actionable insights. Digital dashboards have transformed how share and access information, enabling unprecedented collaboration. The strategic KPI utilization allows organizations to effectively measure and improve their SNOP process through metrics like forecast accuracy and inventory turnover. Leadership engagement and cultural transformation are crucial. Success requires both leadership support and collaborative culture built on accountability. Finally, scenario planning and agility enable organizations to adapt quickly to unexpected changes and prepare effective contingency strategies, essential in today's volatile market conditions. Now, let's examine how SNOP implementation varies across different sectors, starting with automotive industry. The automotive sector presents unique challenges and requirements that significantly influence how SNOP is implemented. In automotive manufacturing, we see very distinct characteristics: long production cycles, complex tied supply chains, and the constant pressure to maintain high capacity utilization. This dynamics necessitates a specialized approach to SNOP. The key SNOP characteristic in automotive include long-term planning horizons, typically 12 to 18 months. The extended timeline is crucial given the complexity of the supply chain and the need to coordinate with various Tier 1 and Tier 2 suppliers. Additionally, scenario planning, scenario analysis becomes particularly important with frequent demand shifts in the market, whether from changing consumer preferences or macroeconomic factors. A critical focus in automotive SNOP is capacity and risk management. With high-value production lines and equipment, optimizing capacity utilization while managing supply chain risks become paramount. To support these complex requirements, the automotive sector heavily relies on advanced technology solutions, particularly ERP systems and product lifecycle management tools, which helps integrate the various aspects of planning and execution. Moving on to the retail sector, we see a dramatically different landscape that requires a unique approach to SNOP implementation. The retail industry is characterized by high demand variability, rapid inventory turnover, and significant seasonal peaks, making it one of the most dynamic sectors for supply chain management. Unlike the automotive sector's long-term focus, retail SNOP operates on a much shorter planning horizon, typically weekly or monthly. This shorter cycle is necessary to respond quickly to changing consumer preferences and market conditions. A key focus here is demand forecasting for promotions, as promotional activities can dramatically impact sales patterns and inventory requirements. Inventory optimization becomes absolutely critical in retail SNOP. With fast-moving consumer goods and limited shelf life products, maintaining the right balance between availability and waste is so crucial. To achieve this balance, retailers are increasingly turning to advanced technology solutions, including AI-based forecasting systems, point of sales data integration, and warehouse management system. These technologies enable real-time tracking and quick response to changing demand patterns, making the retail SNOP process more agile and efficient. Let's now examine the pharmaceutical sector, which present a unique set of challenges for SNOP implementation. This industry operates under strict regularity constraints, deals with long R&D cycles, and manages product with relatively short shelf lives, creating a complex planning environment. The cornerstone of the pharmaceutical S&OP is precise production planning with strict adherence to good manufacturing practice compliance. Unlike retail or automotive sectors, even minor deviations in production can have serious consequences, making quality control and regularity compliance paramount in the planning process. Capacity constraints in pharmaceutical manufacturing require exceptionally tight coordination. The specialized nature of the production facilities and equipment, combined with strict quality requirements, means that capacity planning must be extremely precise. Additionally, crisis response readiness is crucial in the sector, as we have seen during global health emergencies. To manage these complex requirements, pharmaceutical companies rely heavily on advanced ERP systems and are increasingly adopting blockchain technology for enhanced traceability. These technological solutions ensure not only efficient planning, but also maintain the stringent documentation and tracking requirements unique to this industry. After examining the unique characteristic of each sector, let's analyze their key focus areas and how they manifest in practical applications. Each industry has developed specific approach to S&OP address their particular challenges. In the automotive sector, capacity management emerged as the primary focus. It involves the complex task of aligning production schedules, not just internally, but across an extensive network of Tier 1 and Tier 2 suppliers. The success of automotive S&OP heavily depends on the synchronized capacity planning. For retail, the spotlight falls on demand forecasting, particularly during seasonal promotions and holidays. The ability to accurately predict and respond to demand spikes can mean the difference between successful sales periods and missed opportunities. This requires sophisticated forecasting tools and agile response mechanisms. In pharmaceuticals, compliance and traceability take center stage. The focus here is ensuring GMP, good manufacturing practices, and maintaining strict regularity adherence throughout the supply chain. This is non-negotiable in an industry where product quality and safety are paramount and regularity oversight is intense. While the sector-specific approaches provide valuable insights, it's also crucial to understand how S&OP implementation varies not just by industry, but also by company size. Let's examine how different organizational scales influence S&OP strategies. This topic holds a special place in my research as it formed the basis of my master thesis, where I analyzed S&OP maturity levels across 30 different criteria based on company size. What we see in practice strongly aligns with those academic findings. Large enterprises typically showcase sophisticated implementations with advanced AI or ML tools and complex multi-location operations. Their maturity is evident in their ability to manage strategic and operational planning separately while maintaining comprehensive KPI system. Mid-sized companies, while having formal S&OP processes, often find advantages in their regional focus and simpler operations, despite technological limitations. They effectively combine automated and manual processes to achieve their objectives. Importantly, while implementation complexity varies with company size, SNOP remains essential for all organizations. Small businesses, giant structures, can often implement SNOP more straightforwardly through simpler processes. As we look ahead, AI and data analytics are revolutionizing how companies of all sizes approach their planning processes, creating new opportunities for enhanced efficiency and accuracy. Artificial intelligence has revolutionized SNOP processes in three critical areas: demand forecasting, scenario analysis, and capacity planning. Let me share how these technologies are delivering remarkable results. AI now enables processing of vast data sets for accurate predictions, simultaneous evaluation of hundreds of scenarios, and dynamic optimization of production schedules. This has transformed SNOP from a monthly exercise into a real-time responsive process. The results achieved by one of our customers after 3 to 6 months of implementing the AI product for the SNOP process are incredible. As you see at the presentation, $2 billion additional profit generated from optimizing operations for select production lines in the food and beverage industry. 50% reduction in changeover times, improving overall production efficiency for complex systems. 7% throughput increase on hard-to-plan production lines, showcasing enhanced scheduling and capacity utilization. Drastic reduction in planning time, cutting it from 2 days to just 5 minutes for highly detailed production schedules in the meat processing sector. These results demonstrate how AI is not just transforming planning processes, but delivering tangible business value. Ladies and gentlemen, we came to the final section where we will explore the future of SNOP. Reputable research firms such as Gartner and Leus provide valuable market information. For SNOP, you can follow the whole process in some applications and improve your process by using some applications together. The applications that offer the best options and bring success every year are more often included in this list. But my comment is that choosing the right SNOP software requires a more nuanced approach than simply following the market leaders. Success comes from carefully assessing your organization's specific needs, industrial requirements, size, infrastructure, and growth plans, rather than implementing a one-size-fits-all solution. Sometimes specialized tools offer better value than comprehensive platforms. We recognize that USCM products offer significant capabilities for the SNOP process, and through our partnership, we aim to offer customers even better capabilities. We must remember, regardless of their market position or brand recognition, focus on finding tools that enhance your specific processes and support your strategic objectives, and look for solutions to tailor-made applications. Based on both extensive research findings and first-hand experience with client cases, we have observed remarkable transformations in SNOP processes through AI and machine learning implementation. Let me share this insight. First, in demand forecasting, AI algorithms are revolutionizing our approach. In one of our recent implementations, the witnesses how AI systems process multi-data streams from historical sales and seasonal patterns to social media trends and weather forecasts. This multidimensional analysis results in forecast accuracy improvements of up to 30% compared to traditional statistical methods. Second, in inventory optimization, machine learning models are delivering exceptional results. Working with several manufacturing clients, we have implemented systems that predict stockout risks and suggest optimal reorder points by analyzing patterns in supply chain disruptions, lead times, and demand variability. These implementations have helped our clients reduce their inventory carrying costs by 15 to 20% while maintaining or improving service levels. Perhaps most impressively, AI is transforming scenario planning capabilities. Our experience shows that modern systems can now generate and evaluate thousands of what-if scenarios in minutes, considering complex variables like production constraints, logistic costs, and market dynamics. This enables real-time decision-making that was simply impossible with traditional planning methods. Looking ahead, we expect to see even more advanced applications, particularly in autonomous planning and predictive risk management. Of course, we do not think the robots will take every job, but based on our current trends and our project pipeline, we anticipate that the future of S&OP will be increasingly automated with AI systems, not just providing recommendations, but actually executing routine decisions while highlighting exceptions for human review. As we conclude today's discussion on S&OP excellence, remember that successful implementation requires a balanced approach combining technology, process standardization, and cultural transformation. S&OP is not just about adapting new tools. It's not about creating an agile, data-driven organization that can thrive in an increasingly complex business environment. Thank you for your attention. I wanted to prepare a nice presentation for today. I tried to explain the information we use while doing our projects and my past experiences as much as possible. You can always contact us for detailed information. Thank you very much for today. I look forward to your question and opportunity to discuss how these insights might benefit your organization.
Thank you, you. Exciting session. Very interesting. S&OP is one of my favorite topic as well. I was sales and operations planning coordinator or whatever you can call for quite some time when I was in Arasco. So that I just recollect all what you said. You know how we did start the implementation kind of thing, and how S&OP helped us to have a single version of truth, and all the management get the same version of the truth, and also work as a cross-functional team. So it helps us a lot. Now, let us say in any organization, if they are not practicing sales and operations planning, so what is your advice? How to implement? I mean, like, what is the project steps? I think you covered it little, but can you just repeat? So how does that? Where to start? How to select the product groups? The pilot project? What is your approach to implement S&OP in the company?
An S&OP implementation actually doesn't completely change all the processes of an organization, but it integrates into all processes and aims to make them more harmonious and efficient. In other words, instead of radically redesigning the existing processes of organization, S&OP implementation helps the process to better harmonize with each other together. However, it requires significant processes. Firstly, which areas affected by SNOP? If we look at it, the planning process, firstly, as we explained, that's communication and cooperation, the data utilization, the performance management, and supply chain operational processes is affected by the SNOP process. So we can see SNOP is not an evolution. We can see SNOP is an evolution, not a revolution. Instead of changing all processes of an organization from scratch, SNOP implementation enables these processes to work together more efficiently. In order for the implementation to be effective by putting SNOP at the center of the business, organizational culture must be changed. Better data management infrastructure should be established, increased cooperation between departments. Therefore, the SNOP adds a layer of organization and development existing process. However, if there are gaps or incompatibilities in the processes, major change may be required in the areas.
Perfect. So, thank you, Yop. Thank you very much. And
You're welcome.
what is the final thoughts? Like, what are the top 3 takeaways from you? What you advise for all the participants? The new year is going to come now, 2025, with evolving trends of AI. And what is your advice for supply chain managers for 2020?
Okay, to summarize all of it, SNOP is, I can say, is not just a trend, it's a game changer, I can say, by improving forecast, streamlining processes, and enhance decision making. In 2025, it allows companies to stay competitive in an increasingly dynamic marketplace. It's a good SNOP implementation.
That's great. So fantastic lecture, Yop. So thank you very much for joining all the way from Turkey. It's a very insightful lecture. So really appreciate your time and effort. And you've been there for majority of the time for all days. I hope you enjoyed the session. It's a long day.
Thank you very much.
So thank you very much and appreciate you. And we're happy to associate with you.
Yeah, okay, thank you. It was exciting to be here, to be honest. I hope to see you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. So on behalf of participants, organizers, and supply chain leaders, so thank you, Yop. Thank you very much. And for you and for your organizations to come and present it. So thank you very much. Yeah. So with this, let us take it to the next session, achieving supply chain excellence through Frusi suite by Data Labs India team. So let us say a very quick introduction of this is we are helping organizations to achieve excellence in supply chain through our products and services. So this is I would like to quickly brief how do we do that. Okay, so it's a very quick briefing on the supply chain. So let me share my screen. Let me know if I'm able to see it. Okay, share the screen. Yeah. So Deep, can you confirm? You're able to see it?
It's in file mode.
Can you hear me?
It's
So this is something. Sorry.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. Sorry. So let me share my screen. I don't know what happened to me. Let me do one thing. Yeah. So let me. Yes, I think you can see my screen, right? Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Okay, so what we do basically is FUSI is a fruition of supply chain excellence, the solution portfolio from Data Labs India. So we are happy sponsor of the event. So this will be your last session. So I would like to give you a quick round of briefing on the products and services what we do and how the FUSI solutions help you to achieve supply chain excellence. That is the topic. We'll just try to wrap this up in 30 minutes. So what basically we do have supply chain challenges, okay, in the supply chain management to achieve. So the key challenges includes the real-time visibility, the production scheduling problems, the fleet inefficiencies, seamless collaboration in the supply chain. So demand planning and imbalance of demand and supply, the transportation challenges, the visibility problem, regulatory requirements, and the technology enablement. So all these things are challenges in the supply chain. So what we do is we come up with a solution stack, which is if you are able to see this screen. So what we have is we have a complete supply chain excellence suite, which includes the manufacturing execution system, the global logistics and global trade management system, so warehouse management system, and supply chain planning, like artificial intelligence, enabled powered demand planning, other planning solutions in supply chain, which includes MRP, MPS, and production scheduling. We have a supply chain control tower to connect. We have the end-to-end visibility of the supply chain. So you have the end-to-end visibility of supply chain connecting to multiple systems. You can have, it's not only about visibility, it's about a collaboration solution where you can have the visibility of your inventory, production capacities, and also the people. Then you can collaborate to see how these solutions can interact with each other. Okay, so you can collaborate into with all the supply chain members, with all participants in the supply chain, and then with a specific nodes. So you can directly throw a messages and then take an action, appropriate action in the supply chain. So we have a solution for supply chain business network. So this is the way forward for any supply chain organizations. Now, supply chains compete with each other in form of business networks. So the future of supply chain looks like you have like a business network. So one business, so it's the future of supply chain is organizations have to form business networks so that they can work holistically for the full supply chain, and then they can compete with other supply chains. Okay, so this is the idea. Then we have an ERP to support the accounting part, the generic business processes of your organization, the procurement, sales, marketing, CRM, the human resources, and also the financial, the e-commerce part of. Okay, so this is how we develop, and then we have a foundation solution for strategy management called True Strategy. This gives you the complete strategy analysis, strategy formulation, and strategy translation using balance scorecard and OKRs and Hoshin country, and then complete strategy execution. That means in the strategy execution, complete framework to support your organization to achieve the excellence in complete strategy transformation. So here, one of the most important part is you can align your people, business processes, systems, the budgeting, and then you can also align the risk and compliance processes to the strategy. Okay, so that's how our portfolio of solutions work. And just let me quickly top 10. So how does that work? So warehouse management. So the key business processes of warehouse management includes procurement, the put away processes, the picking processes, and then you have a supply chain enabled processes. That means you can have a multi-organization, multi-warehousing supply chains. So you can have a single system to manage all your warehouses across region or across country. So, and it supports you to have a complete security control so that you can operate it without any intervention from any other business unit or organization unit. So that's the beauty of warehouse management. So let me show you something here. So if I have it, yeah. So if you are able to see, just let me know if you are able to see the warehouse management system. Okay, so this is a home page of warehouse management system. Okay, I'll just show a few things about our solutions to get a look and feel. And then the details are not supposed to be discussed at this presentation. So it is like a high level overview. So in the warehouse management system, we talk about inbound operations, outbound operations, and inventory management. And then we have a planning part of warehousing. And we have like a workforce management, which is one of the most important part. That in the warehousing, managing the people is one of the most important part. Then billing, so invoicing, whether it could be a product invoice or it could be a space consumption, a space utilization invoice. So you can do both. So you have a value-added services like packing, co-packing, labeling, any other value-added services, even You can do the license plating kind of thing. The quality management is embedded everywhere, both in inbound and outbound, and also in the inventory processes. So the warehouse, Frucy warehouse management systems is integration friendly. It can integrate through APIs with the ERP, any ERP, SAP or Oracle or Microsoft Dynamics. Okay, and also it can work seamlessly with your any other business line of business LOB softwares. Okay, so I give some highlights. So what we do in warehouse management is we define warehouses as a physical setup, then you convert it into a digital twin. So how does it look like is just to give you an idea. So your digital twin of supply chain look like this. Okay, so you have a top view, so two-dimensional, but it's a top view of your supply chain, of your warehouse. So if you put your cursor or if you hover your cursor anywhere, so you can see the levels of your supply chain, levels of your warehouse racks. Okay, so level 1, level 2, level 3. So since you are looking at the top view, so you can have multiple levels. And here, this is very dynamic screen where you can do all the warehouse operations from this screen, including you can search any of the product which are going to expire or which are going to nearing expiry, or you have a quarantine. You can search by product, supplier, any other batch number kind of thing. From here, you can also do put away and picking processes. You can do it. Okay, and in the beauty of this is you can find what is the volume used and what is the spare volume available, like a productivity of volume in the warehouse. So you can do it from here. So you have information here, just you can click it. So you can see what is the available space and what is the utilization. You can see it here. So this is like first, once we configure warehouse, then you have your warehouse layout. Okay, then you have your procure the processes. So let me show you something. The processes, which includes like a inbound. So inbound has a processes like right from the purchase order. So you can have a complete inbound process. So it is very well structured in such a way that either you do the direct goods receipt for 3PL operators or 4PL operators, or if you have a manufacturing unit, you directly receive a production material or the raw material for the production. So that also can be done from here. So you have one of the most important thing is the put away. The put away process, the definition of put away process here is, okay, so you can do what? The system recommends you where to keep the material, how much to keep, which bins to be used, completely automatic. So based on your preference of storage of materials into particular locations, the system will drive you. So all what we need is you don't have people to think about put it in a wrong location kind of thing. So everything can be done by the system, and which is powered by AI. So you don't have to really think about it. Of course, it can be overridden by human judgment, and it can be always you can always take care of the human judgment. For example, if your warehouse is too full and you want to adjust some kind of materials, you can always do that. So likewise, so you have outbound processes. So here in the outbound processes, in the classical part of the picking strategies. Now, one of the most important problem in the warehouse management is the time taken for picking. So it is not only time taken for picking, it could be quality of pick. You can have a wrong pick, you can have a misplace during the picking process kind of thing. So here what we do is the system generates the picking list. Okay, so from where to pick, how much, and then it is supported by the barcoding. Okay, so you scan it, and then you scan it to confirm the location and the product. So that means the system will clear the transaction. So that way you have a two-way verification that at any given point of time, your inventory is 100% accurate. Likewise, if you want to track your gate in and gate out operations also, you can do that. So in the inventory management, you have your classical cycle counting process. You have inventory analysis, adjustments, ABC analysis. ABC analysis is special here. It is a multi-criteria ABC analysis. You can have ABC analysis based on your value, and also you can club with other like a VRC analysis or VSN analysis. Okay, so you can club these two and then do the analysis, and then you can decide what are the inventory parameters you want to keep. For example, what is the cycle counting frequency? So what is the reorder levels? What is the safety stocks? You can do that. Of course, there are some other parameters like service levels are required for that. Okay. So there is something called warehouse transfers. So here the supply chain transfers. So here you have something called multi warehouses. So based on your level of authority, you can see all your supply chain warehouses here. So individual warehouse manager who is responsible, he can have an access to that. So the administrator or the overall supply chain director or chief supply chain officer, CSO, he is the one who can have the access for the whole supply chain. Of course, if he wants to have a write authority, you can have it. If you want to just only have a read authority, yes, you can have it. So likewise, the complete supply chain transactions and transfers can happen, and it is with a full visibility. Okay, so this is one of the major problem in any of the supply chain. So somebody will deliver the product, we don't know where it is it in the transit kind of thing. Now the beauty is the FRUSI connects to the fleet transportation management. The moment the material go out of warehouse, so it is updated in the transportation management system, which you are going to see now. Okay, so likewise, it takes care of the whole supply chain activities. Of course, the billing is employee billing. The workforce is something which is very important. Here, what happens here is, so at any given time, what is the work assigned to individual employees can be seen here. If I am Sheikh Abdul Khader, log in. What are my tasks can be seen. I just directly go there and then complete my tasks. Likewise. So building, so as I said, so space utilization, you can see it from here. The building, you can do it from here. So value-added services, the quality. Of course, you have a technology, the integration for barcoding, IoT, whether it could be your classical barcoding or QR coding, or even if you can have RFID for your license plates, like pallet positions, so you can directly scan them. So the system is enabled to do all of that. And it is an integration friendly, you can do all the integrations with SAP kind of thing. And there are plenty of reports available. So master data reports, if I have dashboards, so there are plenty of dashboards, built-in dashboards available. So of course, you can always do some sort of customization on top of it. That is your choice. Okay. So yeah. So likewise, so this is a foundation for your supply chain. Takes care of all your warehouse operations and supply chain operations. So this is a very quick overview of your warehouse management system. So let me see if I can log into manufacturing execution system, or let me take you through fleet. 1 second, please give me a minute. So I'm just trying to log in to this. Yeah. Okay. Mhm. So give me a minute, please. Yeah. So let me stop screen sharing and then come back. Okay, so give me a minute. Let me just open the screen. Give me 1 second. So if Anita, you're there in the crowd, can you help me?
Yeah, yeah.
We
You can log in MES with the
yeah,
username
but
is wrong.
yeah,
Client one at datalabsindia.com.
yeah, I'm trying to do that.
You just entered your mail ID there.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
can replace with client one.
Yeah. Okay. Let me try. Yes, I'm lucky here now. Thank you. Thank you. So let me share my screen. Okay. So are you able to see it now? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
This is a very quick introduction to manufacturing execution system. So manufacturing execution system help you to manage your manufacturing operations proactively. So people ask about manufacturing execution system, why it is required. We do have ERP, but ERP is different and manufacturing execution system is different. Give me 1 second, please. Yeah, ERP is different and manufacturing execution system is different. So ERP, what it does is, after production order processing happens, so it helps you to record the accounting data, whether it could be a finished product quantities or raw material consumption or operational timestamps. But MES, manufacturing execution system, help you to manage your manufacturing processes proactively. That means you can schedule, you can plan your operations at the production complete shop floor level or at the work center level. Okay, so whatever you want to do, you can do that. Now here, the beauty is, so there are 3 things here. One most important part when you talk about manufacturing, you do at the work center level 3 things. One is you have the material balancing. That means you consume either raw materials or work in process, and then you come up with another product, work in process or finished product, or the labor planning. Okay, so the amount of time spent by individual people, number of laborers or whatever, technicians, whoever. And third thing is the integration with the machines, operational timestamps. These operational timestamps are 2 things. One is the classical timestamps like setup times, run times, and wait times, queue times, move times, or it could be machine times, machine generated data, which is like IIoT. How the machine generated data, which there could be a huge data generated by individual machines. Now all this data may not be directly required for your accounting purpose. Okay, so if you want to optimize those machines, or you want to know how to optimize your overall shop floor, you need to know the analytics for that. So you can collect the data from machines, filter them, analyze them, use whatever data is required, and then just leave the other data. So this is what manufacturing execution system do. So labor planning, inventory balancing, and then operational timestamps. Operational timestamps are for 2 things. One is the direct timestamps, and then your machine things. Okay, so now once we do this, so you have the additional capabilities like energy management. So you have energy management, so you can do, you can plan your energy operations here. So the main point here is energy is very expensive. Whether you, whatever you do it, energy is expensive. There are 3 things here in energy. One is your planned energy, okay, and your actual energy, and then your energy, how much you are paying. So reconciling these 3 will help you to identify the weak areas in the energy management and then optimize them. Okay, so a 5% optimization in energy will save you a lot. So that is one area where your manufacturing execution system very seriously help you. And you have maintenance. So you have, if you have a manufacturing unit, it's very asset intensive, right? So you have a lot of machines, you have a lot of workflows. So here, what you can do is you can maintain all your machines. So you can maintain all your machines through maintenance module. So, so here you have like you can have a scheduled maintenance, plant maintenance, work orders, and meter reading, all kind of thing. So I'll just take you one step back. So in the energy management, you can do all energy planning, building kind of thing. In the maintenance modules, you can do all your scheduling. So in the production, complete production order. So I'll not dig deep to this, but it is very classical process for you to manage your manufacturing processes proactively. That's what I can say. And it is powered by AI. So here, all your production schedules can be optimized by using artificial intelligence and machine learning. The system tell you what to do, how much to do, and when to do. Okay, what is a production sequencing kind of thing. Okay, and it is a work center based. So you can optimize your work center for material issue, report operations, as I said earlier. And then it's a workforce. Okay, so the labor planning. So all your employee tasks can be registered here, kind of thing. Now, on top of it, so you have a tooling. So you, almost always there is a problem with the tooling. So tooling is considered as a separate part of the manufacturing, and then you don't know really how much tool life is it. Like for example, a tool is there like a pellet mill kind of thing. So you have like a 10,000 hours life of this. So you need to know how much the actual life, how many number of hours each tool has taken place. So this will help you to identify the tool life, which is connected to your production kind of thing. So quality management, so complete inspection orders for all your manufacturing operations, whether it could be a inbound. So if you are creating an inspection order, I'll just tell you. So it could be a goods receiving, it could be inventory, it could be receiving. Inventory is on storage inventory, production order, consumption, report operations, or sales order. So all quality inspection is embedded into manufacturing. And the most important part is the integration. Of course, I'll come back to the planning later. So you have an inventory management module where you talk about the complete end-to-end movement of the materials, whether it could be raw materials, your work in process, or it could be a finished product. Okay, so you have an integration. Integration is the key. So this is almost always a challenge for all manufacturing companies. Now you have the challenge here is each manufacturing unit has its own requirement. So if it is a standard integration protocols, I think it will be very easy to do, and there could be many manufacturing execution system will be available to capture this market very easily. But it is not the case. The case is each manufacturing unit have their own requirement. They have a different kind of machines. Even within the industry, even if you say in the assembly unit industry or something, each industry is different. The reason is each industry could have a different made of machines and a different make, different versions, and also it could be different data expectations. So within the industry, also across the industry, manufacturing is completely unique. That's what our experience says. So here, so you can have an integration between your control systems, consolidate the data and pass it to any ERP or kind of thing, and then you can also give it to your third party. Like you can build the database into your data lake and then consolidate them and give it to for analytics purpose. So that's how the manufacturing. And then you can have a multi-plant and the multi-organization, so multilingual. So there are a lot of configurations you have it. Okay, so you have a reports, master data kind of thing where you can define master data, of course. So here you talk about master data, which includes your bill of materials, routing, production sequencing kind of thing. All the master data, if I just open it, okay, so you have a plenty of master data, quality master, manufacturing master, item master. So this is one thing which you need it, okay, is to have a complete definition of your manufacturing system. So that's how it is. So this is about very high level manufacturing execution system part. Okay, so now let us look into another solution. Anita, just help me to FMS.
Yes, sir, I'm doing.
Me, if you can log in to the FMS, that will be great. You can type, by the way, if you want. Can you check if the server is on? Yeah. Perfect. Yeah. So thank you, Anita. Thank you very much. Okay. So now let us talk about fleet management, transportation and fleet management system. This is the mid-mile services part, which will help you to completely align your transportation and fleet management requirements. So if you are a third-party logistics operator and you have your own trucks or your hired trucks, this is the system for you. If you are a fleet owner and you want to maintain your fleet and also do the business by operating your loads and trips and then do the billing, this is the software for you. And then if you are a manufacturer or a project company, either you want to hire trucks or you want to manage your own truck for the delivery to your customers or your production locations or your project locations, this is the software for you. Okay, so it's a one-stop shop for you, all your transportation requirements. Now in this, you have modules to talk about loads management and the trips management. Okay, so in the loads management, you have a complete requirement of your loads, how you want to maintain your loads. So right from you create loads. Load is nothing but basically an order, a transport order, or you can call it whatever name. Okay, so basically it's a booking basically. So you can create a transport order loads. You can manage the whole process of your loads. Then you create trips. If your load is basically from A to B, whether it could be direct transfer or it could be a milk run or whatever. Okay, then the trip means in the same truck, if you are taking 2-3 loads, so you plan the trip in such a way that you drop, ship or whatever kind of trips you can do that. So in that, you have the complete trip management. So when you talk about transportation trip, so you can have a trip summary, you can allocate drivers kind of thing, you can have a route optimization, so you can have a payments to the drivers or any other guy who is going along with the truck. So you can have a trip sheet, expenses management, settle the payments, and then also shipment execution. Shipment execution is the delivery part. Okay, so it can help you to register all the timestamps in the transportation, right from the loading, arrival at the location, loading, unload, then the packing and everything, and then you go to all the way to the destination and then unload it and then hand it over to the shipments. So all the way it has, and then it has a proof of delivery also. So it can be a OTP based proof of delivery or it could be a signature based proof of delivery on the mobile app. So you can do the signatures and then you can hand it over. So it's a complete system for you to operate your loads and trips. Okay, then you have like a vehicle. So vehicle master, basically, so when you have your own fleet, so basically you would like to have your vehicles, vehicle availability, vehicle planning, and then if in case if you have the IoT devices for the fuel management and also your GPS enabled. So it could be two things: either you use the solution and connect it, or if somebody a third-party solution is already used, just integrate it if they have through an API integration. Okay, so likewise you can do the vehicle integrations. So driver collaboration. So driver is one of the most important part of the overall transportation and logistics management. So you can define drivers, so you can define all their requirements. Then if there is a statutory requirement for them also you can define. That's one of the most important part, which is the finance and statutory. That we will talk in a while. So drivers, co-drivers, availability, driver transfers, driver behavior, everything can be managed through Frucy fleet management. Okay, similarly, the fuel, which is very expensive. So fuel, it could be either EV or it could be your regular fuel, or it could be CNG kind of thing. So everything can be monitored through Frucy fleet management. So in maintenance, the truck maintenance, one of the most important part in the overall transportation is the tires. So you can have a tires management, you can have other spare part management, and then you can the whole, if you are operating in a particular region with multi location process, so you can manage the maintenance through different depots. Okay, so there are different depots, you can assign them. So complete maintenance process, right from entering into a depot, coming out of the depot, come to complete all maintenance parts can be managed through Frucy fleet management system. Okay, and then you can manage the inventory for the critical spare parts like tires, like batteries and others. Everything can be done through inventory management here. So in this inventory management, you can also do the procurement process, the cycle counting, and the inventory adjustments, inventory receiving, everything, whatever is required to manage your fleet inventory can be done through here. And you have like incidents and claims. So of course, anything is almost always there could be an incident. It could be say a breakdown, or it could be an accident, or it could be any other thing. So all these incidents can be registered, and then if there is any insurance claims, you can claim it. So it's one of the pain areas. You have insurance claims and you don't know what is happening, so you can update it here. So you can integrate with the status for that. So finance and statutory help you to, for example, this is one of the very important module where you define all statutory requirements. Okay, so in the statutory requirements, it could be a driving license, it could be a vehicle fitness certificate, or anything, a pollution certificate, it could be anything. So road permits, any other things which are required to operate your fleet successfully, it will be here. So you can manage them. So you can manage all your fleets needs, and then you can define them. When is it your renewal date? The system will give you automatic reminders for you. So guys, this particular statutory document is going to expire. So you can do that. So this will be for all the drivers, vehicle, driver, and also co-drivers. You can do that. Okay. And in the finance, it's a billing part. So when you are talking, when you have your own fleet, so your customer take your vehicles for the hiring. So you can give them a vehicle and manage the vehicle logistics part, and then you can do the invoicing. Okay. So at the same time, if you are getting the vehicle from any third-party vendors, so you can process it, and then you are giving it to you are using your trucks to give a customer deliveries. So you can strike a balance between these two, how much you hired and how much you delivered, and then have a profit and loss account for that. So profitability by truck level, so you can have it through the finance and statutory modules. So there are plenty of reports and dashboards available for almost all the requirements for you, which includes the overall the analytics, and then you have a vehicle analytics, you have a trip analytics, you have a driver analytics, maintenance analytics, the claims, you have a statutory vehicle tracking. So you can track all in one map. Okay, so you can see all the vehicles. Now, if you want to particularly track one particular driver, you can just click on it. So you know exactly where it is happening. And this system is integration friendly. Even for the ULIP also, we are trying to integrate it. So as we go on, we integrate with any third-party systems. And we can also see the loads, history reports, all the historical data. If you have based on your history, you can find out. So likewise. So there are multiple reports, and also there is a master data where you can talk about. And then you have your scheduling also. So in this, where is the scheduler? Okay. So you have a calendar, so a scheduler. So in case if you have a one trip scheduler, you can transfer from one day to another. You don't need to do anything. You just drag. So drag and drop. The system will work for you. I think these are the quite few Anita, if you can do a ERP part, if you can log in me into ERP very quickly, I'll do that. Okay, so in our supply chain suite, we do have like a warehousing, we have a manufacturing, we have a transportation, we have a fleet, supply chain control tower, supply chain planning, and we have a global trade management, and then supply chain optimization. I hope if we have a time to do that, supply chain optimization. And if you want to, you can just log in into your system also. You can share screen. I don't have any problem. But I don't think you can do that. I think this is not a Teams meeting. So in supply chain optimization, what we do is we have AI powered demand planning. So you give all historical data by product, by location, and any other parameter. The system will be able to help you to generate forecast by product, by region. Okay, and then the beauty of the solution is, so you can generate forecast, and what is the forecast method wise you can track. Like it could be an exponential smoothing, it could be time series, regression, auto regression, and all these 7 or 8 methods. So the system, you know how the forecast is generated, and then the system help you to give the best fit. So by weighted average or whatever. So the system will give you the best fit forecast. So that will be very close to your actual forecast, because it will also check you the historical data, how the actual versus forecast working, and then it will project you going. The more the algorithm learn through ML, machine learning, okay, the system will help you to give the more accurate forecast as close as possible for your requirement. And here in this, one more important part is, even the forecast, it's not only about time series. It also can help you to see the external factors. So there is a algorithm for that. So even the pestle part, like how is the political, economic, and other external environmental factors affecting your forecast, that also it will help you to tell you. Okay, so we have a system generated forecast. That is one part. I'm going to talk about that. If time permits, I'll show you that also. Otherwise, I'll just give you a few highlights about that. So there is other part of AI models, supply chain optimization. It could be your the fleet, the container optimization, container loading optimization. It could be route optimization. It could be inventory planning optimization. Okay, and then your production scheduling. All AI stack is there to give you, to help you to understand how to do that. Now, recently, what we have done is also we did the integration of the control systems. Okay, through OPC UA protocols. So you can connect any machines through OPC UA protocol and then combine them to your manufacturing execution system or ERP. Now, this screen, what you are seeing here is the ERP screen. So the ERP is again targeted for manufacturing, supply chain, logistics organizations of mid to small organizations, where you can have a complete visibility of your orders, your inventories, your transactions, and everything. And finally, you can come up with your project, your accounting statements, financial statements, kind of thing. So this is the ERP where we talk about. So the order management module will help you to know exactly your order management module help you to do all the activities in the procurement and also in the sales. So if you see here, so you can have your orders. So it's an order entry even for sales and procurement. So you can have a quotes, both for sales and procurement. So you can do a purchase request or the sales request. All these things can be done through the modules. So if you tell order entry, so you can create orders, both purchase orders and sales orders. So you can find out order entry. So if you can show an order, so it will be great. Okay, and you also have a calendar where at any given time you can see what are the orders scheduled for that particular day. Okay, so you can see the purchase orders and sales orders. So you can see the complete is very user friendly, very flexible. Okay, very nice to look at it, and all the information is stacked in a so compacted manner that you don't need any other system to use it. So everything is available here, including your barcoding, scanning, point of sales. You just name it. You have all the features available to operate your business operations successfully. Okay, so likewise, so you have your procurement orders. You have a plenty of information. If you just click, you can just see it. That's how it is. So very simple. You can see the inventory visibility, how much is orders are picked, packed, and done. So you don't need to look for other things. You just click it. Every system has a hyperlinks. You can just look at it and then go from here. Here in actions also, you can take actions directly. So you create an order, you can take an action. You don't have to look for other screens. In case if you have one person is doing multiple tasks, you can do everything from here. Okay, so you can create even receiving the inventory and all, you can do it from here. So we have like order. This is for purchasing and sales. In the calendar, I think the calendar is one of the fantastic template what we have. So here, so you can see any other, if you look at any other, select any particular order or one. So you can have the data. Okay, what is the due? So what is the status? Okay, what is the status of orders? If I have the data, so we can see it. So by clicking at it, you can also find out what is the status of that particular purchase order, sales order, or any other thing. Okay. If you don't have any orders, that's no problem because of the time. So we have another 10 minutes left, Anita, so you don't have to worry about it. Okay. So likewise, so we have a calendar feature. Manufacturing. So you have a manufacturing process, define bill of materials, routings, calendars, and then execute all your manufacturing operations through the system. So work order is nothing but your job order. So you create a production order. Okay, so you create a production order, and then so you can see the whole track of the production order. So how you complete it. So production order again, three things: material consumption, operational timestamps, and also integration with the machines. All these three things can be done here. So you have a routings defines as a master data, sequence operations, a sequence of operations to produce one particular unit of product. And working hours, calendars, again, the same concept of calendar you can see here. So here, this particular order has on 20th. So these are orders are there. If it is a green, that means quite good. If it is red, means it is a delay. If you want to drill down, just click on it. It will be taken to you. So likewise, complete manufacturing process can be viewed here. And then you have a facility management. So in the facility, basically it's inventory. So it could be an inventory or capacities or any other facilities. So you have so you can create all your assets, basically, the physical inventory kind of thing. So you can manage everything from the facility module. Now let me come back to the accounting a little later. So we have a HR module. So basic HR. So your HR. Let me click on it. Okay. So let me just go into that. So HR basically all things required to manage your manufacturing, logistics, supply chain company for the people performance. It is there. Okay. So you have all your employee master departments, employment, interviews. Okay. And then you close the skills. And then of course, with all this, you need to make a payroll process. So everything is included. CRM is there. Okay. So Salesforce automation, the CRM part. So you create leads. So you don't need any other separate CRM tool for this. So you have a SFA. So where you create accounts, you create the contacts. Accounts are nothing but your clients, companies. contact with the person where it is there. So you create leads among them. So you maintain the leads into that. Then these leads, once ever they nurture, so you create them on opportunities. So these opportunities, once it is successful, so it will become your purchase order, your purchase order or sales order, whatever, based on your sales order basically. So you sell it. You have asset maintenance, so you can define all your assets and then manage your assets. So you can do that. Okay. So then you can manage your assets here. Then you have wait 1 minute. So you have work effort module. You have other like a Scrum. If you are using a project management methodology, you can do that. So you have a regular waterfall methodology and Scrum Agile methodology. The system can help you to run your projects also into the system directly. And then if you're using any marketing campaigns, so it's always you can do your marketing part also through the system. Okay. Now let me come back to your accounting. Okay. So your accounting, so you can define all your global accounting standards. Okay. So then all your accounting requirements like accounts payables, receivables, general ledger, your general ledger setup, the integration, directly all the logistics modules give the data, directly come to the integration. The financial payments, invoice billing registrations and payments, you can do it. Allocate the costs. Finally, come up with your profit and loss statements, okay, into the system. So all the way, directly it has everything you need it to manage your organization successfully. Okay, that's how it is. Okay, so now I think this is a very quick, if you have any questions, I'll answer. Otherwise, I'll just take you to some of the, and then our, okay, I'll not show our AI solutions at this screen, but let me show you something to finish with. So we have something called True Strategy. True strategy is to achieve your supply chain, strategy excellence. Okay, so if you want to have a strategy transformation for your organization, it could be supply chain, it could be manufacturing, it could be logistics, or it could be any other industry. So you have a true strategy solution which transform you to, which help you to do the strategy transformations. Now, in this, so if you go into that, so this is complete strategy management solution. So you need the strategy. We witnessed a presentation of our earlier. So Alejandro was talking about strategy analysis. So now you find that strategy analysis, everything what you do through strategy analysis. So you can have it. Okay, so it could be your in the strategy analysis, it could be your SWOT, it could be PESTEL, all your things can be done here. Okay, so you can have it like you see it here. So it is all strategy analysis. You can perform your strategy analysis here. Okay, then you have your organization structure. So you can define vision values. Okay, so you can create a strategic positioning. Okay, so you create a strategic positioning. Like strategy is nothing but a list of strategic choices where you select a particular strategic choice and then use them for the strategic formulation. So you create strategic choices, you identify the position mix, then you come up with your definition. Then you have a value proposition. So you identify from your choices you selected what is your value proposition, and then this value proposition you can get this value proposition done. So this is basically your strategy. So to execute this, you will have a capability gap or revenue gaps. So you have a capability gap, how you close the gaps, then how you close the revenue gaps, and then your scenario planning. Okay, so different scenarios you can look at it. So you can define all your driving forces and then uncertainties. So you can create and then you can do that. And then you have a strategy, a translation. So here you can define all your balance scorecards. We hear about the performance management, ESG, and all those stuff. So you have a balance scorecard definition, OKRs, okay, and also even you have your organizational assessments like ESG. We just talk about this. Okay, So we talk about one of our Jitendra, he mentioned about the ESG. So you can do the ESG assessment through this, and then align your business processes to the strategy through this. Okay, so you have a business process alignment, you have a people performance, you have a budgeting, you have a performance reporting, Office of Strategy Management, your industry KPIs, and then also you have a requirement configurations. You have a search, and then you have a multilingual concept, so you can do that. So there are plenty of things available. So there are plenty of dashboards available. Okay, so how to do that? Okay. So this is a very quick introduction of all our stack. I did not show the global trade. I did not show the transportation management. I did not show. I did not show what. So I did not show many things. Okay. Let me show you something here. So yeah, if you have something like that, you have a performance dashboard, very color coded, and you just put a cursor there, you can see what is going on. So you have a performance validations, something. Okay, so I think this is a quick overview how to do it, very very detailed functional kind of thing. So I'll just try to stop my screen share. Can I do that? Okay, so stop screen share. Okay, so now let me come back and discuss about this. So this is what we do as a Data Labs India. So I take this as an opportunity to thank all the Data Labs team who helped us to conduct this 3-day session successfully. All participants across the globe who attended, all the speakers, guest speakers for 3 days, around 26, I believe, 26 speakers across the globe who spent valuable time in delivering fantastic lectures. So thank you very much, and I appreciate very much to make the Global Supply Chain Excellence Summit a grand success. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.